We're going to get started. We have a number of deputations today, as well as a long, very meaty agenda. And we also have to conclude today by 6 p.m. due to religious holidays. So we will have to be very ambitious to get through this agenda. All right, so I am going to call the meeting to order officially. This is the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and I want to welcome our committee members and, of course, other members of council. As I said, we have a big agenda, 21 items. And for those in the room with us, the screens at the back of the room provide real-time updates about where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And for those watching online, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. So I'd like to proceed with asking for any declarations of interest. Okay, we have no declarations of interest. We're still not, Councillor Perutz is not here, but anyway, we'll proceed. And a confirmation of the meetings of June, of the minutes, of June 17th. Seems like a long time ago. Councillor Moser, thank you for that.
We're amending the decision, Madam Chair, on PW 6.9 to transmit it to council. We need to make a correction.
Okay, so I've just been advised by clerks, Councillor Moser, that we have to just amend the minutes of PW 6.9 to send it to council. So is everybody okay with that amendment, in favor of that amendment? And then Councillor, it's to just PW, it's a technical amendment. PW 6.9 should proceed to council, and so it's a technical amendment on the minutes, so it's fine. So Councillor Moser continues to move that. Okay, so we're going to run through the agenda. As I said, there's a number of presentations today, so I will hold PW 7.1 for a staff presentation, and PW 7.2 and PW 7.3 for speakers, so that's that. I actually have a motion for to defer PW 7.4 until the fourth quarter of 2016. So I've spoken to city staff, including the city manager and our labor relations team and our deputy city manager. We're about to start labor negotiations. These labor negotiations may have significant impact on this issue. The bottom line is that we can't predict the outcome of those negotiations or their impact on this particular report. So deferring this issue to the fourth quarter of 2016 should provide ample time to get through that process. So as this is a motion to defer, we vote on it immediately.
Madam Chair, I have a question. So we can't ask questions or give direction to staff?
That's correct. When there's a deferral motion, my understanding from clerks is, unfortunately, you can't ask questions.
Excuse me.
So I've got the rules here before me, if you'd like me to read them. The rules for motion to defer if persons intend to present. So if a committee member intends to make a motion to defer a matter, and if persons who give notice of their intention to make public presentation about the matter are present, then the committee member makes the motion to defer as soon as possible, and the committee votes on the motion immediately after.
So, sorry, I don't think my microphone's working, so I'll speak. Okay. Madam Chair, so we have deputies, so are they allowed to speak now, or do they speak in the spring? Just because I'm mindful that they came all the way down.
Let's ask the clerks.
Okay.
The motion actually specifically states that as soon as the committee member has made the motion, the committee moves to vote. The vote on the motion is immediately after. That's to enable the deputies to come back in the spring or the fourth quarter of 2016, at which time the matter will be back on the agenda.
So it's different for other, but apparently committee, that's the way it works. All right, so if the clerks can remove this and again show the motion. Is the motion there? Just so it's crystal clear. Okay, it's simple and clear. So all the, as Councillor
Madam Chair.
McMahon has identified, all the people who would like to do deputations, we'll have that opportunity when this resurfaces following the collective bargaining and I guess the fourth quarter of 2016.
Sorry, Madam Chair, on a point of order, I know I'm a guest, but usually, even with deferral, deputants are allowed to depute to the item.
Well, the clerks are indicating otherwise.
No.
I might have thought the same thing, Councillor, but...
No, that's up to the committee to decide that, but the rules of procedure are quite clear that the vote, you can vote this motion down and then you wouldn't hear from the deputants, but the motion to defer is quite clear, the rules are quite clear. The committee member has made the motion to defer, the vote must be taken immediately after.
But at licensing committee, we allow deputants, if they want, to speak, even though they know it may be deferred.
It's up to the committee.
The committee can vote the motion, the committee can vote the motion to defer down.
May not
That's
want
their
to vote the
option.
Motion to defer down, it's just the opportunity to speak that I'm addressing.
So you're not
Councillors,
actually on the committee, so we should really have a committee member saying this, but do you mean then, just to be clear, that we vote on it and then you have the deputations? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, my understanding of the procedures as we
Yeah.
do them on licensing committees,
Okay.
people, deputants may speak knowing that it may be deferred. So councillors may support the deferral motion or they may not, but usually we allow people, if they wish, because they've been given public notice and they've come here to speak, if they wish to speak to the item, they may speak to the item, and then committee can vote on the deferral item, and they know that it may be deferred.
Okay, so we've been advised by the clerk's department that the proper procedural approach on this is to vote on the motion as it's been presented when it's been presented. So that's what's before the committee. This motion is before the committee, and we are now going to vote, because that's what we've been instructed to do. All those in favor? So that is carries. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item. Sorry, I've just got to get my... So all the remaining items that have deputants, I will hold in my name. And we've got a list here from the clerk of the...
7.5.
Okay, so 7.5.
Steps.
So that's deputation. 7.7, also deputations. 7.11. Oh, yes, sorry, thanks. Can I have the yellow pages, please? Thanks. For some reason, I don't have them.
Take mine.
Okay, that's perfect. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor Moser, for,
Councilor Moses, do you have question 7.6?
7.6, any... Councillor Moser is holding. So Councillor Moser is holding 7.6 drinking water licensing program update. 7.7 congestion management plan. There's deputations, thank you. Councillor McMahon. PW 7.8 red lights.
Questions?
Councillor Holliday has questions on that, so we're going to hold that. PW 7.9, amendment to purchase order number 6039-164, Gardiner Expressway to Exhibition Place to Grand Magazine Street deck replacement and Garrison Road Bridge demolition. Councillor Moser is going to hold that. PW 7.10.
Hold, please.
Wow, you're fast. Okay, that's a contract award, so everybody in the audience knows we're talking about request for proposal. Councillor Holliday, and then the next one is PW, what is the next one? Oh, 711, yep. Oh, deputations.
I think there's 2 deputations on that.
Okay, great. PW 7.12, increases to parking ticket set fines. Hold. Councillor Moser, and PW 7.13, use of property line markers to delineate private and public space.
Move staff recommendation.
That is moved. We got one through.
All in favor? All in favor?
All in, thank you, Councillor. All in favor, opposed, seeing none, that carries. PW 7.14, okay, solid waste collection across the City of Toronto, and that is Councillor Holladay. And then PW 7.15, Midland Avenue sidewalk construction. And depths, all right. PW 7.16, support for east-west cycling connections east of Sherbourne. Is everybody comfortable with moving that? All in favor? Okay, that is done. That is carries. And PW 7.17, pedestrian and cyclist safety in Toronto.
Yes.
So we've got deputations on that.
Madam Chair, 716, I had a question on that, I apologize.
Okay, so what do we have to do? Do we have to reopen that? We'll have to vote. Does somebody want to reopen that? Councillor Holliday's reopening that. All in favor? Opposed? And so it's reopened?
I apologize.
Okay, so Councillor Moser would like to hold PW 7.16. PW 7. This is also speakers, so I won't, yeah.
18
So 18 is also TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy, which has been sent to all committees. That is also got speakers. And then PW 7.19, authority to appear before the Environmental Review Tribunal. That is going to be moved. Hooray, Councillor Holladay.
All in favor?
All in favor, opposed, carries unanimously. PW 7.20, that's a hold. And there's also depths, so that's Councillor Moser. And I guess we don't need Councillor Moser because there's deputations. PW 7.21, amendment to contract number 47018-444 for the supply of phosphoric acid to all 4 City of Toronto water treatment plants.
Good staff.
Moved. Thank you. Councillor McMahon did that. All in favor? And that's, again, unanimous, so that carries. And that's a wrap. So there's 2 new items. Councillor Fillion has an item. It's before you on, to the committee members on pink paper. An update on the Yonge Street Highway 401 interchange, which affects several councillors' wards. And he's asked that to be put on the agenda today. Do I have someone who will move that? Councillor McMahon, all in favor? This is the pink sheet. It doesn't have a number, unfortunately, but it's the regarding is,
Under your
so we're just voting now to actually put it on the agenda, to add it to the agenda, Councillor Moser. So is all in favor? Opposed? That's on the agenda, so we'll add that formally. And Councillor Lee also has a addition to today's agenda, and it's before you. There's multiple pages. It's on pink paper. If someone moved to add that to the agenda, I'd be happy to do that. Oh, lots of people would love to do that. So Councillor Holladay, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. So that is also added to our agenda. So now we have how many items? 23?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to proceed with the agenda now that we've gotten through the... yes, Councillor?
Madam Chair, I wonder if you might consider a change in the order so that the poverty reduction would be done after lunch, immediately after lunch, if it can't be done before that. Here is the reason. It is being discussed in Board of Health as well, which will probably happen most of the morning. But the clerk could confirm that at 2:30, there is the first meeting of the theater boards, and she needs quorum for that. And I wouldn't be able to be in 2 places or 3 places at one time. I'm just wondering
I'm on
if that might be
committee, so I'm on that theater board committee. I'm the chair of it. That's
No, Madam
different
Chair. The theater board of directors.
Oh, okay, I thought you
So
meant the
not that- no,
selection.
not that
Okay,
one.
so that's fine. Actually, we prefer if committee members bring these items forward, but I think we're happy to do that, Councillor.
Thank you
So
very- I really appreciate
we'll adjust it to that to ensure that. Okay, so we're going to get going now because we have a presentation. PW 7.1, Ontario Water Works Association Best Tasting Tap Water Award.
Actually, it's just an award
Oh,
from the Ontario Water Works Association. It is Michelle. She's a member of the Board of Directors of the Ontario Water Works
you want to
Association.
speak into there?
Sure. And the award being presented today came as a result of a recent conference. Annually, there's a conference held in the province dealing with drinking water. It was a blind taste test. There were 5 municipalities that entered their drinking water in, and it was selected by the members of the conference that the City of Toronto had the best tasting drinking water for 2015. And so we are receiving an award. And for councillors of the committee, you each have an insulated water bottle, so please take that home with you and enjoy Toronto's great tasting tap water.
And for councillors that missed the committee,
Give me a call. Well, Councillor Perutz is not here, so you can take his.
there you go.
All right, so we just do a quick
Okay,
photo op.
so we will do that. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it'd be nice if the whole committee came up. Yeah. Rhonda,
Be
Councillor
proud,
Lee,
be
will you
proud of
join
your
us?
water, Ron.
Yep.
I need a glass of water in my hand. You get a glass of water?
That one right there.
Just a prop. That's a good idea. Guys are the stars, not me.
Yay, Councillor Moser. All right, here we all are. Are we too wide? Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great. Congratulations, Lou.
Thanks very much.
Yes. I thought I could keep it.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you.
Keep it on here.
No, this is the association we often refer to as the Association of Blues.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dear. We could tweet that.
Yeah, surprise.
So on behalf of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, all our members, I think we want to say thank you and congratulations to our Toronto Water staff, who are the best, not just in the West, but across the nation. So, and of course to Deputy City Manager John Levy, who oversees all of it. But that's something to be very proud of. So I'm sure it'll be the front page of every paper tomorrow. PW 7.2, this is a big item, one of our biggest today. It's the progress report on design concepts for the hybrid EA preferred alternative Gardiner Expressway and Lakeshore Boulevard East reconfiguration, environmental assessment, and integrated urban design study. And I know we have our team here and our consultants, and I think Waterfront Toronto's here today, and we do have a number of speakers, but we're going to start, if committee's okay with this, we'll start with the presentation and then move to speakers. All right, are you ready, John?
We are, Madam
City
Chair.
Manager? All right, thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee, members of the public. Today we have a progress report on the hybrid EA alternative design concepts. We were, looking at our decision that we made in the spring, we were asked to go out and develop and consult on alternative designs for the hybrid over the summer and the fall of 15. And as you can see, the bottom end of this slide, we're expecting to make a submission through this committee to council in the winter, spring of 16. And in between, we just wanted to give you an update on where we are, the consultations that we've had. We had a stakeholder advisory committee in July, and one again in September. We are now before the committee, and we'll be going out through October and November back to the stakeholder advisory committee and to public meetings to come back with a report in January on the findings of our work on design. Just to give a little context, you know that Executive Committee had some reports on yesterday on tunneling, tolling, and the strategic rehabilitation plan. They're related in part to the work that we're doing today. especially as we will be dragging into the strategic rehabilitation plan, whichever design option we have for the hybrid will be incorporated in that procurement. The East Bayfront Waterfront Transit Report is also coming to October Executive Committee. It's an important contextual piece for us in this geography of the east end of the Gardiner and the Don River. And we've got some future reports coming from planning on the Precinct Channel Precinct Plan. And there's an outstanding request for a report on provincial uploading of the Kings Highway of the DVP and Gardiner. I wanted to stress that all this work is preliminary. Our object here was to try and keep people abreast of our thinking. We are very much in the middle of this exercise right now, so we're working on refining designs, we're working on costing. We've given you some ranges in the report, but then we'll refine those costing ranges. There's some land sale analysis, not only just the acreage, but also we'll be doing some land sale revenue analysis on uplift that will occur through good design and the actual location of the roadway. We're doing specific work on roadway design and safety. Don will speak to this, but we're going to have a peer review on the safety aspects. We've introduced the thought that we should have a robust public realm component to whichever design element comes forward, and we put some preliminary estimates of the costing in that, and we'll be coming back on the evaluation criteria as we test them against, as we test the designs against those evaluation criteria. This will advance work for the November 15th Stakeholder Advisory Committee and Public Information consultation. And as I said, we'll be coming back in January to committee and council to make recommendations on the preferred design, a recommended design for adoption of the EA document submission to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. And now I'd like to turn it over to Don McKinnon, who's been the lead consultant on this project.
Thank you, John. The bulk of my presentation is going to be talking about the 3 concept designs that we intend to carry forward as part of the alternative design stage. In advance of that, I'd like to highlight some of the key considerations that have driven the concept development. As shown in the slide, 5 key considerations. First of all, development of creating a maximum amount of development space and public realm space, particularly within the Keating precinct area. Regarding private property, we're are attempting to minimize impacts on private property as much as possible and to place new infrastructure within the public lands, again, primarily within the Keating precinct. John mentioned safety and the importance of safety, particularly with the consideration of ramps that connect the Gardiner and DVP with lower design speeds. As part of that work, we will be undertaking a safety audit as well as having a third-party review of a design that's developed around those slower design speed ramps that we expect will include the need for measures to slow vehicles down before entering onto those ramps. I would like to point out that the current ramps today, which are posted advisory at 60 km/h speed, are not necessarily an ideal situation as well because of the absence of shoulders, and sight lines are not as good as they could be or would be under new designed ramps. Road capacity and auto travel times, the direction from council has been with the hybrid alternative to not result in a reduction of either of those, and the concepts that we are developing preserve road capacity and do not have significant impacts on auto travel times. And then another comment I wanted to make regarding that, there has been additional traffic modeling work done regarding auto travel times associated with the hybrid alternatives. Two conclusions from that work, and that's work that we've done since council's recommendation for the hybrid in June. The first of which is that a hybrid that does not involve an eastbound off-ramp would be problematic. It would put a lot of cars onto Lakeshore Boulevard west of Jarvis Street. It will also have an impact on travel times, certainly in the PM in an eastbound direction. So for those reasons, we've not recommended the continuation of a hybrid design that does not involve a new eastbound off-ramp at Cherry Street. The second conclusion is that a slower design speed, and the concepts that I am to present two of which involve a reduction in the speed limit of about 10 kilometers an hour, that reduction in that design speed of that ramp would not have a material impact on auto travel times that have been reported to date for the hybrid alternative. And then the final comment regarding cost and constructability. Certainly minimizing costs as much as possible is a key objective in the development of these alternatives. And then secondly, we need to develop alternatives that can be constructed which would have minimal disruption on traffic during the construction period. In addition to those key issues, it's important to recognize a number of features within the study area. And again, the focus of the hybrid is between Cherry Street and the Don Roadway. The first of which is the rail yard. A large part of the study area is contained by rail property, all of which Metrolinx has informed our study team is needed for future GO Transit expansions. And in fact, Metrolinx would be interested in acquiring more land if that would be an opportunity for them. Second of which, and I'll be commenting on this further when I present the concepts, is the rail corridor bridge that crosses over the Don Roadway and the Don River, which is a major feature that defines how the links can be constructed between the DVP and the Gardiner. Thirdly is just recognizing the current location of the Gardiner DVP link that comes down along the north edge of the Keating Channel. Next is the planned Don Mouth sediment control basin. That's certainly an important facility for the renaturalization of the Don Mouth, and the need to recognize that facility in the alignment and design of a new link, some of which cross over that planned facility. And then finally, the city stormwater quality management facility that is located there now with the below grade works have been constructed. Above grade works are still to be constructed. As outlined in the appendix of the city's staff report, alternatives that involve the spanning of that facility were considered. And for reasons presented in that staff report, we're not carrying alternatives that span over that facility, but rather all of the hybrid facilities that are being proposed run to the south of that facility. So next slide. So in addition to hybrid alternatives or concepts that have been developed by the project team, there's also been proposals by stakeholders, three of which I'll speak to briefly. As I understand, two of the concepts that there's deputations on these concepts this morning. The first is the viaduct option that's been proposed by a team consisting of Paul Bedford, Bob Millward, DTAH, and David Dennis Designs. It's an option that would involve the continuation of the expressway in the form of an embankment or a viaduct that would run to the south side of the rail property, and then allow for an at-grade Grand Boulevard to the south of that viaduct. So again, it maintains that expressway through the corridor, but also allows for the boulevard concept. And in some ways, it's similar to what we called the embankment option that was previously explored as part of the alternative solution stage of the EA. The second option, the consolidated, again, I understand there's a deputation on this option this morning that has been developed and presented by Brooke McElroy, Planning Alliance, and Intuitive. And it would involve the development of a new elevated expressway roadway that would lie over top of the rail properties, allow for rail facility to run underneath it. And then also it allows for the integration of new development opportunity that would lie between the rail corridor, and then allow for the development of a new Grand Boulevard that would be free of the expressway that would run south of the development properties. And then the final option is the first Gulf proposal. And I would like to add that the project team has had consultations with all three groups and continue to have consultations with these groups. And these ideas and these concepts will continue to be explored as part of the environmental assessment. The First Gulf proposal has evolved. There's been many meetings with First Gulf over the past few months, and there has been, I would say, an alignment between the concepts that First Gulf has proposed and the three alternative hybrid designs that our team is continuing with as part of the alternative design stage. The other comment to make is that the concepts that I'm about to speak to have been presented to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. They've provided their thoughts and inputs. They have not made a recommendation for other hybrid concepts that have not yet been explored. The Stakeholder Advisory Committee will continue to be consulted with throughout the EA, including the further development of these hybrid concepts. So moving on to the concepts, I'm going to focus on the three concepts that we are carrying forward as part of the alternative design work. There were several other concepts, 9 in total, 3 of which are being carried forward that were looked at but were screened out for various reasons. Those concepts and the reasons for not carrying them forward are detailed in the appendix to the city staff report. So the first slide, just a quick comment, this is the original hybrid that Council endorsed as the preferred alternative solution. Quick reminder involving the maintenance of the existing link between the Gardiner and the DVP through the Keating Precinct. It would involve the new construction of access ramps on the south side, eastbound off-ramp, on the north side, a westbound on-ramp, and then tying to those ramps would be new access roads that would lie generally underneath the expressway to connect those ramps with Lakeshore Boulevard, and that's the yellow area showed on the slide. So this has been the base starting point for the further development of the hybrid concept. So the first concept, as we're now calling Concept 1, for the most part is the original hybrid concept that Council endorsed, with the exception of the eastbound off-ramp there. The eastbound off-ramp that instead of running to the south of the expressway or some distance away from the expressway is now tied up against the edge of the expressway to minimize impacts on property that lie to the south of the Gardiner, east of the realigned Cherry Street. With this option, it removes those impacts or those direct impacts on private property and allows for more development opportunity with this option. The cost for this option is the same for which was originally estimated for the hybrid at about $260 million. With this option, we would see about 8.5 acres of development space, and the estimated land value of that development area is about $60 million. Next slide. There's a rendering, bird's eye view, looking primarily to the west of Concept 1. We can see the maintained Gardiner DVP link, the existing ramps, the realigned Lakeshore Boulevard as per the Keating precinct plan, and then development as imagined in this rendering that shows development lying on both sides of Lakeshore Boulevard and then north of the existing Gardiner Expressway. Concept 2 involves a removal of the current link between the Gardiner at Cherry and the DVP at the rail bridge and the reconstruction of a new, more northern link. As presented in this concept, the main takeaway is the alignment of this option. This concept has been further developed. What we're imagining now is a split ramp design where the ramp connects with the DVP, a consolidation of that ramp or bridge as it crosses over the Don River and travels west. And then the ramps, as shown in yellow here on the outside of the Gardiner, we're now developing concepts that would have those ramps placed within the inside of the Gardiner. So the on and off ramps are on the inside, and then the Gardiner lanes, westbound lanes on the north, eastbound lanes on the south, would wrap around the outside of those ramps. This concept, for the most part, lies over top of the realigned Lakeshore Boulevard. For the most part, this concept for the realignment of Lakeshore Boulevard is similar to what has been proposed in the current Keating Precinct plan. Also shown on the plan is the continuation of Queens Quay to connect in with a Munition Street extension that would tie in with Lakeshore Boulevard. And again, All of these other roadways within the precinct, including Lakeshore Boulevard, in terms of their alignment and connection with the other roadways, are currently being reviewed as part of our process to develop these alternatives. This option has a higher cost over the original concept, and that's to account for the rebuild of the link between the remaining portion of the Gardiner at Cherry. The current estimate for this concept 2 would be in the range of $350 to $400 million. So again, an increase of about $90 to $140 million over the original concept. And these are net present value figures. About 12.5 acres of development area would be created with this concept, and an estimated land value of about $90 million. There's also an expectation of additional value to land further to the south, particularly Villiers Island on the south side of the Keating Channel, that with the with the removal of the expressway along the Keating precinct and pushing that up further north, that we would expect a bump up in the land value of Villiers Island. And as part of the EA work, there will be a detailed review of land value creation associated with each of these concepts, and more precise figures will be available when we go back to the public in November. Next slide is a rendering, again showing the new link, call it sort of lying midway approximately through Keating, development opportunity south of the Lakeshore Boulevard, new Gardiner Link alignment, and certainly it frees up development or opportunity for development south of the new Lakeshore Boulevard, and allows for an open area pedestrian promenade that would run along the north side of the Keating precinct. Next slide. And then concept 3, similar to concept 2, the differences being even more further northern alignment. And how that is achieved is a widening or rebuild of the rail bridge over the DVP, that the DVP passes underneath. So the current underpass would be expanded to the east to allow the radius of that ramp to start sooner, and that would allow the alignment of that option to be even further north, lying just south of the rail property. There is the potential need for some property on the east side of the Don roadway in the vicinity of the rail bridge to accommodate this concept. And again, those property needs are being explored as part of the EA work currently undergoing. The ramp structure at Cherry Street, the on and off ramps that are required for this concept, would be similar to concept 2. And again, the comments that I previously made about the configuration of those ramps would apply to concept 3. The cost for this concept is estimated to be in the range of $380 to $440 million, an increase of $120 to $180 million over the original or the hybrid concept that was originally proposed. About 13.5 acres of development space would be created, again allowing a large block of development land that would lie south of the realigned Lakeshore Gardiner, and having that opportunity for direct connection to the Keating Channel. The estimated land value is in the range of about $100 million with that parcel. Plus, again, the benefits that I noted to Villiers Island, where in this particular concept, the Gardiner lies even further north of Villiers Island. The other difference with this concept is that less of the Gardiner would lie directly over top of Lakeshore Boulevard, so a greater portion of Lakeshore Boulevard within the Keating precinct would be open to the air and not have the expressway over top of it. A rendering, again, showing this concept and the alignment, the development to the south of Lakeshore Boulevard. You can see Lakeshore Boulevard through the precinct, and seeing about half of it that's open up to the air, and a tight northern alignment for the Gardiner DVP link. So the focus of the hybrid alternatives has been in the area that's noted in this slide, the yellow-toned area, which lies between Cherry and the Don roadway. In addition to that area, there's also a need to explore, to meet the terms of reference for this EA, is the remainder portions of the corridor. East of the Don roadway, with the removal of Logan ramps, we're envisioning a 6-lane boulevard, landscape boulevard. The EA will be making recommendations on the development of that boulevard. And then west of Cherry Street, next slide, is the third area in which the project team will also be exploring ways in which to enhance public realm opportunities, streetscaping opportunities within that area that for the most part lies underneath the Gardiner. That would involve looking at ways in which to normalize the intersections of Lakeshore Boulevard with the various north-south streets, streetscaping enhancements, pedestrian cycling infrastructure. All of the hybrid options involve a new multi-use bikeway that runs along the north side of Lakeshore Boulevard that will lie between the rail lands and Lakeshore Boulevard. Public art, lighting, as well as exploring opportunities for recreational facilities. There are public land, for example, there's a swath of land east of Jarvis Street on the north side of the Expressway that's currently unused and potentially provides opportunity for some form of recreational space. Next slides. Just a few examples, what has been done in other parts of the Gardiner, primarily to the west, and then Underpass Park, the largest underpass park in Canada that has been very successful, that has created new recreational space under an existing expressway. So as a reminder, in terms of where we're at, September 22nd today, and presenting these concepts to committee. Mid to late October, we anticipate going back to Stakeholder Advisory Committee to present the further developed concepts as along with the evaluation criteria that will be used to evaluate the alternative designs. Then in early November, another Stakeholder Advisory Committee to present what we intend to present to the public, being the alternatives for the hybrid, as well as the public realm improvements, as well as the initial results of the evaluation of the hybrid alternatives. Public meeting or meetings in late November to present those results, coming back to committee and then council in January of 2016, completing the EA report, submitting that EA report in draft and then final to the MOE and climate change in spring, and then a Ministry of Environment approval decision would be forthcoming in approximately a year after that submission. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation. Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. And before we proceed, Councillor McMahon has a motion she'd like to put forward to the committee.
Thank you. So sorry, we forgot to do this at the beginning, but I think it's on the screen. We're on very tight timelines today because, as the chair mentioned, we have to be out by 6, and we have a very hefty agenda. So, number one, I think Della, we decided 10:30 on that. For registration for deputations ends at 10:30, which is 5 minutes. So just speed up if you want to depute and register. And speaking times for deputants, 3 minutes. Speaking times for councillors, also 3 minutes. So making it equitable there. Number two, questions of staff we will do after we listen to the deputants. Number three, questions of members of council limited to 3 minutes and 1 round. Number four, questions of members of council. Sorry, that was to deputants. This was to staff. 5 minutes with 1 round, and speaking times, as I mentioned, for council 3 minutes. All right, so
All those.
You have it.
So there's a motion before us. Councillor Perruzza.
I know it's going to be difficult for you, Councillor Perruzza, but give it a shot.
Well, I'll tell you why it's difficult for me. It's difficult for me because the chair, as the chair of the committee, has the ability, before the agenda gets printed here, to deal with very, very big decisions, very, very big reports. If she had decided that she didn't want to have the deputants, the folks that came from Ottawa or everywhere else, for example, speak to the garbage issue, she should have pulled that report.
That's not before. The issue that you're speaking of is not before us.
Well, fine.
So all those in favor of the motion before us.
Let me speak to this one for my 3-minute allotted time. Similarly, this is like one of the biggest decisions this committee, this council is going to make within this term.
Sorry, what are you speaking on? The motion before
I'm
us?
speaking to limiting debate, limiting the number of deputants, limiting the extent to which deputants can provide opinions and information to this committee, limiting the amount of time that councillors actually have to reflect on very, very important matters that are before us. All of those things. It's all about control. It's all about limiting everything because you say, well, you know what, we got to be out of here by 6 o'clock. Then you know what we should do? We should have a special meeting to deal with this particular issue and hear from everyone extensively. And if you need 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 10 rounds of questions, then that's what you should do. Because what you want to do at the end of the day is make a decision that's in the best interest of the people of the city of Toronto. That's where you want to get to. And you don't get there by simply curtailing the process. You know, always running a 2-minute offense where you got to like go out of bounds all the time, right? Yeah, well, you ain't going to make it, right? Very rarely do you make it that way. So that's what I'm speaking against your motion because the chair has every ability to call meetings, special meetings, to pull reports, to not stack the agenda with all of the biggest decisions you're going to make in your term of office, all on the same agenda, has all of that ability. This is all about control and limiting discussion, limiting information, because somebody somewhere has already made the decision. That's what it's about. All right?
It's just
That's
a
what
point
I'm
of-
going to vote against your motion.
A point of privilege, Councillor Perruzza.
Yes.
You'll remember that we haven't had a meeting, a Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting since the end of June.
I am
There's
aware.
been a very big gap, big recess. This is a big committee. It's a $2 billion committee. That's what we oversee. And there's many decisions that need to be made to proceed with business.
And you shall
So
allocate
it's
the
nice
time
that
to make
everybody's
those
had a
decisions.
break, but now it's time to get down to business. And we have 22 items, and there's a couple councillors who had issues they wanted to address, so now we're up to 23, 24. We have a holiday, a religious holiday that we want to respect, so we have to conclude by 6. And we have a number of deputations. We would like to hear from all of them. So staff have, I spoke with staff over and over again about pulling some of these items, and they insisted that they needed to be here for various reasons, and I respected that input and that decision by staff. So thank you for your input. I'm sorry you weren't here on time to hear some of that.
Absolutely.
And we have a very difficult time keeping quorum with this after lunch, keeping quorum with this particular committee.
Yeah.
So I'd appreciate your participation. Councillor Moser.
I'm not sure if that's on or not.
I
don't see the light on, so.
There's some issues with the lights, Councillor Moser, so it is on.
I share the concern, not to the same degree, but I share the concern that was just expressed. I didn't support last time we had a huge issue in front of us. Part of our job is to ask questions and to get information and base our decision on that. And the scale of the decision for the Gardiner and some of these larger items, there should be room to debate, to ask questions, and to have a second round of questions. These are very, very large decisions, and the scale of them. I mean, some of these other items I understand. I understand the time element. I spent a lot of hours reading this agenda. I've got a number of questions, and I can't... He must be upset as well.
He is very upset.
So for us to limit ourselves to this, I think is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
So, Councillor Moser, just to be clear, I
No,
think...
just, those are my comments.
Okay.
Okay, and that's the way I feel about it.
And that's
I know
fine.
you feel differently, but those are my comments.
No, but what I was going to ask you is, would you like to ask the mover just to modify the second round of question item?
Well, it's up to her how she wants to present it.
That's what I just wanted to clarify.
Absolutely.
Would you like to ask? All right, so the mover, that question's before you.
So that's for, which one is that for? Councillor Moser.
Second round of questions.
Which item before us, though?
To staff or to the deputants?
As members of council, we should,
Yes, the
we
question
should be
is-
able to ask those questions.
Yes, I understand.
5 minutes on something on this scale.
Councillor Moser, I'm trying to understand whether you want a second round of questions for councillors to ask the deputants or councillors to ask staff. There are 2 items up there.
To ask staff.
Okay, thank you. Happy to entertain that.
Okay, so we have a motion. Councillor, please go ahead.
Can we just get a comment from the clerks with respect to how many additional deputants are not shown on this sheet that may have signed up? Do we have a big difference between this queue and what we have?
There's 2 additional deputants on 2 different items that that's not, that you don't see on your printed page.
So a total of 4 extra.
Sorry, so
Yes, 2.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
second round.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. The mover has, Councillor McMahon has agreed to,
I'd like a recorded vote on that, okay?
oh, that'd be fine, we can do that. To modify, it's not before us anymore. Is there, can we get that up there again? We're going to modify the second round of questions for staff. Okay, so all those in favor of doing that? Okay, so we're going to, Councillor Holyday, just again, it's not up there. The question, number 4. Okay, so it's before us now. She's adopted it. She's revised it.
Yes.
The entire motion is...
This, yes, she agreed to the change, and so it's before you. Okay, so the motion's before us. We ask for a
Speaker,
record.
Madam Chair, can we also ask, because it alters the procedures in a number of different ways, can we just vote on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separately and have recorded votes on those?
Oh, no.
Absolutely. I want to know, I think
Councillor
people should
Lee,
go on the record.
I'm hearing
I'm
no from the
asking for-
committee, so-
I don't believe that Councillor Lee has the capacity to say
Are you going to be here
no.
after
Okay.
lunch?
Madam Chair,
Are you going to be here after
Madam Chair, I don't believe that
Never
Councillor
Councillor Lee
McMahon
has
has
the
asked if you're
capacity
going to be
say
here
no.
after lunch.
That's not the way it works.
Councillor Perruzza?
It's my right to ask for a separation. Yeah, I'm asking, it's
Okay,
my right
so-
to ask for a separated, for
But the
a
the
separate
committee is
vote.
saying no.
The committee doesn't have the ability to say no.
Let's hear from the clerk.
The chair has to agree to that request from council.
Okay, I'm not going to agree to that request. All right, we have the motion before us.
No, hold on a sec. You don't have, you as well don't have the ability to say yea or nay.
The clerk
or
just
agree or
indicated
disagree.
that's the case.
I believe
And
it's my right
I'm doing a quick
to
survey
ask-
of the committee. The
it's
survey's
my
not
right,
supportive of
Chair, it's
breaking
my-
them down.
Madam
So we're
Chair,
just going to proceed.
It's my right to ask for a separate vote.
guys wanna
Because I
do-
may vote one way on one matter.
Okay.
I may
Challenge
vote
the
another
chair,
way on
then.
another matter.
Okay,
It's my
if you'll
right.
stop talking, we're going to break it down. So, number 1, all those in favor? Opposed?
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote. Okay, that's great. That's going to take extra time.
On part 1 of the motion by Councillor McMahon, those in favor? Councillor Holyday, are you, okay. Councillor McMahon in favor? Councillor Robinson? Councillor Moser? And Councillor Lee, that's carried. Those opposed? Councillor Holyday? Councillor Perruzza?
Item 2, that's...
On part 2?
Yeah, you just keep going. Yeah.
Okay. On part 2 of the motion, those in favor? Councillor Holyday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Moser, Councillor Lee, and Councillor Perruzza, that is carried. On part 3 of the motion, those in favor? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Moser, Councillor Lee. Those opposed? Councillor Holyday, Councillor Perruzza, that is carried. On part 4 of the motion, all in favor? Councillor Holyday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Moser, Councillor Lee. Those opposed? Councillor Perruzza. On part 5 of the motion, those in favor? Councillor Holyday, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Moser, Councillor Lee. Those opposed? Councillor Perruzza. That's carried.
Okay, thank you very
Chair,
much.
On a point of order, I think this is important. You made a decision, and it's up to Councilor Perruzza to challenge the chair. I need to know if your ruling is going to stand or whether this kind of stuff is going to keep going on here. I need to hear from the clerk whether you have the right to do this or not.
Okay,
My
so
own
you'd like
information.
clarification, the
I'd like
councillor would like
clarification of
clarification,
that.
so behind you
Because
there.
every one of us has a right to challenge the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Section 27101 of the procedural bylaw states, and it's titled Dividing Motions into Parts. Members request to divide the parts of the motion. If a matter under consideration contains distinct propositions, a member may request that members vote on each proposition separately. B, chair rules on the request. If the chair agrees that the matter contains distinct propositions, the chair will rule that members can vote on each proposition separately.
There's your clarification. Thank you for that,
So it's
Councillor
still up to
Moser.
the chair, so if somebody wants to challenge that, they can as part of the process.
That's correct. Yeah, there's the clarification. Thank you, Councillor Moser, for that. So now we'll proceed. I just want to ask the committee if you'd like to move to deputations or questions of staff. I would recommend deputations, but
Well, that's in,
Yeah.
is everybody comfortable with that? All
that's in
right.
our motion.
I just want to make sure.
That's the
That's in the
motion.
motion. That's-
Oh, it is. Perfect. All right. Let's do that then. So first up, we have John Wilson, West Don Lands Committee. Welcome, John. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair and committee members. I am John Wilson from the co-chair of the West Don Lands Committee. West Don Lands Committee has, of course, spoken and advocated on behalf of a positive development on the waterfront since the waterfront initiatives began. I'll try to be very direct and brief here. First, I want to thank the staff for their work to make the council's decisions from last June more meaningful and positive. I think we've moved forward to a more promising point than we were in last June. We acknowledge that we're at an update point today, receiving information on work in progress, that there is no recommendations today, and our intent now is to stress the points that we're going to be looking for as stakeholders through October and November SAC meetings and the Public Information Center. To do this, we wish to underscore that the terms of reference of the EA still direct the process. That includes the study goals, which are referred to as lenses in this report, and also the criteria for assessing them still apply for the EA to be concluded successfully. The study goals are broad principles. 1, revitalize the waterfront. 2, reconnect the city to the lake. 3, balance modes of transportation. And 4, build value and sustainability. The criteria as well may be reviewed, but they can be refined only within the context of the study goals and only within the public consultation process. Now we are at a point, we need to point out at this point that this is the preliminary study before us gives little update on the section west of Cherry Street. And we're going to be looking for this in the upcoming reports. Staff have committed to developing specific proposals in this area and a suggested budget range, and we're pleased for that. This includes intersections at Parliament Street, potentially at Trinity Street, Sherburne and Jarvis, and building cityscapes between those intersections, which have to be addressed both for safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists, and improvement of the public realm. We're pleased to see that the staff are proceeding with this and that funds have been committed to this, and we're looking for the EA to eventually identify costs and funding tranches for the work to be completed on these intersections for their public safety and public and urban design components. In reviewing the 3 options that have been set out in this report, we note that the hybrid that was originally there is now off the list, and we think this is very positive. We also think that option 1 in today's report is very similar to the hybrid and will not achieve the EA goals. Options 2 and 3 must be developed further to create value in the Keating East precinct with blocks that will attract value-added development and street patterns that offer the basis for a vibrant public realm. We also think that these options need to be improved, to be refined to improve cycling and pedestrian connections, enhance the urban condition and design of the Keating Channel, and to create value in Villiers Island and throughout the eastern waterfront. costings and valuations that will be done can be done holistically to include the values and costs, the value added in precincts such as Villiers Island, the First Gulf development, and the Film District, as well as in the direct Keating Channel precinct, for a meaningful cost comparisons to be done on this very complex issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yep. Okay, we saw Councillor Moser first, and then Councillor McMahon.
Thank you for your deputation. I don't know if that's...
It's on.
Hello. Better? West Donlands Committee, can you tell me what it's, who's on it, what's it made of?
West Donlands Committee is a coalition of community groups, business groups, social agencies, and environmental groups who have an interest in seeing positive development in the West Donlands and the surrounding waterfront area.
So you're looking for us to take option 1 off the table and maybe send option 2 or 3 out to the community, or what are you looking for here?
We think that option 1 will not achieve the goals of the EA. We understand that we're receiving this report for information at this point, and we're just warning that we think that this is not a positive option.
Mm-hmm. Do you know of any other groups that have a different position from yours that you're aware of?
Other what kinds of groups?
Well, different community groups.
Community groups, not community groups. I'm aware of other stakeholders who have somewhat different opinions, but that's they can speak for themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming in, John. It's great, always great to hear from you. So option 2 or 3, do you have a preference?
At this point, I think it's preliminary to say. It's very difficult to evaluate with the information on the table. What we like about option 3, frankly, is the opportunity that it provides to increase the flow of the Don River through that underpass and perhaps improve the constructability, if you will, of the new naturalized and flood-protected mouth of the Don River. We may see significant cost benefits, and we think that in the process of this report, we need to ask TRCA to do very fulsome modeling of the flood flow in those 2 final options to see if we can get a great benefit from the third one on the flood protection piece, which is actually not really within the realm of this EA.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John, for coming in. And are you satisfied that all considerations has been put into, because this whole area has a lot of planning that needs to be done. You know, besides this part, which is a hybrid option, but the split planes, as you mentioned earlier, is TRCA present at these consultations that you're aware of?
I am certain that staff are closely speaking with TRCA. They're usually at SAC meetings represented, and yes, I think that they're in the loop.
So, are you happy that this all consideration be taken into account when we're designing this?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all. Oh, one more, Councillor Peruzza.
I know we need to break at 6. Have you had a chance to think about, because we hear a lot about costs, and you're in the building business, I assume? Right?
No, I'm not in building
Oh,
business.
sorry, then, no problem.
That's okay. No
Okay.
affiliation with First Gulf at all.
Thank you very much, John, for that great presentation. We're going to move on now to Calvin Brook. Calvin, are you here? Welcome. Hi, Calvin. You can grab a chair there, and you've got 3 minutes. Okay, well, I'll hold your time till we get that sorted out. Here it is. All right, here we go.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm joined by John Van Nostrand and Michael Messgino. John and I are both registered as debutants, so if we could combine our time.
Yes, you can.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to skip ahead just because of the shortness of time. The proposal really, in a nutshell, deals with the segment between Jarvis and Cherry Street. And the image you see on the screen shows this concept combined with concept 2 that has been presented today. The 4-lane segment of the Gardiner between Jarvis and Cherry is proposed to be built above the railway berm that's owned by Metrolinx. And if you see in this image, there are 2 segments. There's a 70-meter segment owned by the railway to the north, and the pink line indicates the 70-meter segment owned by the City of Toronto, where Lakeshore and Gardiner are presently stacked. You'll also note the 27-meter zone we've indicated is part of the Metrolinx rail tracks, but there are no tracks there today. So the following slides just show a possible phasing sequence where a 4-lane deck is built in that 27-meter segment with some structure just on the city land and 1 line of columns within the railway area. But again, this is an area that has no tracks today. The Gardiner in this section stays in place during construction. And therefore, disruption during construction to the existing Gardiner is minimized. What this does is it actually releases about 8 acres of City of Toronto land, which can be released for new mixed-use development, framing the north side of Lakeshore Boulevard, basically normalizing Lakeshore as a street-lined, a 6-lane avenue with bike lanes lined with buildings on either side. We estimate that about 4.3 million square feet of development potential is released on the city's land. As part of the development of those buildings, the idea is to then put a green deck above the Gardiner. So an illustration shows this relationship with Lakeshore Boulevard normalized as a normal city street, new development on the North Shore with a mix of building heights looking onto a green deck, so that the relationships and the views for development on both sides of Lakeshore are a normal condition looking onto streets and amenity areas. This is another illustration showing an eventual configuration where the deck could be built even further north to the north side of the railway lands, creating a linear green park of about 7.3 hectares. Mid-block pedestrian and cycling connections can link the St. Lawrence neighborhood to Lakeshore Boulevard and the waterfront through this linear park. And if you look at this illustration, it just shows those different parcels, the green deck over the railway with the Gardiner alignment on top. The pink area is the City of Toronto property released for development. And different illustrations given different building types, point towers, mid-rise towers, etc. Although this seems like perhaps a new or big idea, it's actually neither. Canadian developers and engineers have actually become world experts in terms of decking railway yards. Our first precedent is actually right here at home, 45 Bay Street, which is a project being undertaken with Metrolinx, which creates a green park bridge over the railway. Brookfield developers from Toronto are developing the Manhattan West project, which also decks over the railway yards. And Michael's firm are actually the engineers who have developed the innovative decking technology to achieve that. And Oxford Developments, also Canadian, undertaking the massive Hudson Yards, which are decking also over that railway. This is just a summary of some of the statistics. I'm not going to read them through in the interest of time. But we thank you for the opportunity to present and for staff, the mayor's office, Metrolinx, who we've been able to meet with, taking the time to consider this option. Thank you.
Thank you. And John, we're going to continue on with the presentation. It's two and one. Yeah, it's okay.
No, I think we'll
Is it
open up for
covered?
questions.
Okay. So Councillor Fletcher had her hand up first, and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me how you would like this to be discussed as part of the going forward, as part of the discussion around the EA? Would you presume that this would be one of the options that would be out for consultation?
Yes, and I believe the staff report has indicated that they intend to include this option within the EA options being considered.
And do you feel confident that it will get the same consideration as the basically options that staff are bringing forward?
I think we do, and we also feel it should be evaluated in the same criteria as the other three. But it is a more, probably will end up being slightly more expensive option, but for our future development as a city, it's the most sense of all. One of the things that Cal didn't mention is that while the deck's being built, and when the garden is transferred to the deck, it can go as it is. The last moment it gets switched to the deck and it comes down, so there's no real downtime, much limited more downtime in terms of traffic moving through.
So that amount of money would be able to be transferred out instead of having to build other roads while the other construction is going on. And since we're not going to remove the Gardiner, are you of the opinion that in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we should build absolutely best, most magnificent possible structure?
Absolutely. And I would just point out that one other thing on the sort of cost side is by releasing 8 acres of city land, there is revenue generated of about $300 million, which offsets the cost somewhat of this larger vision.
So an additional $300 million to the cost offsets of moving the hybrid back to the track.
Yeah,
Plus
$300 million in land values is released.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis was next, and then Councillor McConnell. Go ahead, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for your vision and for weighing in on this. This period of time has certainly opened the door for some new ideas to enter the discussion, so it's exciting. One of the things that the report and our staff say about your proposal is that they have some concerns about having decking over the existing GO lands, and that they require the greatest flexibility. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I wonder if you could address that concern.
Yes, and I should mention that the deputy city manager and staff set up a meeting with Metrolinx where we heard a lot of their concerns. They are planning to increase that corridor from 400 trains a day to 1,000 trains a day. And planning is just about to be initiated to undertake that, which requires really using all of the rail lands for trackage. But today, the trackage is not there, which means there's sort of a small window in time where this deck could be constructed, and then allow the tracks to be placed underneath it. So I do not think it's a limitation in terms of the capacity of the railway operations. I think it means coordinated planning between Metrolinx and the city in order to make sure that how this is built is correct.
Just a reminder that the New York examples, the tracks were remained active throughout the construction of the deck. That's a great advantage of this system of building. So they were all over a much busier train situation.
But I assumed, because and I'll ask staff, the commentary here is very limited, but they seem to imply that Metrolinx does not want to be inhibited in any way over those lands.
Right. I think they don't want to, I mean, obviously, there is some complication of coordinating the two.
So you think they can both be done?
We do.
And we totally understand that this complicates Metrolinx's life a little bit, but it's all a coordinated planning issue. It is not a fundamental limitation on their ability to expand train service.
It doesn't limit the number of tracks and capacity of the line.
That's correct.
It just complicates all the relationships.
Yes, that's the nut we have to crack.
One more thing on that.
Okay, so Councillor McConnell, you're up.
Councillor Davis has asked some of my questions about that which is next to God, which is the railways, and their inability to work constructively with us unless it's in their interest, like it was in 45 Bay. So I'll leave that. But I wondered about, so as I'm understanding your proposal, you would be looking at a park that would go over or link the communities north and south, a road that would, or a highway that would go underneath the park, and then a railway that would be underneath that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would there be any land that was not the railway? Or is that?
At ground level?
Yes, yes. I was looking at the below.
Well,
No.
it's hard to say. One of the ideas we had from the beginning is some kind of promenade along the southern edge of the
Yes,
original
well, that was
viaduct.
what I was asking.
Yeah, and that's still a possibility.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Janet asked me.
Okay, Councillor McMahon?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations, very interesting. So did you say that you have spoken to Metrolinx?
Yes, a meeting was arranged by the deputy city manager with staff and two officials from Metrolinx.
And what was their reaction to your proposal?
They explained the issue that they are just about to commence planning to expand the trackage in this east segment to accommodate 1,000 trains a day as opposed to 400, 1,000 trains in the future. So I think their concern was just that anything within their property is a complication. So it's not necessarily that it would actually limit the capacity of the corridor. It just requires that the planning that they do to lay the trackage has to be carefully thought out in terms of if we're putting any structure within the railway right-of-way. I would like to point out that there is a second option that we've indicated in a document that we've prepared, which spans the entire railway without any structure within the railway's property line. And this is the project that Michael undertook in Manhattan West. There's a technology where we don't even touch the railway's property. The issue there is that you have to span the whole railway, so it's much more expensive from the beginning. But it would be a great thing because we would end up with that linear park.
So it wasn't an absolute no from Metrolinx, just complicated.
I think they said come back in 10 years. And no, when
don't
they
have it.
have time, but that makes sense. I mean, I'm sure Amtrak said exactly the same in New York. I mean, that's their territory, and as Councilor McConnell was saying, railways are not getting, they're just learning, now they're selling off their lands, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of bridging will go on across Canada on those lands from coast to coast, and it's going to happen here in Toronto at some point. This would just be a precursor.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holiday's next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Help me understand, you've indicated Gardiner option number 3 for the ramps, but could this project or this proposal not work with any 3 of the outcomes?
The concept 1, 2, or 3. I believe it could, yes.
Okay, so it is actually separable and distinct from the debate that we're having today. However, I understand the synergy with it. Okay, great. The second question is, you showed the example of 45 Bay, which is basically a module of this. So you've got a development, you've got a span, a development on the other side. What's your vision? Do you see sort of this thing occurring in several pieces and each of the developers being responsible to construct their component immediately adjacent to their building? Or are they contributing to a fund where the city would come in and do a super project that would actually do the covered section? Does this have to happen in one shot? Can it evolve over years? How does it roll out?
So the first phase is that the city builds the Gardiner in that 27-meter corridor. So that's a public project. The old Gardiner gets taken down. About 40 meters depth of land is released from the city, and that would be developed incrementally by developers on a parcel-by-parcel basis. And when those developers build their building, they are also building the green deck on top of the new Gardiner. The second segment, which is completing the north kind of half of that green deck, I think is another kind of project in terms of funding, because the development on the St. Lawrence side, if it does occur as infill, would be of a much, I think, smaller scale that would not generate the revenue to pay for that deck.
Okay, and how would you envision the city paying for or basically investing in this project and know that there's a return one day with the real estate?
We'd have to do the economics of that to sort of work on that, but that's a big, obviously
My problem, really, but I get it.
No, it's not.
It's a big one.
It's all our problem.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear to us that this is going to happen. In fact, it's part of the historic form of the city, actually restoring the Esplanade, which was displaced by the railways. Now, 150 years later, we're putting the Esplanade back over the railways, which makes a lot of sense.
And to be clear, I mean, this is exciting to me. I mean, thank you for thinking outside of the box, and I think there's a lot of conversations to be had stemming from this.
Just one point is that the railway, there's consideration for a railway station, a stop in this area. That station would have to be built above the tracks anyway. So you'd have to go up to that level to access the train station. So it's already a level that's going to come into play somewhere.
Thank you. I think I'm done with time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your deputation. Part of our job is to look at the very best we can do for our waterfront, make sure we think long-term, and also to make sure that we do these things cost-effectively. And some of these things are very, very tough issues. When I look at some of the options and $120 million, $180 million difference, how do you suggest we balance those things off? I mean, it's part of our decision-making process. And you being an entrepreneur, it's something we have to justify to our communities. Spending another $180 million is something that I'm going to have to really wrestle with.
I think the equation that we're looking at with this option is quite different, because it expands. For instance, in Concept 3, I believe 13.5 acres of land was freed for development. This bumps that number up to 21.5 acres of land that revenue will be gained from, not only for the sale of land, but for annual tax revenues, which will be significant on an annual basis. The other thing is that the construction method for this deck can happen away from the existing Gardiner corridor. So I think that the cost will be significantly less in this option, because what we were dealing with to date is the idea that we would have to reconstruct the Gardiner in situ, with Lakeshore still operating and somehow traffic trying to get through, all the while trying to reconstruct this whole 1 kilometer long bridge. This simplifies everything by building the new replacement in a totally different place.
I'll just add something.
I'm wrestling with is how we prioritize those particular issues of impact versus cost. And as part of that, certainly our mandate is to listen to the public as well, so we're sending this out to the public for further review, but still, and how we make those priorities count as part of the process, how much consideration you've given that.
It's a huge consideration, and the thing that we haven't done yet is to be able to compare apples to apples with the 3 options that the city's looking at. We look forward to being able to do that, but I'm fairly confident that this is going to be a very cost-effective solution, at least in this configuration that's shown on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add something as well? Just in relation to the project in New York that we did, I mean, it was really about creating land where land did not exist. And this is really the same idea, is that you have the rail lands, and by creating land over top of that, you've solved the Gardiner issue. In addition to that, you've created land for the city, which did not exist, and you've made use of that footprint, which is right now just rail lands. And, we have certainly the ability to span across that and reduce or minimize any impact to Metrolinx and give them as much flexibility as possible. Even more so, I would say, than 45 Bay, because 45 Bay has columns inside the tracks. With this approach, there's nothing, and you're starting by building in an area where right now there are no tracks. So that's really the key to keeping the cost down, is accessibility for construction. And right now you have it. And you have an ability actually to build the first part, move the Gardiner over, free up the land on now where the Gardiner is to use as staging area now for the second part of the construction. So it's really a unique situation, and really the time is now to really take advantage of that.
Okay, any other questions? I don't really have any questions. I just think it's an intriguing proposal. Thank you both for your time today, or all 3 of you. And we're going to move on to our next speaker. And that is Alfredo. It's not on your sheet. There was I guess there was an administrative error on the speakers list. So it's Alfredo Romano is actually next. Okay, so now I'm being told otherwise. He's crossed off. Okay. So next is Julie Beddoes. Julie, are you here? Welcome, Julie. She's the chair of the Development Committee for Goodman Warts Neighborhood Association. Welcome. Julie, you've got 5 minutes. Three.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. I'm here as a private individual, but after a discussion at our neighbourhood meeting last night, I know that my association will support what I'm saying. I endorse John Wilson's deputation on behalf of the West Don Lands Committee. We're a member of that committee, and I support what he said. I thank him very much for emphasizing issues west of Cherry. The future inhabitants of the sections of this highway east of Cherry Street are as yet imaginary and non-existent, but there are already many thousands of people living along the strip west of Cherry. And I think you have to bear in mind that any solutions you propose are very close to the bedroom windows of an awful lot of people. So even though you're not asked to take any action, I'll ask you to ask the EA team to take some actions. One is to consider very strongly mitigation of noise and air pollution on the section of the highway west of Cherry Street. It's extremely noisy for people in St. Lawrence and the Distillery. One noise magnifying effect is that the deck of the expressway is over Lakeshore, which acts as a soundboard, the way the box of a violin acts as a soundboard, and magnifies the noise of Lakeshore as well as of the highway. Another question is the safety issue at the intersections, and in particular at Jarvis. It's very hard for us to see, however pretty you make the underside of the highway, painted pink, put in plant pots, you're not going to make much difference to safety issues at that intersection, which is recognized as the most dangerous in the city, unless something radical is done about the on-off ramps. All of Jarvis, south of the market, is a nightmare because of the traffic onto those ramps. I have to cross there 2 or 3 times a week, and I've had cars turning left to get onto the ramp brush my coat because that whole environment gives so little notion that there might be pedestrians in the neighborhood. So I please add to the list of tasks for those looking at west of Cherry as a big examination of those ramps. And I'd also remind the designers that ramps east of Cherry, the new ramps, could also create the same kind of conditions if they're not careful. And finally, our neighborhood is still in mourning for the loss of what was the preferred alternative just a few months ago. Very, very much regret the council's decision to take that off the table. And there's grave suspicion that this is not a fair process, that this is a political process, that the final option will not be chosen on its merits, but for other reasons. And so I would ask you to satisfy those concerns. When the evaluation grid for whatever goes forward to council next spring is developed, it contain a column subjecting the previous preferred alternative, which was the boulevard, to the same list of tests. I think that would go a long way to making people more comfortable with what you produce. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hands. Councillor McConnell.
So first of all, Julie, I want to thank you for your continued participation. This has been very, very difficult in the neighborhood because, as you describe it, the neighborhood is quite angry and very sad that council decided what they decided. But having said that, you have continued to participate because I think we're trying to get something that is best of a bad lot, if I could put it that way. And so are you agreeing with the West Don Lands that it is 2 or 3, but absolutely not 1? Is that correct?
Certainly, on paper, they look much preferable, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carroll.
I'm not sure you touched on this exactly in your deputation, but I'm just wondering if you could comment. While listening to the proposals this morning, we heard a lot about, leaving flexibility for Metrolinx, and in fact, Metrolinx may want more land than the rail lands that are there. What, in your view, what would the community think of? While we've been changing industrial uses there, Metrolinx acquiring more lands would mean putting back industrial use. What would the community's reaction be to that?
Well, it's certainly not something we've discussed because no proposal has been brought to us, and I think we would need to see some drawings and some maps. But I do regret that, for instance, in the previous presentation, that there were no drawings of what this would all look like from the bedroom windows, say, of someone living in Caroline Co-op, or on the south side of my building, which is 39 Parliament. The people on the south side of my building don't use their balconies. It's just so unpleasant to have that that transportation infrastructure so close to them.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, and thank you very much for joining us today. And
No, sorry.
Oh, there's more? Councillor McMahon would like to ask you a question.
Thank you for your deputation. I'm just kind of alarmed at one phrase you had, that you had grave suspicion about the process of this item, and I just kind of alarms me to hear you say that. If you could elaborate on that.
Well, I haven't got long, so I'll try and cherry pick among all the reasons. I think those of us that have followed the EA process for 10 years now, if not more, we're concerned that an idea that comes up so late in the process, just something proposed at a PWIC meeting about a year ago, suddenly restarts the whole operation, and we're concerned that the new proposal isn't being subject to the same rigorous scrutiny that 10 years of work applied to the four that were on the table previously, especially when that scrutiny produced a preferred alternative. So we really need to be reassured that whatever goes to council has been subject to the same rigorous examination, and I think the best way to do that would be to compare it with the results of the earlier proposal. I think the way, I don't know whether I was unlucky or lucky that I was on holiday in Europe at the time of council's decision, but I can tell you at 1 o'clock in the morning in my relative's house in London, I had my tablet on my lap, live streaming City Council, and I thought, this is no way to spend a holiday. But the closeness of the vote made a lot of people feel that there were political strings being pulled, and that, again, the merits of the case were not the only concern.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Now, but do you not think that these, I mean, I voted for remove, so I'm with you on that. But since that's not an option here, do you think that these are, in your mind, better than the original or what we voted on at council?
Yes, I think if the hybrid's going to...
can't be removed, yes.
If the hybrid's going to be the result, then I would say the third one is going to be the most attractive and do the most for quality of life along the waterfront.
And what did you think of the deputant before you, the green Gardiner idea?
Well, I would have to go through it very carefully in some details, but I'm worried about any repetition of decking because it tends to reproduce noise, extend noise. When I saw the picture of the green roof, I thought, I wonder where the ventilation vents would be. Probably in front of my building, which would be unpleasant. But also, again, the process issue. After a 10-year EA, which has already produced a preferred alternative, someone can come to a PWIC meeting and propose a whole new thing. Maybe I could think up something for the Gardiner and just give it to you now. Would you slow down the process and consider it seriously? It concerns me that some voices are more easily heard in council than others.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Julie. And we're going to move on to Paul Bedford. Welcome, Paul. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll give you time to do that.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm going to be very brief. We have a letter. I'm speaking on behalf of Bob Millward, David Dennis, and Joe Lobko, Brent Raymond from DTAH. And our letter is in your package as 7.2.3 for future reference. We're very encouraged by what you see on the screen, which is concept 3 of the staff report. We think it best addresses the EA terms of reference among the 3 that are being brought forward by staff for all the reasons that you've already heard and for the extensive preliminary evaluation on pages 19 through 21 in the staff report. I think when you read that, it's pretty conclusive that concept 3 is the best of those 3 options. But there's still a couple of issues associated with this. As the report says, all 3 concepts still involve an elevated concrete structure with a deck. So you're still going to be stuck with the long-term ongoing maintenance cost of an elevated structure, even if concept 3 was to go forward. So we asked ourselves some questions. Well, how can we improve that? How can we save the life cycle costs that have been identified in the staff report of $505 million over the 100-year life cycle? And how to reduce the additional capital costs of the 120 to 180 million that Councillor Moser just referred to. So we have put together a couple of other options here. We just called it the viaduct option, which is a very simple idea of separating the Gardiner and the lakeshore. And the concept that we want studied in greater detail is the fact to put the Gardiner on an earth berm, not an elevated concrete structure. That has a number of advantages because instead of building the concrete elevated structure, obviously the first and biggest savings is, of course, the ongoing maintenance over the 100-year life cycle. Second, you daylight the lakeshore boulevard to as much as possible. We don't have the precise determination here. That's for further study, but the concept is very important. You normalize it. The third is it's more visually attractive because, as I'll show you on the section here, a cross section, this is how it might look. You see the two columns in the deck. That's the existing Gardiner. The rail corridor is to the left on that screen. The idea is you put the new Gardiner on this earth berm that is not as wide and not as high, and you have the lakeshore to the south of that new berm. We think that that is worthy of much more serious study by staff, and we're encouraged that it's been identified as such. And we also think that I want to emphasize this concept we've revised further and updated so it includes the 6 lanes that are being put forward by staff. It eliminates the flyover ramps we initially thought of to go over the rail corridor, and it embraces the much tighter curve of the Gardiner DVP link. Now, we've done this before. Here it is. This is the Gardiner Lakeshore at Parkside Drive. And of course, the rail corridor is behind, and Queensway is even further behind that. But what I want you to focus on here is the simple idea of the Gardiner on an earth berm, lakeshore beside it, landscaping. We think this is a concept that has a lot of merit, can achieve substantial improvement, and in fact, on the cost issue, as I've already mentioned, can save the life cycle costs, but also can reduce the additional capital cost of the $120 to $180 million. So in summary, we just think this is normal. This is what people are used to, and we think this has a lot of merit. And we are encouraged by the staff report, and we hope to work with the staff on it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. And we've got a question for you, Paul.
Yep.
But let's start with our visiting councillors. So Councillor McMahon. Oh, sorry, McConnell, it's the mix. You are, that's a petite. Councillor McConnell, I'm sorry. Yeah, but it was 2 different people. All right, I didn't do it twice.
Yes, so I just wanted to really understand this notion of a berm, and that this berm, I'm assuming, works well in particular with the third option. Is that correct?
Yeah, we think so, based on the information we've seen, especially, east of Cherry Street, where that 13.5 acres would be freed up by Concept 3. That is city-owned land. That would appear to be possible. Concept 3 actually shows the separation of the lakeshore and the Gardiner for about half of that area, and we just think it should be studied further and see if you can maximize this principle, because there are massive life cycle cost savings in doing this. And it's normal.
Yes, thank you. I always appreciate your way of coming at things to make things quite easy and normal for us, because sometimes complications are we spend way too much time on that. The second question that I had is with regards to the build-out. So, and I understand very clearly, you haven't done all of the detailed whatever, this is, at the moment, is a concept. But conceptually, could this be built at the same, like, how would it phase? Could you build it at this, before you would take down the elevated structure? Is it possible to kind of build this out and then deal with what's above it?
Yeah, thank you for that. I should have mentioned that. We think, based on what we've seen, that it would be possible to build this berm and the new Gardiner, I'll call it, in large part while the existing Gardiner remained in place. So you would then save time, obviously detours, all those kinds of issues that are inevitable, and you want to minimize that amount of time that's involved. So it would appear to be possible to do much of it like that.
Okay, and you have been part of the stakeholders table along with the West Don Lands and others, have you?
Actually, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This just came up, as you know, I was involved, of course, in the council debate in June.
Yes.
And after that, Bob Millward, myself, and Joe Lobko, David Dennis just sat down and said, gee, okay, that's left the station, that boulevard option.
Yes, so to speak.
But, how can we maybe recapture some of the advantages of it? And so that's what we try to do. And we're just a group of concerned citizens. That's all we are.
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, have you presented this to staff? That's what I meant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As part of the stakeholders' discussions, yes.
Not as, we present.
I don't mean at the table, I just mean, yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. We had a meeting, of course, with city staff, David Stonehouse and his team, and in fact, 2 meetings, and we appreciate that very much, and went through this concept and revised it and modified it, and we're very pleased that the staff report actually recommends that this be one of the 3 further alternatives to be studied in detail.
Sort of the hybrid of the hybrid, is that right?
Yeah, you could call it that. The hybrid viaduct.
The hybrid viaduct. Madam Chair, I just also wanted to thank Mr. Bedford. This has been a very painful discussion in our community and with the people who lost the vote. But do you notice that they're all still trying to make it better, and I really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the big arguments, and one of the things that was the greatest concern for me is that if we went with the elevated, we're signing on for, and we've now made a 100-year decision. Would I be right in believing if we do this on a berm, we actually do, if we got 50 years out and realized we needed another kind of road, it needed to be more permeable, it needed more intersections, this gives us that ability?
Well, I would think so. Again, most of you, of course, have traveled this many, many times. From roughly the Humber River past St. Joseph's Hospital,
right.
This is the condition. It's exactly what it is in Sunnyside.
Right. So if we load all of the, I mean, part of the reason for these options, refining the option that the majority of council went with, part of the refining we're doing is to try and get the developable land back that thing that council voted for did not provide for. So this gets you back the developable land, but once you load all that population in, you may need to make changes to this road despite all of your deliberations. This allows us to, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, of course you might. I mean, this is, as everybody has referred to, a 100-year decision. And so that's why I'm encouraged by this process, because you got to get it right. Yeah. And, I think the previous deputant's concept of decking over is a fascinating idea. And I'm also glad that it's being studied. But I think this has a lot of merit, and that's all we're asking, is that this really be put to the test and have a rigorous evaluation.
I've been trying to find the budget of the High Line on that, but because it's a conservancy and an outside organization, not New York City, maintaining the High Line, I can't find the grand total. You're not aware of that number, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your input, Paul. Question about the mechanics over the Don River. I don't know what the elevations are and the mechanics of how the Don has to work. I lived beside it when the storm in 1954, remember it went up to General Steelers. But the mechanics of your proposal, of the heights, the elevation we have to maintain in order for the dawn to work physically, have you explored that or
No, we haven't, and I don't think that's, quite frankly, our job. I think that is the task ahead, among other things, for the staff over the next several months, is these three alternatives that they're bringing forward to make sure they answer all those questions.
Have you had any discussions with Metrolinx? I know and I don't know what the issues are with Metrolinx at this particular point. It's something I still think have to look at. I know they want to put 2 lines out going towards Pickering, and I don't know if this is part of that initiative. So have you had any discussions with Metrolinx as to what their asks are and how it impacts your ability to go side by side?
No, I haven't myself or other members of our group, but I know the city staff clearly have, and I've had some informal discussions with some representatives of Metrolinx, and I said, I understand what your future plans are in terms of up to the 1,000 trains a day and all the rest of it. But, I think that question of how much more land, if any, do they need for that rail yard needs to be pinned down in this next several months, because we got to move ahead and we got to get on with this. And I think that, this concept of the berm idea, just look at that picture over and over again, and with Lakeshore beside it, is one that I think can work for Metrolinx, it can work for the city, it can work for the communities. And the other, just final thing I'll say on this is that when you look at I didn't put it in here, but the Keating Channel Precinct Plan and Villiers Island, I mean, this is a no-brainer. This concept just sort of allows for that city-building agenda to come to life.
Okay, now, Councillor, were you finished?
No, that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford. You got my attention. I mean, this is great. I've got 2 questions. The first is, you've indicated that the third Gardiner ramping option is your preferred. And we know that there's a significant price difference between 1 and 3. If the money, could we live with one of the other options if the money that was saved went towards actually making this a reality? Is it a worthwhile trade? Is it significant in the scope of things? Should we pursue it?
Well, I, along with the other deputants that you've already heard, do not favor Concept 1 for all the reasons you know. It doesn't respond to the terms of reference. It doesn't achieve the city-building objectives. It's basically almost what council approved in the hybrid that I don't think, to be fair, anybody was happy with that vote. So I think 2 is better, as you've heard, yeah, but 3, again, go to pages 19 to 21 in your own staff report with that evaluation chart. Again, it's another no-brainer to me. It's maximum amount of land, frees up the waterfront, normalizes the condition, allows for the precinct plan to be realized, on and on and on. And I just think the thing that really bothers me about Concept 3 is that it's still an elevated, decked structure that you're going to have to maintain. And your successors over the next 100 years are going to have another debate down the road of, the concrete's falling off. What are we going to do? What do we have to? You can avoid all that if you can make this concept work as far as possible. That's all.
Got it. And so the second thing, you've intrigued me with a word in here that says geofoam blocks. And I wondered if you could elaborate, in particular, if we bermed space, there's a lot of services under there, and then we're into trouble trying to look after those over time. Do these things allow to get in there and work?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go back to the cross-section. You see on those blocks that are shown in there, this is something that I confess was new to me. And when we did some of this homework, we found out that on soft land, and all this waterfront the land is fill over time, these foam blocks have been used in Vancouver to construct the Port Mann viaduct for the bridge. And it's exactly the technique they used, and I didn't know anything about it. But the engineers have confirmed, no, it's very cheap, it works, allows for this kind of thing to happen, and so we put it in. And I think the staff should evaluate it and do some more homework on it.
Thank you.
I'll go back to my favorite picture.
Was it Councillor Lee? Did you have nobody else? Oh, I'm sorry, it was Councillor Perruzza. Go ahead.
Just sort of wanted to get a sense. I guess you're berming it just to bring it to the same level as the rail line, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think, again, I'll go back to the section. It's roughly at that level. But again, that question needs to be answered in the staff work that has to happen over the next few months. I think the key thing when you look at that cross-section and compare it with the existing Gardiner, those big 2 columns and the bridge across, is it's not as wide and it's not as high. And it's therefore less intrusive. And just like in the Parkside Drive slide, you see the difference between the lakeshore, the landscaped, embankment, and then the Gardiner on top.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Why do you need to elevate it if you don't need to elevate it? I'm not. Is there a reason for it?
Well, I think you have to meet the elevations at either end. Obviously, it has to connect.
Yeah. So it kind of what you're saying is.
I mean, you can't have a roller coaster expressway.
Right. So it would flow and run with more or less at the same level as the
roughly.
railway.
Yeah.
So you don't have to.
That obviously has to be
additional tunnels and all that.
That has to be looked at in detail, but it has to be a consistent road.
And basically, you have this section right next to the rail lines in the representation there. But would the alignment follow option 3 as elevated? Is that the? So you're just taking You're just taking the columns and bringing it down and placing it on these blocks.
On this first, this is conceptual, obviously, but it's the idea. The gray, of course, is the Gardiner, and the green is the Lakeshore Boulevard beside it. And we've tried as best possible in a drawing like that to follow the alignment that's shown generally in concept 3.
And lastly, I don't know if you've turned your mind to this, and I was going to ask somebody who understands this better than I do, but it seems that with the subsequent options from 1 to 3, that the length of the highway that's being considered gets shorter and shorter. And as it gets shorter, it gets more expensive. And I've kind of been having trouble understanding that. So as you eliminate ramps, as you eliminate columns, as you eliminate concrete, as you eliminate length, it gets more expensive. I guess I'm going to ask this question of our staff later because I want to better understand it. But have you thought about that at all?
No, what we've thought about is not that, and I think it's appropriate to ask the staff, is how do you recover the life cycle maintenance costs and the additional capital costs that the staff have identified of up to $180 million for concept 3. And we think that this has a lot going for it to address those issues. Obviously, the life cycle cost issue disappears because you don't have the elevated structure. But on the capital cost issue, we also think that there's substantial benefits with this as well. And the development, the staff report says, I think it's roughly $100 million of land sale, rough estimate. But of course, there's development potential on top of that and all the subsequent regeneration and spin-offs that occur. So we think that, that issue has begun to be addressed, but it needs to be expanded on.
So I understand. So the fundamental point you're making in that is, in regards to that is, you need to maintain it as an at-grade road, similar to the way we would maintain at-grade roads as opposed to an elevated highway, and right.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much. That was interesting, intriguing. So, Paul, do you know the history of the Gardiner as to why it was bermed around Parkside in the first place? Like how that decision came to be versus elevated?
I don't know the specific, I know the general history, obviously. I've been with this throughout my entire career. But my understanding is the simple answer is there's no need to build it there on an elevated structure. But there were great debates when the Gardiner was proposed in terms of, that I discovered, initially putting it on an elevated structure right on the waterfront. And there was a huge decision to move it north away from the waterfront to where it exists today. So I don't know the details of this, but it just wasn't necessary to do it here.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. I would say that was intriguing, but it was too normal to be intriguing. I'm joking, because you kept saying, this is normal, this is normal. That was very, very great.
How about beautiful?
Beautiful, magnificent. No, it was terrific. Thank you very much for your time today, and that's very helpful, those recommendations and suggestions. And I think we have a couple more speakers, and then we're going to move to staff questions. So Hamish Wilson, and then after that, Elsa Fancello. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. So Hamish is next.
Madam Chair, I have to go to the public hearing. I would like to speak to the, so if I can.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Moser, for sticking up for our 5 minutes. I must admit, I'm pretty frustrated at the curtailed time. We don't need to make another mistake on the waterfront that might last for 100 years, and you have to allow for the flexibility of new ideas. And thank you very much to the citizens and people that have brought some imaginative thinking to things. Well done. Fundamentally, I think there are still some problems with all of this. It's a cars-only expressway, and it seems and feels like a rather large transgression, again, of the Places to Grow Act of 2006. In particular, the sections 3.2.2 and 3.2.3. Which actually say that we should be having public transit as the first priority for transportation infrastructure planning and major transportation networks. There it is up there. That should, in theory, I think, guide us. I first noted this in the bike infrastructure and lack of infrastructure and upgrades when we did simple repavings. So I think that's a complete fail in some ways. It feels like a complete fail in the letter and the spirit of the Places to Grow Act to just build something that is cars only when there's no transit component. And that was also seen in the Gardiner West repairs, no EA there. Very strange. So if there was a transit component here, what would it actually look like? I must admit, sure, we could put a bit of busway on the Gardiner East. That would be interesting, and it'd be also not really that effective because it'd stop and start very much like our bikeway network. So when you start thinking about what could be done with busways, well, there's the tiny bit of the Gardiner East down there, and could we get it up the Don Valley? I think we could with political will. And then I also have dreamed touching on Thorncliffe and then touching into Scarborough and then having a busway that might actually do about 3 projects at once, perhaps smart track the downtown relief line and improve the access of Scarborough residents into the core quickly. So busways are excellent transit. Not that we necessarily do transit here in Toronto, or good transit. So with the Gardiner, here something emerged in my piles. As you know, sometimes I have old paper. And let me just find something here. Where was it? It was here. Yes, okay. Something from Mr. Gardiner himself. Very interesting to actually run into this, to have it pointed out to me. Again, there is no mystery about what has caused the problem. There are 5 million motor vehicles in Canada, 500,000 of which are domiciled in Metro Toronto. So cars cause congestion. So if you actually provide an expressway for cars, a service for cars, you're going to get more congestion. That's from Mr. Gardiner himself. Now, I know this may be sort of news, but I think it's somewhat credible news. And since I'm almost out of time, we need to do a lot more about this greenhouse gas problem. Providing these facilities for cars simply exacerbates the problem. It doesn't solve it. Disappointed in the 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Hamish. You always have interesting graphics. So questions of the deputant? Anyone? All right. And our next and final deputant is Ella Fancello. Did I pronounce that right? All right. Have you been here before?
No.
Okay, so welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Elsa Fancello, and I'm the development manager with Castle Point. And on behalf of the Castle Point Group, we are encouraged with the recent efforts to explore alternative hybrid proposals for the eastern portion of the Gardiner Expressway. Although we continue to be strong champions of the remover boulevard option, we are very supportive of the efforts to limit impacts on both public and private lands. That said, based on our review of the staff report, we have significant concerns with Concept 1 of the 3 hybrid proposals. As outlined in the staff report, Concepts 2 and 3 both propose a northerly alignment for the new portions of the elevated Gardiner Expressway to the east of Cherry Street and substantially sets back from the Keating Channel. This northerly alignment respects waterfront revitalization efforts, and we support further detailed review of these concepts. Concept 1, on the other hand, is problematic. This concept proposes the Gardiner alignment immediately adjacent to the water's edge, east of the Cherry Street. We believe that Concept 1 will compromise the efforts currently underway to unlock the lands in Villiers Island by introducing undesirable water's edge treatments and also unsightly views back to the city. We believe that it will limit development only on one side of the Keating Channel for the portion to the east of the Cherry Street, which is counter to creating an active water's edge. We also believe that it makes minimal improvements to the as-is condition, and it's in our opinion that the costs associated with this option is not, I guess, merited. Lastly, it contradicts all the efforts to date on the waterfront to encourage investment, improve public access, and support a vision of high-quality placemaking. Further, we would like to point out that when we're reviewing the new development area amongst the 3 concepts, focus should be both on location as well as the proposed new land holdings, as well as the amount, focus on the location of the proposed new land holdings as well as the amount of land in total. So based on the staff report, it suggests that Concept 1 introduces 8.5 million acres of new development area, Concept 2, 12.5, Concept 3, 13.5. Concept 1 would be the land values the location and the amount does matter, and we believe that Concept 1 would be severely constrained by the elevated expressway to the south and the railway lines to the north. And we believe that it would also be disconnected from the balance of the neighborhood, and therefore Concept 1 on both a per acre and total land quantum basis has a far less value than Concept 2 and Concept 3. Finally, we're very supportive of the efforts to look at the public realm strategies across the study area, but we understand from the staff report that it's going to be reviewed in segments. We hope that the entire study area will be reviewed in a comprehensive way. And lastly, again, we're very supportive of the efforts made recently to start looking at suitable hybrid proposals. We encourage that efforts be made solely on Concepts 2 and 3. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And what was your firm again? Sorry?
Castle Point.
Okay, great. Any questions of our deputant? All right, thank you. You did a great job for your first deputation. Come back soon. Thanks. All right, so now we are at the point for questions of staff. And so we'll start with visiting councillors first. Priority, especially the ward councillor down there, Councillor Fletcher. Take it away.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. I just wanted to go over the environmental assessment requirements, if you wouldn't mind, and timing of that, and where we're at, in the sense that is your goal to have a proposal back that would not be a problem for the minister?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, Councillor, in answer to your question, We're going to be engaging with the public in the fall. That's the schedule of both Stakeholder Advisory Committee and the public. Refining these concepts, bringing a report back to this committee and council in January cycle. And our object would be to fully address the environmental assessment and pick a design concept that is most consistent with that.
And the timeline that you are constrained by?
The timeline that we've been working with is predicated on the condition of the existing structure, and we've been very diligent in pointing out to committee that further delays in this causes us great anxiety about that, the condition of that deck. So we're urging with some speed to come to some resolution on the submission that we will make to the Ministry of Environment.
But what is your optimal time?
Well, the optimum time would be a quick turnaround by the Ministry of Environment, so that sometime in 16 we would have a decision, and then we could roll that into the procurement documents for the strategic rehab, should that go forward.
You've done a fair amount of engineering on the 1, 2, 3 alternatives. Has there been any engineering overview on the, I'll call them community expert proposals?
So I'll let Dawn answer in part. We've done some engineering on the 3, as you said. We haven't refined that totally yet. We've been in discussion with the 2 groups that you've heard from today. Both are, serious, worth serious consideration. So there'll be a little bit of catch-up there that may cause a little bit of delay. I don't know.
I just want to know how long the catch-up would take. Not a long
I'd
answer.
really look to Dawn to give me an answer on that.
How long?
Yeah, to advance, we would definitely need further advanced designs on the concepts that have been presented by the stakeholder groups to better understand the implications of those designs and compare them with the hybrid designs.
How long will that take is my question.
Well, we would need them immediately in the next month.
How long would it take you to do that work?
To evaluate that work, I would say about a month.
So within the EA public consultation, you think they could be out and within that consultation phase?
So, Madam Chair, we would hope we could do that. There may be some slippage, a month or 2, that's possible, but it's within the time frame that we were anticipating.
Okay, thank you. On time.
You actually, sorry, I'll remind you that you have 5 minutes for questions. So do you have any more?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got so carried away there. But it's okay. I just wondered about, I'm just going to go back to the EA and remind everybody about the environmental assessment for the Lower Dawnlands, which had some significant input from landowners and others who hadn't actually attended many of the sessions, but they complained to the minister, and the minister said, "You're not finished your EA." So I think my question originally was, how are we this time, because of the crumbling nature of the Gardiner, going to make sure that at the end of the day, we don't have that kind of a delay one more time where we have to go back out for another year or 2 on this concept?
So, through you, Madam Chair, as you can see, we've chosen to bring this report as a progress report to committee so that we can gather further submissions. We'll have 2 rounds of public consultation, the one we've already in this process. So we're diligently attempting to try and gather all the issues that are out there so as not to have further complications at the EAs.
Is it fair to ask you for a preferred of your 3 preferred at the moment that most meets the criteria of the environmental assessment?
So the east of Cherry components that you see, the one that seems to be emerging is option 3, particularly interested in the flood protection advantages of widening out the bridge going across the Don Valley, and the tightness with which it brings up puts the thing north. We'll also be taking a look at that in conjunction with the viaduct proposal, so that at the Cherry Street side, we may be looking at that as well. So there's some combinations that we'll be looking at there.
But you're not willing to take one of them just off completely, like alternative number 1?
Well, we're not looking for any decisions right now, but I think you can see from the submissions that 3 has got more advantages than the others.
Thank you.
All right, I think Carroll is next, and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My main question, and I've asked your staff a little bit about this offline already. I've asked Don about this. In your presentation, we talked about the Metrolinx's need for the rail yards as they are now, but also that they've even indicated that not only do they need that, but that if we would let them, they'd take more. Is there a line at which point we are allowed to say to Metrolinx, no, I'm sorry, we don't want any more industrial use here. You're further out the line. You may need to build another facility because we're not industrializing down here. Do we have that in any of our guiding principles?
Through you, Madam Chair, the discussion with Metrolinx, there's not been a formal submission for additional lands,
Right.
but there's been some indication from them that they would like some additional lands or additional trackage in the area, given that they've got the RER and that there's the smart track proposal, et cetera, and the number of trains that you've heard this morning need to be accommodated and staged in that location. There may be some options for them too in terms of storage in other locations. That's a matter for them to discuss with us. If the Green Gardiner proposal was pursued, and we'll be looking at that seriously, that's obviously going to be a conversation that we'll have to have with Metrolinx and see whether or not there's any interplay back and forth about their needs and our needs.
But we have jurisdiction over the land we'd be talking about. The parallel would be if the TTC after, let's see what happens to Councillor Fletcher's head. The parallel would be the Leslie Street Barns. After having built that, if the TTC came to us and said, we need some more, we would have the jurisdiction to say thank you for sharing, but not here. Do we have that jurisdiction in a conversation with Metrolinx?
So over land that we own, Madam Chair, it's City of Council's decision as to whether or not there's a line in the sand or whether there's some negotiation over additional trackage.
Okay, then the only other question I have, Madam Chair, is coming out of Councillor Fletcher's questions. So I hear you saying that you're going to look at this, Toronto High Line concept as, you know, as a refinement on concept 3 here. Are you going to give that same examination to the Berm concept that we heard about?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the concept number 1, which I think is closest to the previous hybrid, says that it is yes, okay, the council adopted one. It's got similar capacity and so on, but it is built without shoulders, it says, and is not consistent with current design, roadway design standards. So I guess I'm wondering, why would we even recommend something that doesn't meet our current design standards as an option to continue looking at?
Through you, Madam Chair, the comment about the road shoulders is the ramps that connect the expressway and the DVP. The comment was just describing the current condition in that they do lack shoulders. If we were to rebuild those ramps, they would be built with proper shoulders that would meet current design. So keeping them as they are under the hybrid scenario is simply just acknowledging that those ramps as they are today would not meet current road design standards.
Oh, I see. The current does not meet the current, it doesn't meet the current.
We're not suggesting that we would build new ramps that would not meet design standards or that we would do what's there similar today.
Right, okay, that's the existing, sorry. The issue of cost, it seems to me that we're so far out on these designs that these costs are very preliminary. Is that correct?
They're preliminary, certainly in the sense of the engineering will refine that. Less so on the engineering, more so on the land. We've got indications of how much more land's available under the 2 and 3 options. But we're also doing a good look at the uplift in the area from a more aesthetic, further from the Keating Channel proposal, because we think that will provide a greater uplift than yet described in the report.
Okay. And I'm still a bit confused about how these alternative designs are being considered. It says they will be studied, but are they options? How are they being structured in the EA process?
Through Madam Chair, yes. So the three concepts that we're now developing further as alternative designs. So the key steps are to further develop the designs in much greater detail, and then we would evaluate those designs on a set of similar evaluation criteria that were used to evaluate the alternative solutions, including the remove and the replace, et cetera, and then make recommendation ultimately as to what of those three alternative designs, which of the three would be the preferred alternative based on those criteria.
I'm talking about these additional unsolicited concepts. How are they getting? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the intent would be to look at those alternatives and recognizing that these alternatives are not hybrid alternatives. They are alternatives more at a similar level of concept development as were the alternative solutions that were previously identified. So I would think how we would, and we've not confirmed the approach to evaluate these, but I think thinking further about this, that we would evaluate them similar to how those alternative solutions were previously evaluated and the information that was previously presented to council for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you.
I have to admit, I don't get it. I don't get the process of how staff brings information to council to make an informed decision. And then council makes a decision based on the route that it believed it needed to consider, which influenced the result of the vote. And then after all that's done, we're told that there's various options that actually don't even reflect what council decided that we could consider. Happened on the Scarborough subway extension vote, where the vote was specifically and clearly on the McCowan corridor, and then all of a sudden, some people figured out that that actually didn't make sense in the real world, so they had to go and look at different options to bring back to us, which will happen eventually. And here, it seems like somebody decided, well, what council decided isn't a great idea. So let's look at seeing if we can make this prettier or better in some way. And now we're considering it. So my question is, how is it that we have an option now to consider other concepts when at least two of them in no way reflect what council already resolved to do?
Through you, Madam Chair. So in the June report that we presented to council, we were, I think, fairly clear that we were going to be presenting the concept, the preferred concept, and we would be coming back with the refined design for that concept.
But there's a difference between refine and different.
Well, I guess that I would say that we're presenting you with refined concepts on the hybrid. We were asked and suggested through both the deputations and through the questions and comments of council to look at what we could do to move these ramps north. So there was a discussion and a direction to us to take a look at that, which we said we would do in the design. We also looked at whether we'd include or not include ramps. We have been doing that. We've been testing that out with the traffic modeling and other design considerations. So I don't think the 1, 2, and 3 concepts that you have before you today are anything more than a refinement of the design that was incorporated in the hybrid. The two other concepts, they start to get a little bit more looking like replace, and as Don has indicated, we're going to have to decide whether or not they merit some further discussion.
Without due respect, though, during the debate, what was up in front of the screen, what was on the screen in front of us was the alignment along the Keating Channel. I'm not advocating for it. I didn't vote for it.
Right.
But that's what it was. That's what we looked at, and we had to consider and absorb and reflect upon whether or not that would merit our vote or get our vote or not. And many people were influenced by that very
picture in front of us and what we were discussing. The public as well, if you turn on any TV station, if you looked at any of the newspapers, those were the slides before the public when they were being influenced by by the debate we were having and then providing their feedback to council. I respectfully submit to you that what I'm seeing before us today is not in fact a refinement, but different and perhaps even preferable options. I mean, I'm delighted that they're in front of us. But I'm questioning the integrity of how information has been brought forward to council to make decisions. Are we going to continue seeing a pattern of debates happening based on information in front of us and pictures in front of us to vote on, and then after the fact, staff goes and figures out how to actually make it work? I mean, is that how that happens? Is that the way this place works?
Madam Speaker, I think it was very clear that both at the committee and at council that we were presenting a concept, a preferred concept of having a continuous link between the Don Valley and the Gardiner Expressway to the west of Jarvis, and that we were coming back with preferred designs, and I thought it was abundantly clear. Obviously, it's not.
So, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, just so it's clear. If you look in the report and you look at City Council's direction from that meeting, item 8 has a number of very specific options on looking on the degree of the turns, the speed of vehicles on the turning point, all associated costs, construction feasibility, and impact on development potential in the area. So that was put forward I think I actually put that forward at the very end of the meeting. And a couple other motions related to, a lot of people, I think a lot of councillors wanted to see it move to the north.
We were told that the turn radius wouldn't work. I mean, that wasn't an opinion, that was actually a fact that was given to us, and now we're hearing that it actually might on very different, not refined, but different concepts that are in front of us.
Yeah.
I'm just questioning how, I don't think this is a very good process, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, so Councillor Moser, then Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope my mic is on.
Yes, it is.
Hope we get these fixed. Certainly an intriguing question of Councillor Matlow of how far we go outside of what we approve as part of that. So if there's a decision-making process and it's within a certain price range, somebody may have said the $180 million on top of what we have is outside the bounds of what I would support. So the intriguing question in this particular point, and I think it's a valid one, is at what point would staff say we can't support it based on cost? So what you have is I didn't support I like the option of tearing it down, but still, the other councillors may have said based on the price range that we're looking at, 180 million may have put that outside of their decision-making process. So at what point would staff say enough is enough? And, it's an intriguing question. So do you have an answer for me?
Madam Chair, through to you, to the Councillor Moser. The cost was one of the factors in the evaluation on the preferred concept. Continues to be a concern for us. Obviously, the additional amounts are not insignificant. There are some additional lands that are being made available through that. We'll be coming back to you with information on what the net cost and the life cycle cost will be. So it's still a work in progress, and we're just giving an update on where we stand today.
But if $180 million isn't significant, wow.
I think it is significant.
No, he said it wasn't significant. So anyway, I'd like to explore the mechanics of the structure of crossing the Don River. We heard from Paul Bedford about using the berm. And I think Councillor Holliday brought out a good question was, are there any services underneath that would be really outrageous to relocate and so forth? So as part of the overall evaluation, How do we look at this? Do we have a history of what the services are in that particular area and how we would deal with them if we were to look at something that's an alternative?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so absolutely in determining how we would support a new structure, whether it's more of a traditional bridge-type design or through an embankment or the use of other material to support the structure, would depend on what's on the ground. In crossing the river, obviously, we need to span over the river. We then need to consider the planned sediment control facility that's required for the Donmouth revitalization. So if we're over or through that facility, we would likely require a bridge-type structure. We would not be able to put an embankment necessarily, but again, the concepts for that facility are in development. Where there is vacant land and land that's not necessarily designated for any specific use, that might provide opportunity for an embankment-type structure. And that's obviously issues that we are exploring as part of the stage we're in now in developing these three concepts further.
So we're discussing best practices of how we deal with these, and I know speed around there is one of them. So how far would we go outside of best practices to make this work? If we were to say, look, normally we have a ramp that's at a certain grade, a certain level, and so forth, being an expressway, how far would we go outside normal practices to make this thing work?
So normal practice would be having a ramp design speed with directional ramps. So these are ramps of similar design to what we have connecting the DVP and the Gardiner today. It would be 10 to 20 kilometers less than the speed of the roads approaching those ramps. With the concepts 2 and 3, potentially we would be significantly below that, as much as 40 kilometers or greater below those speeds of the two road links connecting those ramps. So it would require additional measures to slow vehicles down. So typically there would not be measures with many of those ramps. You know, there's many examples for 401, 407, 400 of similar types of ramps. In those cases, again, the ramp speeds are not necessarily significantly slower than the speeds of the roads. In this case, we would need signage, warnings, maybe narrower roads, so different measures. Possibly, we would hope we would not have to go as aggressive as rumble strips, for example. You know, the ending of 427 is a good example, and it has rumble strips to close, to slow traffic down before the end of 427. But these are the measures that we will explore as part of the safety audit, part of the process to design the roadway. We obviously don't want to propose a roadway that would not be deemed safe in the end.
What's my time? I see I'm used 10.
5 minutes. You started, so you can have a second round if you want. We're going to move on to Councillor Holiday.
Well, I've still got questions, so I don't know how much time I had up there.
You get a second round. Okay, Councillor Holiday, we can come back to you if you'd like.
I don't know if I used 5 minutes or not.
No, it started at 5 minutes. I just continued on.
I
Okay.
had 10.
I wonder if we just get some elaboration on the process used to gather other options, to rule them out, to include them. And I guess I'm a little fuzzy on the notion that we've got two additional, great creative ideas. How many more may show up at our door, and who holds the control to rule them out of bounds, and who may or may not discount any of these ideas?
It's a little bit difficult to say, but we've obviously had people that have been following this for some time, people with considerable experience in architecture and engineering and planning, and these two ideas have come to us. There have been similar ideas to this from Great Gulf and other suggestions along the way. These are the ones that seem to have the most merit for further consideration, and I suppose if another meritorious idea came to us that we hadn't thought of, we'd have a look at it, but we were getting short on time, and we so far have not had any additional ideas.
Can I take comfort that if something else does come along, it just won't be ruled out, we'll have a chance to decide it, along with your advice. I mean, that's very important to understand your analysis of it. But I'm hoping that Public Works and Council are the ones that make the choice to drop something off the list.
So if something comes between now and the next time we come back, we'll alert you to that, and we'll explain the ups and downs and arounds.
The two ideas, although they weren't presented that way, I believe are severable from this process. Just looking at the maps, they tend to focus their main idea on the lands west of the Cherry Street kind of interchange. And all of the three options seem to align the ramps there. Now, we heard from the deputants, which option they prefer, but they all seem that the two seem that they could work independently no matter what choice the council makes. Is there a way that we can preserve the conversation going forward if those options aren't selected? Because I think there's merit in them in looking at the overall eastern portion of the Gardiner and the neighborhood.
Madam Chair, I think the councillor's onto a good idea there. It's actually the north-south geography. It's more, they're severable of the one in particular of leaving the existing ramp for the Green Gardiner in place until the new ramps are built, maybe severable that way. Yes, there's some consideration that we have to give to that thought.
Okay, and the last piece, and perhaps the most difficult for me, is to understand the financial implications globally with respect to budget. $180 million is no small amount. I think, we can continue to throw money at options to create something better and better, but there is a business case or a point that the cost outweighs the benefit. And is there any way that you might be able to help us costing certain intangibles like the cost for the view at the bottom along the lake edge? So if all functions are equal between the options, we are really talking about that space along the water's edge a few hundred meters wide, and that potentially that space to purchase that is going to be tens of millions of dollars difference between the options.
So through you, Madam Chair, we're actually intending and have work underway to see whether or not by moving it north, the land values in the remaining areas to the south and on Villiers Islands enjoy some sort of uplift based on view and amenity. So we'll actually be presenting those findings in due course.
If we don't make it there, if there isn't that black and white, our lands go up by this amount, the taxes of the area go up by this amount, the land that we get to sell goes up by this amount. If we don't reach that sweet spot that crosses over, there may be some intangibles that are part of the equation, and I'm hoping that this process will help ensure that we look at those. And I guess there will be a council discussion to figure out about fixing a price, but I think we're going to need some help on that.
So, Madam Chair, I would say that the evaluation criteria and the goals of the EA actually should be capturing those things, including the intangibles. Cost is but one of the criteria. It's not the determinant. It doesn't have to actually add up to net zero or anything like that. We have to be mindful of it and always concerned of implications on cost. But it's but one of a number of the evaluation criteria that we use to recommend to committee and council a preferred design.
Thank you.
Okay, other? No, I see none. Councillor Moser, would you like another round?
Yes, Madam Chair. How close are we to our spending limits right now on our capital borrowing?
You want to speak? Yeah.
I think we're allowed 15% or something,
The current debt limit that's self-imposed by City Council is 15%. The last year's 10-year capital plan had us somewhere under that limit, and the city manager and the deputy city manager and CFO will be presenting information on that in the fall. There's also a long-term fiscal plan update that the city manager intends to present to council in December. And those two presentations will answer your question, Councilor.
So we're close to our debt limit if we establish 15%. Would this, based on your discussions, are we close, or would this put us over that limit?
This proposal, as we presented in June, adds pressure to that capital plan. You heard yesterday at Executive Committee the discussion around the strategic rehabilitation plan and the impact that it may have on years 9 and 10 in the capital plan, where we have a little bit more of debt room. So we believe we're in the right ballpark with the presentation you hear today.
So we're very close to the limit, and we still have to evaluate this year's capital spending, and that has to be reported back to council. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam
So there's a possibility we have to expand it. The Gardiner, I'm interested in Metrolinx and what their needs are. There doesn't seem to be a clear picture as to what that is. And the province has a right to expropriate, even if it's a city, they're upper tier government, so if they see a need for Metrolinx, they would have a right to expropriate, even if it's city property. Is that not correct?
Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, I would say this to that. First, it's probably technically correct that they could impose the will of Her Majesty and right of Province of Ontario, but I think it's highly unlikely that that would be a situation that they would want to rely on, because the city they have to work with the city on a number of other fronts, and it would be highly unusual for them to exercise that.
I know it's highly unusual, but depending on what, I know they're looking for 2 more tracks going out east, so I'm not sure how they're going to handle those particulars. So that is a possibility, but probably they wouldn't exercise it only as a last resort. Creating the amount of room for additional building along those particular lines. I know a lot of this is market-driven. Have we done an evaluation of planning-wise, how close? Yeah, I know this has a lot. It's a tough question because there's the number of units that are being put on the market. That we have a lot that haven't been built. So are we taking that into account when we're saying the value of land? We're close to saturation point as far as the number of units that are on the market. The value of land is related to need, and how we factor that in, what the land is worth.
Madam Chair, the short answer to that would be yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions.
Okay, so we're going to move on to speakers. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I'm so glad that Councillor Matlow raised his questions. I sort of decided not to go there, but it's prompted me to do it anyway. I recall the debate at Council, and that option of the hybrid option that was presented to us as the outcome of a very comprehensive review of all of the configurations that were possible. That hybrid could not be any further north, that the turn radius was too tight, that there was a stormwater pond, that there was not sufficient separation distance between ramps and the road, that if there was any other alternative that was north of the current location, well, that was acceptable. It would be in the middle. And so those kinds...
Just being reminded here that we need a question.
No, it's speaking.
It's speaking.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm sorry, Councillor Davis. Proceed.
Speakers, Madam Chair.
And I explained all of this to my constituents, that this was a ramp that was going to, that the hybrid that was before us was unacceptable for these reasons, and there weren't any alternatives that were feasible. And now all of a sudden we've got other alternatives. These are not, what's the technical language? Variations. These are very different. And I think we would have had a very different debate. And to have had the costs before us that were accurate. Not that I would have voted for it, because I still believe that removal is the best option. But here we are now with 3 options plus 3 more, and they're all beautiful visions. We're going to have 6 more alternatives that we're going to be discussing. I just find it unusual and difficult to explain. And all of them are going to be more expensive than what was before us back in June. And I really wish, frankly, we could have remove back on the table, because in the context now of discussing 3 more expensive options that are even more expensive, there may have been others who'd said, no, I'll vote for remove. So this has been a very strange EA process, I have to say, and I am quite disappointed, actually, that it's kind of an evolving thing as opposed to having been a clear set of recommended options, a recommended option before us last June. We've spent millions of dollars for expertise to give us best advice that continues to just kind of change. And anyway, I'll just leave it at that. I do believe the outcome may have been different last spring if it was known that these are the options that were going to be the final options before people. But anyway, I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell is next, and then Councillor Fletcher. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I've been in between poverty reduction next door and here, but this, as you know, is a major issue in my community because it is the community that is being impacted by the decision that we will make. There are other communities as well that have some impact, but for us, this was a dream that we spent 10 years trying to fulfill, and in June, that dream, we woke up to a nightmare. But I think also I've been long enough in government to know that you have to take up and dust yourself off and move on. And so I really believe that today you heard some very innovative and thoughtful ideas from some of my compatriots who worked with me to try and figure out how we could get this dream of opening up our community to the lake, connecting and fulfilling the goals of the EAA, which the hybrid that was before us did not do. So, I want to be clear. I still believe we made the wrong decision, but the decision was made. And so I would say to the committee and to staff that we therefore need to be able to unlock our lands, to be able to beautify this part of the area of the city, and not have them in a situation where they are living on top of a Gardiner Expressway that no one uses. And so for me, the combination of the hybrid, I would hope that staff would really look at that, because what that allows for is the beginning of the floodproofing, that is the viaduct, which has to be done one way or another in order to unlock the portlands and the floodproofing on the east side of the river. We have flood-proofed the west side. And that's where the Pan Am Village is, and that's where Corktown Commons is. That's what it is. It's a berm. But the notion of also using a berm system, as we have used in other parts of the city, to really bring both this traffic down and make a more reasonable neighborhood view, not just view in the fancy side of how many pieces of the lake can you see, but also the notion of being connected to the other areas that are being built, because at the end of the day, everybody will get this much of the lake and no more anyway. So to me, I want staff to really think about how we might be able to save money by building a berm situation and looking at sort of a hybrid to 3. Because I think at the end of the day, I would plead with my colleagues that the devastation and the upset of what happened in June at a long end of a long road, where really the EA was pointing to the right solution, and where council, and I respect council, made a decision to do a different turn. I would now ask you to turn your mind to repairing the damage that has been done to my community or could be done to my community, and really think about the saving that you would have if you did not have an elevation, but still allowing for I think the impetus that moved people to vote the way they did, which is the continued connection. So in the long run, we save money by not having the costs on the other hand, and closer to the ground, and on the other hand, we unlock a whole other part of the community, both south of the ship channel as well as north of the ship channel, something that all of us have worked a very long time on. So I know there's no decisions today, but I feel really happy that staff reached out to those naysayers, those people who are most hurt, those people who really understood the concerns of why we needed to move forward, and have really engaged them in a constructive conversation that perhaps will do something that the vote in June did not do, which is to bring us closer together in making a decision that's for all Torontonians, and that really take into consideration the balance of different perspectives, which is all I was trying to do in June anyway. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McConnell. We've got to either break for lunch or vote to extend, so it's up to committee. Break for lunch. Okay. So we will resume for those of you in the chamber or the committee room at 1:30 on the dot. Thanks very much, everyone.
It's my
Could we please clear the room? The room is going to be locked. Please clear the room. The room is going to be locked. Thank you.
So weird. Okay, we're going to commence.
You're in the middle of speakers.
So we were just in the middle of speakers on the Gardiner item, and we had gone inside committee. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. Councillor Fletcher was next. She is one of the local councillors. So you are up. It's your turn. Do you want to go ahead? Great.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We had a rhythm going before lunch, so I'm going to try to get that picked back up again. And thank all of the deputants who came today and all of those who have really been involved in this for many, many years and many, many months with their thoughtfulness and their expertise. And we're at a point where all of those things seem to be coming together in the City of Toronto, one of those things I call a Toronto moment. And when we just look at where we're at, we have had an environmental assessment that's been going for quite a while. I know I've been involved in it. The preferred option that met most of the criteria basically was not accepted by council.
They always give you an upgrade.
And so we're not used to, and this seems to be, we are run into issues with environmental assessments on the waterfront. This isn't the first time. This is not a TPAP. This is not the Leslie Barnes, the Nickel Bus Garage. It's not a transit assessment, which is expedited. It's a real live, heavy-duty environmental assessment that has to go to the minister, that has an ability for appeals and everything else to it. It's something that we're not really used to because we're mostly used to these transit assessments, which are expedited. But nonetheless, the preferred option, which was my preferred option and the preferred option of a number of people here today, even on this committee and visiting councillors, was to take it down. Council said no, we're not accepting the preferred option. We're going to go with the hybrid, which wasn't actually the hybrid that had been sent away to committee, from committee in 2014. It was a different hybrid that we got back. So some wise councillor added, we're going with the hybrid, but look at all the other options. And because it's an EA, I think it's fair to look at all the other options. Of course, because it's an EA, any option, we should be trying to meet as many of the criteria as possible. Every single option should be ticking off the boxes for the criteria. So I don't have trouble that a number of, I'm going to call them community experts, long-time interested people, city fathers, because they were all guys here today, have come in with some other ideas that well might meet the criteria, or parts of it might be able to be incorporated once the technical requirements are looked at, which is why I asked the question, could you possibly look at that technically and bring it on stream fast enough? And I did get the answer, yes, we could. So what I was deeming the hybrid classic, because number 3 essentially is the same hybrid that we said go away and look at in 2014, could be the hybrid classic plus if we add some other features in. It's just very Toronto. We keep trying to make it better and improve it, because nobody was very happy with the compromise that we reached when we did on the Gardiner, and so we are looking to improve it. I just want to say that as a real EA, not a TPAP, that the landowners are big stakeholders in an environmental assessment. And on the Lower Don environmental assessment, which we passed in 2010, which went to the minister, everything was fine. And then we had some landowners weigh into the minister, and the minister said, go back and rethink that, figure it out. So 90% of that EA remained the same, but there was a 10% change. And I'm very, very cognizant that that's what can happen in an EA. We do have pressure on us this time because we have the Gardiner. It's not in great shape. So I think we should do all we can do to come to a solution that is ahead of the minister. The minister can check that off and come back, and we can proceed without a lot of extra 1 year or a year and a half back out to have more consultation because the minister is not accepting City Council's recommendation. And I wouldn't think that it's too far off that that could actually happen, because in my little lifetime here, and a number of councillors here, I think everybody here but Councillor Holiday, that has happened. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Let's keep working to try to get to the very best possibility outside of the one that, if we have to say, okay, we'll go with Classic Plus, and we can get a unanimous vote at council, well, maybe not unanimous, but close, then that would be great, because it means that when that gets submitted, that is clear sailing. We've done our homework ahead of time. So please look at all these options. Do the homework ahead of time, and let's keep moving this along, because this is much better than the actual hybrid that we passed at council. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carroll, did you want to go ahead?
Just briefly, because I really support the work that the councillors whose constituencies are really based in this area to try and find the right options. I really think that if last June money was no object, and that's why we find ourselves looking at these options, then money should be no object here. Finding the right solution should be paramount in this procedure we're now engaged in. And so looking at what some of the deputants have proposed as further refinements are necessary. But that being said, if we're suggesting them based on what we've seen in other cities, we see the parallel to the High Line, then part of the study has to be going and looking at what is the affordability and sustainability of those measures. Everybody fantasizes about the High Line in every major city, but it ain't cheap, and the city doesn't pay for it. Very rich people run a conservancy. People like David Bowie pay for the High Line. But the only other thing that I would like to say is every time we tackle this, I learn yet again something new. While you were talking to transportation and planners, one of the things that concerns me is where the mouth of the Don work factors into this. And I went over and spoke to Lou DiGeronimo, who is not reporting on this, and said something that concerns me is how really high the Don River is right now. And I drive a vehicle that's high enough that I can see down into it, and I'm noticing that as storms go on, it doesn't go back down after the storm. It's getting higher and higher. And said, is that sediment work? Is getting this decision done urgent because of that? And I learned a new thing. No, in fact, that has a lot to do with what happens at the sluice from the St. Lawrence Seaway. That's just the level of the lake right now. And we should be talking about that. But the place we should be talking about it, if we care about our waterfront and what we do here, I learned that we're actually not really robustly taking part in the Great Lakes Cities Initiative. We're not talking to other major cities about how we manage our lakefront. And here we are making all these major decisions about what we do on the land in front of it and how we capture its value, and yet we're not taking part in the environmental end of things as energetically as we might be. So while we are making this decision, that's just an additional thing. If anyone is eavesdropping on behalf of the city manager's office and on behalf of the mayor's office, I know he has someone in the room. The fact that we're not doing that is not sending a message to all of the cities around this lake that we take all of these decisions seriously, and that's why we're doing this much homework on something like the roadway beside that waterfront.
Adopt staff recommendations to receive the report for information. And I'll just quickly take 30 seconds to say, it's great to see us ironing out these details. And this is what we need is further design work. And I want to thank Calvin Brook and John Van Nostrum and Paul Bedford for their ideas today. Great food for thought, and I think that those are all going to be taken into account as they go through the process. I was also very happy to hear John Wilson talk about the option 3 being the best for increasing the flow of the Don River and better for the naturalization of the Don River. It's always been a passion of mine, and Councillor Fletcher will tell you last term on executive I moved motions to try to accelerate that activity. So I happen to be a fan of the third model, but shifting this north and getting it closer to the rail corridor and opening up the land in the Keating Channel is a must in my mind for revitalization. And I think our Deputy City Manager will tell you I was always going on about that, is trying to shift this thing north. So I think there's incredible potential. I know it's more costly, but there is a number of acres close to or up to 13.5 that can be opened up. So hopefully that will serve as an offset. And I want to thank staff for their work. And as I said, I've moved the staff recommendations. Other speakers, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So unlike some of my councillor colleagues, I don't care how we got here. I'm glad we're here. As for those of us who were immensely depressed with the results at council of losing the remove option lost, I'm hopeful that this item now gives me some hope with these 3 new options. Option 1, I'm not a fan of. Option 3, I like a lot. 2 is not too shabby. And but I'm most intrigued with our really innovative 2 proposals we had from our deputants and city builders, and I would thank them for all their efforts and continuing along and not giving up on this city and not giving up on us. And so the Green Gardiner, it's fascinating. And the beautiful and normal viaduct berm has been done elsewhere, and we would save on maintenance. And it's beautiful and viable for sure. So I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the community, all the consultations, and bringing it back and having everyone get together, rally around really beautifying this area and making it functional, and having the area for all users of the road and all the Torontonians. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon? Any other, oh yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Moser wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the devil's going to be in the details. When we're looking at $180 million additional funding for this, it would have been interesting to see what the council vote would have been at that time. I think Councillor Matlow certainly had a point when he raised that as an issue. But what we're doing now is we're going outside the norms of what we normally do as far as how we approach the best practices of traffic. And how far outside we go in those norms. We were told at council that we had to have certain radiuses in order to make this work. Human nature, people try to drive as quickly as they can. Everybody seems to be in a hurry. So it'd be interesting to see how we can meet those many challenges. What's really disappointing here is that we don't know what Metrolinx wants. That's a huge issue. If I don't know whether jurisdiction ends here, paralleling the railroad tracks here, and the possibility of how it impacts the possibility of what's going to happen to the Gardiner and Lakeshore in this particular point. So we need to get to that as quickly as possible to try to straighten all those things out. We're getting very close to with the 15% as far as the budgeting. And I got a feeling this is going to put us over the top. And something we really have to consider of how we do business here. If it's $180 million, I love the waterfront, I really do. And I've always voted to try to do the very best we can with it. But there's got to be a point where we say, if we're spending an extra $180 million, where's the value? Given how much we spent over the years. So part of our job is to look at those from a budget perspective and to see how we can work these things out. And we also know that land is reciprocal. I think we're getting close to the saturation point, the number of units we're building out there. And who knows what that market will be in 2 or 3 years. This is a long-time project. And one thing I really want to see is what the impact is going to be here. When we do the transitioning from the traffic to where it is now, how we handle the transition when we actually, put a shovel in the ground. What exactly is that transition going to be? Very complicated. And, the Keating Channel, I think, should be opened up, and at some point, we've got to deal with that. In '54, I lived beside the Don, and I remember how far up it came when Hurricane Hazel came through. And I was shocked. General Steelworth was on the side of the hill, and it flooded the General Steelworth at that particular time. So there's so many issues on the table now that, as far as that goes. And one thing I expect from staff, if there's any changes in the scope or an intent of what's happening, that it's reported, and I looked at it to the chair to stay on top of this, is that it reported back as quickly as possible to this committee. If there's any big hiccups, or if there's anything that goes outside of the scope that we're seeing now. Because I'm still concerned what the bottom line is going to be. I think we're just at the start of the 180 million, and I don't think it's going to go below that. So I think there's a long way to go. There's a lot of things we have to consider. And again, the devil's going to be in the details. We still have to listen to the public. They're a big part of that. I think it should have been torn down. I think it was still the best approach. Council makes a decision. Don't agree with it, but at the end of the day, we're here to deal with that. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we're ready to vote. Oh, Councillor Perruzza. Go ahead.
I want to take a couple of minutes and gloat a little bit as well. I'm heartened by the process that is now evolving. I remember going to a briefing some months back, and I was told that, well, you got 3 options. And I remember Councillor McMahon saying, you got 3 options, you got to make a decision, you got to go, right? I remember that, she said that. The options were fix, take it down, or you got this hybrid. I remember seeing presentations on the screen at council saying, this is it. Those are the 3, make a decision. Well, you know what? All of a sudden you get heartened because you have a close vote at council, and a couple of those votes on the majority side are kind of like so loosey-goosey that somebody went back and said, hey, well, hang on a second here. We got to take a look and have another look at this. Otherwise, all this is like, it's going to go sideways. So what's happening now is now we're beginning to get into a process where we're beginning to look at it and say, okay, well, what were the elements of this? What were those principles that we were kind of like, that we needed to develop before we ever went down this track? Well, there's this one principle, we got to get cars moving, right? Like traffic, people got to move, and there's some suburban interests, and, the little painter contractor who's got to get to a job, he's got to go. He doesn't want to stop at lights. And then there was another group that says, well, this is all about city building, it's about grand boulevards, and it's about downtown, and it's about cycling and walking out. Well, you know what? It's about all of those things. And we're finally getting to a process where we're saying to ourselves, yeah, you know what, to some degree it's about all of those things. And there's a give and take. I heard some of the city building folks saying, you know what, okay, understand it. We got to move cars. Okay, let's look at some form of highway that says we got to get cars along. And as well, there's some city building principles, and some other folks. We're getting into an exercise of give and take. I didn't support either of the 3 options on the last go around. I didn't support the fix, I didn't support the tear down, and I didn't support the highway along the waterfront. And I'll tell you why I didn't support either of those. Because I didn't believe that any of those options that were put in front of us considered all of those things. Consider the things that we're beginning to consider today. Right? So this is good. This opens a dialogue on this process. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure what decision we are going to make, at what cost. I understand that cost is a big part of this, but you have to also understand that this is a decision that involves going forward costs. So it's got like lots of big numbers that are big targets, and they're kind of moving around, and it's really hard to pin them down on what the real costs of this will ultimately be. But to go back to my first statement when I began to speak is just simply reinforce, I'm heartened that we are finally beginning the conversation on making what is an otherwise big, a long-term decision. Is it a 100-year decision? Probably not. It's probably a 20, 30-year decision from the time we actually build this thing out. All right? That someone will come along and say, well, we need to change it again because our priorities or our needs are changing as well. So this is good. I'm glad for it. I'm not glad in that it comes forward for information, and for information means you can't really add things to it. I think that some of the suggestions that have been made today should be actively considered and looked at by our staff. I think there's some practical suggestions that have been made that deal with go-forward costs in a far more practical and manageable way. So they should be considered as well, and they should come back ultimately for us to sit down and have a look at as well when we finally get to a decision on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Lee.
I'm going to be very brief, and thank you very much to city staff and also deputants for moving this along. And when I voted for the hybrid, it wasn't the final hybrid option. I expected this to be happening, and it is happening, so I thank everybody for moving this forward. And I think we will arrive at a good solution that satisfies everyone. And to help move Toronto and the people that live here. Because transit, we can talk about transit as long as we want to, but it's not only transit, it's good transit, complete transit, that gets you from point A to point B to point C to point D before you go back to point A, all right? Doing just point A to point B may not be enough. So include transit, include metro links, include the downlands remediation to ensure that we incorporate all this into the plan, so that overall plan will cost less than individual plans. So I think we need to move this forward and have an overall view on how to do this properly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good news for Toronto. All right, so people understand next steps. Staff are going to do more design work. They're going to further refine the land value estimates and come back with a recommended option in early 2016. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Moser, I don't know how, did you vote, or did you vote in favor? Or? No, you're opposed? Oh, okay.
He's not voting.
Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Okay, that carries. You can't actually do that, Councillor Fletcher just said. You have to vote. He's voting for it, so that's unanimous support. Okay, thank you. Now, we've got some quick items. We're going to go to the interim poverty reduction strategy because we promised to do that right after lunch. We just have a couple quick items. It'll take 30 seconds. So, Councillor Crawford, your item, were you able to arrange for?
Yes, Madam Chair. I've spoken with the deputants on the item, and they were supportive of the recommendations that I have put forward to you from a letter. So
7.15 Midland Avenue sidewalk construction. So if you can put it up, please, the motion. So I'll carry this for Councillor Crawford.
Read it while
Do you have it? Yeah, okay. There it is for the committee to look at. And so this is a quick release. Sure, yeah, go ahead.
What does the recommendation number 2 mean if the committee is considering relocation?
Councillor Crawford, you've actually got a question, and I can't answer it. So item 2, consider relocation. Councillor Holliday, I'd like to better understand that.
So what we're looking at doing, the entire street, Midland Avenue, the 20%, which is number 1, I'm asking that we don't put a sidewalk there. There's 10 houses. The relocation is to actually, right now, there's no consideration for a sidewalk to go up there. What I'm saying is we want to relocate to ensure that a sidewalk is happening on the other 80%.
So you want us to improve the sidewalk in a different place?
Well, it's actually not a different place. It's not a different physical place. It's relocating it to ensure that it does happen.
Are you okay?
And so it's not, we want the sidewalk to happen on that 80%.
Yeah.
That's what the relocation is a bit misleading, unfortunately. It's not relocating a physical sidewalk. We want the sidewalk to go up, so we're considering
Consider relocation of the plan site.
yes, and work with staff to, so cancel it on the 20%, work to get it on the 80% that needs it.
Give consideration to.
Well, I'm assuming there'll be a cost to putting in the sidewalk on the 80%, yes, but that's a cost I'm hoping that we will figure out how to bear.
Give consideration to the
Staff
relocation.
supported? Yeah.
That would be like 60% more than what you have now, right? Because one is 20, one is 80, right? Yeah.
Two different concepts.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor McMahon?
Well, I'm wondering, in addition to asking questions of the mover of the motion, I was wondering about a question to staff about, because I don't know if they support
so
this.
just so everybody understands the background, Councillor McConnell has a meeting at 2:30 Theaters Board, as does Shelley Carroll, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crawford. So everybody has to go, so that's why we're trying to release this quickly and then get on to the poverty reduction. But, yeah, so what,
Well, I guess does staff support this? I'm also wondering, do residents usually get to dictate whether or not to have a sidewalk and where the sidewalk goes on a city right-of-way?
Steve,
Through the chair.
Steve Buckley.
Typically, we do have a policy standing for this. This road's currently classified as a collector, which would typically require us to put sidewalks on both sides. In some situations like this one, where the opportunity arises to do one, we would advocate for doing that. We'd like to keep the policy consistent. We understand the optics of it right now because it is only basically a several hundred-meter stretch. But there are plans to build the northern portion from the northern edge of this project up to Kingston Road. Currently in 2018, we're looking at accelerating it to 2017. While the road's dug up, I guess our preference would be that it be put in place now. But also with at least for the public, the understanding that we are coming back to extend the sidewalk all the way up to Kingston Road.
Okay, and is that your understanding, Councillor Crawford?
Sorry?
So that Councillor Buckley's explanation, is that your understanding?
Is it Councillor Buckley?
Sorry, Councillor Buckley.
Wow, you've just been elected.
Council's us all right.
Poor guy.
I wouldn't do that to you. Sorry, that the sidewalk is going in now.
Again, there's a water main project. I'm not sure if it was entirely clear. There's a water main project that will be going in the space where the sidewalk will be located. So their construction is about to begin, if I believe correct. It's about to begin on this issue. And it would probably make sense while we're ripping up their front yard once to basically put the sidewalk in place and not have to come back again in 2 years and rip their sidewalk up again at that time.
They don't want it.
Gives effect to? Is that what this does? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so either we have to move on because
Okay.
it's not, it's,
That's
So
fine.
this motion is about the
do you have a question, Councillor Moser?
installation now.
Okay, Councillor McConnell's been very patient, so I'm just trying to respect her time.
I understand where the time frame, but
Okay, hold on.
what is the state of construction now? Can you give me an overview of where this construction stands now?
It's not quick, we'll do it.
Okay. Just hoping it could be.
Councilor, I don't have the details right now, other than the fact that I think the construction has begun on the water main.
Just trying to understand the overlap and how this works. I don't mind accommodating this, but I'm just trying to understand where it stands now. Is the sidewalk started? What are the plans? Is there money difference?
The contract has been tendered, and again, literally, it would be on the verge of the start of construction at this point in time. The intent, though, is that we are going to be extending the sidewalk from this location all the way north to Kingston Avenue to make a continuous stretch down that area. That is consistent with our city policy at this time to put sidewalks in locations that don't currently have them.
So how much is difference price-wise from this and the other approach?
I can't really comment in a detailed way on that. Right now, we have a bid in for a sidewalk item. We wouldn't expect that it would be substantially different, but ultimately, the difference now is it would get done while we have the front of this area ripped up, as opposed to coming back in 2 years and ripping it back up to put a sidewalk in at that time.
Okay, so the committee needs to decide if this is indeed a quick item, or if we want to refer it to the deputy city manager. That's another option.
I think, Madam Chair, if you wanted to just refer this to council, we can work with the local councillors.
Now, let's get a quick report to council.
Councillor Crawford, is that acceptable?
Well, again, if that's the will of the committee, I thought it was a quick item that we could deal with here. Fundamentally, what I'm trying to do is I want 80% of this street to have a sidewalk, committed to trying to get a sidewalk. The small 20% that I'm asking not to put it in as a scope of the project is a part of the street that has very little traffic on it. So I want 80% of the street to have a sidewalk. The small 20% I'm asking the committee not to, and if the committee decides to send it to council, that's your wishes, but I would prefer it.
I think where everybody's confused is we don't understand what 20% is, 80%, what side of the street, how you relocate it.
Small.
It's kind of like it's getting lost in translation, right?
I understand that. I mean, that's probably where we would have had a better discussion, but we're stuck trying to do a quick item here. It doesn't sound as if it's a quick item.
So it's Councillor Crawford. We'll just look to get some, do you want us to come back to this later, or would you like us just to send it off to council?
Listen, I'm content.
Ask for a briefing note to council.
Yeah, can we do how about a briefing note to council then? I'm in a meeting at 2:30.
So we're going to send it to council without recommendation?
We'd be happy to do a briefing note, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll send it to council.
Briefing note is fine, just as long as we understand it, that's all I want.
Without recommendations.
I'm good with that.
Briefing notes are not acceptable.
Oh, okay. Yeah. so
I would
the
just
clerk-
simply have it referred back to staff, you think about it, and then you bring it forward instead of doing the briefing note, if you really want the sidewalk.
Okay, the clerk would like to speak to this.
The committee is the chair has asked me, you can submit the item to council without recommendation and request the deputy city manager to report directly to council, or you can, of course, refer it to staff, or you can adopt. They're the options in front of you.
Okay, vote to council without recommendation.
Or come back to the next committee, the deputy city manager is also adding on. Refer to the next, okay, so I'll move that to refer to the next Public Works, which is actually not that far off.
That's right.
Believe it or not.
Over 7.
It's around the corner. So we're going to, all those in favor? Okay, let's move on to what we promised to do right after lunch, is the TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy, PW 7.18. We've got 4 speakers. Our first is Shamina Nargis. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. If you could join us. Is she here? No? Okay. Ludford Nessa, welcome. Oh, okay. Abdul Shamin. People stand up, but then they don't, they're... No? Okay. And then Michael Rosenberg. I saw Michael earlier today, and he's still here. Thanks, Michael, for waiting for so long. Michael, you're actually our first and last speaker. Yeah, just if you push the little button in front of you.
Okay.
Welcome, and your time started.
Okay, so actually it's interesting as it came after the Gardiner where it was said that, you know, the process had come to the point where multiple points of view were being considered. And I think that the poverty reduction strategy is not actually reached that point. It presents essentially only one point of view on the subject. So, I mean, I would like to see us come to the same way of thinking about this, that there are multiple, not just a long list of actions. Of course, there are many different actions that can be taken, but there's also multiple points of view on the subject. And what really seems to be missing is the idea that the economy is in bad shape and shrinking, and that this is making everybody poorer. That's not what's in the report. The report treats poverty from one single point of view, as if the economy is doing fine and that people are poor because of inequality. I mean, that's a point of view. It may have some role in the picture, but I actually think it's not the main picture. The main picture is that the modern economy has not worked well, and that we're actually in a very unproductive economy. There's a lot of activity going on, but it's not really producing goods and services. We're using up a lot of resources sort of in the chain of production, and that means even in services, because you have to have the buildings to do things, and unfortunately seems to be that we have not yet gotten away from all of the technology that's using up a lot of resources and energy and so on. I mean, it's material. People once thought technology would be immaterial, but it isn't. It's a material drain on resources that isn't actually productive. So where do we go from there? It's the point of view that the economy is actually shrinking, that everybody's getting poorer, that when we use a phrase like poverty affects us all, it doesn't mean other people's poverty affects a person who isn't poor. It means everybody is becoming poorer because the economy is shrinking, the rich are also getting poorer, and that's what we should mean by poverty affects us all. So I would like to see the discussion on the poverty reduction strategy also reach that point where like people with different points of view see parts of their ideas in the final report. And maybe that is the step that has not yet occurred and can occur in the next round of revisions, and we can actually somehow let that way of working move into the poverty issue, which admittedly is very political, but so was the Gardiner. If they could reach some sort of multiple points of view on the Gardiner, maybe they can do it on the poverty reduction strategy. Now, in terms of actions, I would just like to say that one very specific action that has not yet been put into the report is the idea of the city reviewing all of its job descriptions to remove unnecessary educational requirements. And that's not just so that more people can get jobs, it's also part of the productivity issue. If we can move away from the excessive knowledge economy, we can save people money. They won't have to spend as much time and money on education, nor will the government have to spend as much time and money on education. And so the actual productivity and take-home pay will go up, and people will be better off financially.
Thank you very much, and that's it for our speakers list. I'm assuming Councillor McConnell would appreciate going first, so why don't you go?
No, before I go, was there any questions of
I didn't see any hands.
I'm assuming not, but were there any?
Is there any questions? Councillor Moser.
I'd certainly like to know, I know it was supposed to be sent to all committees. How many of these depend on partnerships from different levels of government? I don't know if we put a costing to any of these initiatives yet or not. So I'm just trying to understand what the gist. I mean, if you look at them, they're all sweetheart issues. It's all things we'd like to do. But I'm just wondering how we're funding this, and what kind of partnerships we're having with other levels of government.
So through you, Madam Chair, the premise of the poverty reduction strategy is that it is both about things that the city can do within our own resources, but also things that we need to partner with private sector partners, community partners, and certainly with the other orders of government. The city staff, at a staff level, have started conversations with the province of Ontario at a staff level about alignments between actions that are within the interim strategy and the Ontario poverty reduction strategy to try to make sure that we are positioning ourselves for provincial resources where both strategies align. This is a long-term 20-year strategy, and council will have to make some decisions related to investments, but most of those decisions will be done on an annual basis through the budget process.
I mean, if you look what we're trying to do, they're all very plottable. But I'm trying to understand, Madam Chair, I can hear your conversation. I'm trying to understand how we're going to approach this, how we're going to, at the end of the day, look at what initiatives, how we're going to deal with them within the process, how we're going to fund them. If we endorse this and say, come back later and say, well, you endorsed it, it may be $100 million, I don't know, I haven't seen any numbers here. Exactly how are we going to handle these, come back later, so, well, you said yes to this, what are you complaining about the numbers for?
So what is before you today is the interim poverty reduction strategy. Staff are working on a final strategy that will come before executive on October 20th and then before council in November. One of the things that we've been asked to do is to provide costings related to the next phase of actions. Though the first action plan, the next action plan for 2016 will include costing information that committee and council will be able to consider as part of the 2016 budget process. But many of the things that are in the strategy, there's a balance between things that will require new investment from the city and other partners, as well as legislative and policy changes that will not require monetary investments.
So when the report comes forward in say, October, November, will all of those partnerships have been discussed and arranged as part of the overall processes? This is a huge undertaking. Even the housing element that, I think the number is 86,000 we're looking for homes for. That and alone in itself is something that we can't handle now because of the money that's on the table. So how are those discussions going to get into these initiatives?
So through you, Madam Chair, you're absolutely right, Councillor, that this is a complex undertaking, and that's why the interim strategy has a 20-year lifespan to it. We cannot do everything within the next few years, in fact. While through the development process, we've been building partnerships and talking to other key stakeholders so that we're putting those things into place for implementation, but not all partnerships and not all agreements will be in place when the final strategy comes forward.
Has the province and the federal government seen this report yet?
One of the directions when council adopted the interim strategy was that it be sent to the provincial government and to the federal government. That has been executed, and as I noted earlier, at a staff level, we have been having a number of conversations with the province to align this strategy with the Ontario poverty reduction strategy.
So if we endorse this now, what are we endorsing?
Last question.
If committee decides to endorse today, what you're endorsing are the general concepts and ideas within the interim strategy, bearing in mind that staff are working on a finalized version to come back to council in November for consideration.
All right. Any other questions? If not, seeing none, we're going to move to Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So really what we have before us is the beginning of a framework that will be brought to you in November. The framework in November will look at very specific targets, funding, and timelines and measurements. But what this interim report does is give you a flavor of what people with real life experiences living in poverty, living in the Malvern area where we went, living in Jane Finch where we went, right, Councillor, you were at that discussion, in Rexdale, in Scarborough, where Councillor Lee came to the discussions, in all of the neighborhoods who are suffering from this polarization that is happening within our city. And these are really their ideas that they put forward, and what we have heard at the Library Board, at Board of Health this morning, at the Affordable Housing Committee is, have we got it right? Not have we finished it, but have we heard and have we got it right that this is what you said? And Michael has a differing view of that, and I respect that view, but in general, everyone else has said, yes, you've absolutely got it right. And the reason that we have it right is because we engage so many people in the discussion who had those real life experiences. And so we had 10 of those discussions in Scarborough, in North York, and a few in the Old East York, in Parkdale, and in Etobicoke. We made sure that we went particularly to the inner suburbs to make sure that we were hearing from those people. And in terms of your committee, I think the kinds of things, if I could just outline a few things for you that I heard. So the report talks about addressing the immediate needs. It talks about moving towards a pathway to resolve some other issues that are much longer term. You'll see kind of the way in which we've sort of done the roadmap going down the highway. And then also the steering wheel, which tells us that we have to make the systemic changes in our DNA and the way in which we do business in our city, whether that's who we employ, how we employ them, or whether it's our childcare or whether it's our transportation. But just let me give you an example of what I thought addressed some of the things that you address in here. I was in the Dixon Road Apartments area. I'd never been there before. It was minus 28 degrees. I realized that to get into their school where we had our meeting, that the mums who came from the Dixon Road Apartments had to take 3 buses. One up, one across, and one that dropped them on the outside of this community, and they had to walk in. It was amazing. There were 40 of them that came in minus 28. But what they also talked about was how they can't get anywhere, how they can't even use the space, the green space that is there, and Councillor Holliday probably knows this better than I do, the green space, because there's not even any water, so the kids can't even, first of all, it's not mowed, then the kids can't play with a soccer ball because there's no water. At the end of the day, it's so far to walk back to go to the bathroom with a little kid or any of those sorts of things. There's no connection, there's no roads that connect it, there's no transportation, but also the challenges when we just saw them going to the school for a meeting with me and with our staff. Like, it was amazing what they would do in the middle of winter to try and bring these issues to talk to us about it, and the importance in their lives of this isolation between their services, their community hub, and their homes. And no wonder that we seem to find that we have difficulty of alienation in that community because they can't also get to grocery stores. They can't get to childcare. Think of the challenges of getting up, going to childcare, taking your kid to school, and going to a job. And then coming home and having to find somewhere to feed the children and the grocery stores. Those are the kinds of practical things that I heard when I was in your communities. And I was in your communities, our communities. And it was very important to me because, you know, often I think that people think that I only see things from a perspective of downtown, and I think you can only experience what you've experienced. So for me, those conversations were terribly important because I got to experience the whole of Toronto with all of its issues. I hope that we put that together here. I hope that you can endorse the direction that is here. I'm not asking you to endorse the budget. That will be discussed in the next report. I'm not asking you to endorse the timetable. That will come forward to you in November. What I am saying to you is, honestly, this is what we heard. This is what people have deputed over and over again, and we are still hearing it. On Friday, I have a meeting with the LGBT community. They want to talk about it. We want to do a deeper dive with the Aboriginal community because they really haven't engaged that much. We have had additional follow-ups with the mental health survivors, because what we want to do is, at the end of the day, whether you're older or a young baby, that you have the services from your city that allow you to survive and to participate, and as a result of that, to be healthy. And when we have healthy people, I would argue, we have a healthy city. So from my perspective, what I learned was that poverty is everybody's business, and that we really need to start on this road. Yeah, we can say, oh, it's too overwhelming. Yeah, somebody else can do it, other orders of government can do it. But what we have done is we have found some practical ways, whether it's in licensing or in public works or in public health, that are our business and that we can start on the road to resolving, whether that's the immediate needs, the long-term needs, or the systemic change that we think that this city and this bureaucracy can go through. So thank you very much for that. Now I'm running for quorum. Am I okay? Okay.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no other speakers, Councillor Moser would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, all these goals are very worthwhile, and we'd be remiss if we don't support them. But part of the realities we do have, if you look at provide more housing allowances, promote financial literacy, provide more financial and social support for individual transitioning, we're talking about funding for transportation. All of these, the amount of spaces we have for children, all of these things are very worthwhile. But realistically, we can't do these alone. There's no way we can. This may help us put pressure on other levels of government. But one of the things is that for years, the federal government said we're going to get rid of poverty for children. Where is that? And if you look at the funding they have available compared to ours, and the province has made the same statements. So even though these goals are very worthwhile, some of the things we have to realize is what can we realistically undertake in order to put this forward? $500 million for the Gardiner Expressway. All of these things we have to balance off and say, okay, where exactly do we target the monies for all of these services that we provide? And that's part of our budget process, and it makes it extremely difficult. So my concern is, while you've endorsed this, now you're going to have to fund it. And it is always degree where we do these things, and I think it's important we understand that. If we were to fund all these initiatives, we better look for a 34% hike in taxes at least. So one of the things we have to realize is how we prioritize these, how we put them into place effectively, and not put false expectations out there that we can solve all of these particular issues, even though we try as part of the overall process. Those are my comments.
Councillor Moser and Councillor Perruzza.
Madam Chair, is just simply this, that while one would agree with Councillor Moser in terms of, like, what's our job and what are we here to do and the rest of it, fundamentally, at the end of the day, we're here to basically build, in my view, an inclusive city, one that includes everyone, right? And that's about, and that it's about building highways, it's about building subways, but it's also about developing plans where no one is excluded, everybody gets to participate, everybody gets to come along, as it were, in that city that we want to build. And this is very much a part of that. Often it's the piece that actually drops by the wayside. It generally drops off the table because it's the one that's most complicated. It's the easy stuff that gets done. We're easy on building highways because you say, okay, make a decision. How much? Okay, X. Hire a contract. They go out, they pave it. There you go. The highway's built, right? It's easy, right, to get from A to Z. Where it's really, really complicated is on how you take that sort of that range of issues, right, that make up what is otherwise poverty. And we heard an opinion on poverty when I hadn't heard before, which was quite interesting from, I think, was Mr. Rosenberg, Michael, yeah. So I guess I just wanted to take up another minute and a half of the committee's time so that the comments made by Councillor Moser wouldn't stand on its own for anyone else who might be listening to the debate, okay? Thank you.
Worthwhile. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. Okay, so I will, I'll move to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Councillor McMahon, this is what's before me. Receive the report for information. All those in favor, that carries, and it's unanimous.
Yeah, no, the other committees endorsed it.
Well, what I have in front of me is suggested disposition is receive the report for information.
Oh, but you could have endorsed it. That's what I asked for.
Who'd you ask?
Committees, like the library board, the board of health.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move reopening of the matter, yeah, so that we do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
And
what I mean.
I'm happy to move with the same motion that the other committees move, to endorse the
Deputations to staff.
exactly.
Receive all the input.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we need to do this properly. So first we have to reopen, have a motion to reopen. Councillor Lee, all those in favor? That passes. And now you want to put another motion forward?
With the motion to basically endorse the report that's been referred to us, entitled the TO Prosperity Interim Poverty Reduction Strategy, and refer that report and all of the deputations that were made on the report to our staff.
Okay, there's a motion, not before you, but all
Their
those in
review and
favor?
comment, obviously, sure, okay?
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Unanimous. All right. Is there any quick releases? I'm just let you know we're about 3 hours and 20 minutes from having to wrap this meeting up, and we've got approximately somewhere around 17, 18 items and lots of deputations. Is there any quick releases that we can, before we head on to solid waste management long-term strategy?
The new items that were added.
You want to do that? Sure. So we've got Councillor Lee's.
Councillor Fillion first.
Okay, let's do fill-ins. So we've got Councillor Fillion's item. So if you recall, it's on the pink sheet. And what's the number on this now? There's no number.
22.
Okay, so it's PW 7.22. So it's just an update. I'll just speak to it because it also affects my ward. I'm south of Councillor Fillion from a ward perspective. And this is an interchange redesign that has been in the works for some time. And he's simply asking for an update on that project. So all those in favor?
Madam Chair, just one thing on
Okay,
the
please.
date, because of the quickness of the next one.
Oh, yes.
We're actually, today is the last date for the report. We haven't written anything.
Okay, so we change it to November?
So either
There's
it's
no
a
hurry.
walk-on or we'll do it in November.
Okay,
And
let's
we
just-
haven't had a positive response from the province anyway, so.
Yeah, let's just move it to November, because this is not an urgent item. So we'll move it to the November meeting, that amendment clerks will make. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then Councillor Chin Lee's motion about the review of criteria for movement of oversized loads on city roads. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Great. Any others? No. Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move on to PW 7.3, Solid Waste Management Services, Long-Term Waste Management Strategy, Vision, Guiding Principles, Evaluation Criteria and Options. We have several deputations, but there is a staff presentation, and I did ask staff to try to do it as quickly as possible, just given the time pressures we're under today. Not to make you feel pressured, but thank you for accommodating that. So Beth Gooder, if you want to go ahead. Gooder. I'm sorry. She is Gooder.
It's okay.
Gooder,
There's
but
lots of different
Gooder.
pronunciations of my name.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, members of committee and Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk about the long-term waste management strategy. And before I begin, I just wanted to acknowledge some of the staff involved in the putting together all of this work. It is a huge milestone in this project that we're at here today and that will be going on to council. So to my right is Annette Sinowick, and she's our acting manager of policy planning and support, and Charlotte Ueda, who is our acting manager of policy and planning. Charlotte, I think you're behind me somewhere. And Michelle Kane is our research analyst. And I'd also like to acknowledge Jim McKay. He's the vice president of HDR Canada and the lead consultant. So Jim, if you could stand up and be acknowledged as well. So a big piece of work that has been done getting us to today's point. I'll give you a very brief background, some key takeaway information of what we're after today, and talk about where we've been with the vision statement, guiding principles, our options and evaluation criteria, and a brief overview of the consultation. So, you know our programs and services, and I think it's really important to reflect on that we're at 53% diversion. We're doing well. We have a great suite of programs and services in our integrated waste management system. We operate a very complex system. So there's anywhere from about 120 tractor-trailer loads of material leaving this city to the various facilities, from what we pick up from 1 million households between the apartments and houses, going to our key processing areas between the organics, the recycling, and our Green Lane landfill. Toronto's had a very significant history of waste management. It goes back a really long time. The city's been leaders in the environment. In 2000, the Keel Valley landfill was closing, so that really put an impetus to make changes. We had a diversion rate of 25% at that time, and we're now at 53%. So you can see all of these key program changes, things like introducing the green bin, our rate-based system. Those are all huge things that make Toronto a leader in solid waste management. That brings us today, though. We still can't stop when it comes to waste management. The garbage never seems to stop, and how do we turn all of these resources, this waste, into resources and not let it go to waste? So the key driver is the landfill capacity, and it's to guide our decision-making. It's a council strategic action, and the big triangle there is really what an integrated waste management system is, that we need all of these 5 things in order for the city to be successful. The scope of work has been brought forward to council, and you know it's a 30 to 50 year planning horizon, so it's meant to guide us over the next long while and provide short and long-term plans for us. We have a roadmap, so we're just really completing stage or step 3 on this journey. So this is a really important pause point that we're asking you to approve. And what we're asking for you to approve today is approve the vision statement, approve the guiding principles, approve the evaluation criteria that we're going to be using to evaluate the options, and a minor technical thing to extend the consultant's contract. So there's a huge list of options that I'll talk to you about. amazing public feedback and consultation that we've had through this process, and the next steps as well as covered off. So the vision statement, you saw a draft of this when we came to you in May, and it has been wordsmithed a little bit. I think number one, you can see in the first few words is reduce. So the words together and reduce are really important as the first items that we want to consider, and really turning waste into resources as much as possible, and the idea of reinvesting back into the economy. So we heard a lot about a circular economy versus the linear economy that we currently have. So that was really nice feedback to have. The other aspects that were added from the consultation were the idea of having a safe system and the importance of safety when it comes to the solid waste industry, and also the idea of social well-being, and so we've added in health as well. The guiding principles, we have 8 of them, we still have 8 of them, and no one had comments on those, so that was good news that everybody agreed on the guiding principles, and these will help ground us as well as we move forward, that we can go and check back into these guiding principles. So those were on recommendation 2 and page 8 of the report. The list of options, what you'll see is the total number has changed from 64 that we had back in May to now 68. Some of them have been reshaped. There are actually 11 new ideas that were introduced through the consultation process and all of the reviews that were undertaken. And you'll see a little bit more detail now on all of the options. So for everyone, it gives you a little summary of what it is, what our City of Toronto experience is, what's happening in the waste industry and other municipalities, some case studies, and considerations, something that we might think about, and what benefits it would bring to the city by implementing. We have 3 different types of options, and we had the program type of options before, so those are policies or program ideas that you don't need a lot of capital to implement. We've got the facility and infrastructure options, and what's new is the implementation tools and the future considerations. So some of these things that we found on the implementation tools, that these were things that we were going to need regardless of what the options were. They're very foundational pieces, and some of them that we didn't want to lose, so kind of put them in a parking lot, and they'd be still on the list for the future. About the options, they're provided in Appendix 1 of the report, and this is Figure 2 from the report. And I think it's really helpful to look at the options on how they fit together in an integrated waste management system. So you're starting to see how all of these pieces, that they just seem to be floating out there as ideas. Now, how are they going to come together, and how do they respect the waste management hierarchy of the 5 Rs? On the outside, there's some external things that we have to consider, what will happen when energy prices change, what happens with climate change, what's the province going to do, and then what are the internal systems that we're going to implement to support all of this. So that's how all of the options are structured, and there are a number of options under each one of those category areas that you'll find. In terms of the evaluation criteria, the biggest feedback that we had was it was kind of complicated because we had 2 different types of evaluation criteria, one for the program options and one for the infrastructure options. So we've changed that, and there'll be just one single evaluation criteria that you're approving as recommendation number 3 of the report, and it's in Table 3 specifically. So there are 3 priority areas that have been identified. Environmental, social, and financial, the triple bottom line. There's 5 criteria under environmental, 7 under social, and 4 under financial. And these then get applied to the options that have been included in the report. So within each criteria, there are some indicators that will tell you how we measure them. And the idea here is that we want to look at the options within those groups that you saw on the previous slide. So we have a sense of high, medium, low, the good, better, best between the options, and how it's going to look in the end. The prioritization of the criteria is if there's a tie, environmental would be the tiebreaker. The consultation, as I said, absolutely amazing. I want to thank all members of council for taking the time to meet with staff. for all of those that came out to the meetings, our key stakeholders, our stakeholder advisory group, and all of the efforts that they've put in, folks that are making deputations today, everybody that provided input on the online survey. We had over 4,300 comments through the online process, so it's been a really rich discussion, and we're really pleased about all of the input and how it shaped where we're at today. So all of the details on the consultation is found in Appendix 3 and documents the feedback. And in the main report, we talk about how it shaped the changes. So as far as next steps, once committee and council approves these evaluation criteria, the guiding principles and vision statement, the consultant team with guidance from staff will go and evaluate the options through the fall, and we would be coming back then with a draft strategy based on the evaluation to the January Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting. We have another round of consultation, so you get to see what's out there, and we'll have another opportunity for feedback, and with the final strategy coming to council in the second quarter of 2016. So that's the as quick as I can talk version of the presentation, and thank you very much, and again for all of your input to the process.
All right, you did very well. Thank you, Beth, and your team for that comprehensive report. And we're going to now move to our deputations. So first we have Rod Muir with Sierra's Club. Rod? I assume you don't need the chair? Yeah. There he goes.
Although you didn't bring anything to kick over today.
Oh, shame. Shame. Yeah, another day. We'll look forward to that.
Perhaps at the end of my speech, so you'll understand why staff has no interest in buying shore clothes. They are not going to buy a product that allows me to stand here and criticize what they're doing. I've just spent 5 hours of my life so I can speak for 3 minutes. I dare anyone on staff to ever make that kind of commitment. My name is Rod Muir, and it's always with the greatest of pleasure I can introduce myself, the Waste Diversion Sustainability Campaigner for the Sierra Club Foundation. I'm going to start with what is clearly a rhetorical question. When did study become substitute for action? When did study become substitute for action? I just turned 60 years old. I'm in the twilight of my years. I'm trying not to end as an angry, frustrated old man. But Councillor McMahon, had to laugh yesterday at your frustration on the tolling issue of the Gardiner. We've been at this 7 times. I've been at this twice as long as you have, and I've seen this same thing over and over and over again. Instead of acting, all we do is study. We just spent 2 years and $1 million to get to the same place we've been many, many times before. And it is highly, highly frustrating. We're going to spend another year and another $1 million to get to exactly the same place again. When did study become a substitute for action? I would like to make a few specific comments regarding the staff report and what you just heard. Limited landfill space. It's my understanding this is not the case. That there is plenty of room to expand the Green Lane landfill, but staff so far has not bothered to go to the Environment Ministry and ask whether this is possible. They've decided to spend $2 million and another 3 years going through this exercise when we could easily be expanding Green Lane. From my understanding, it is also my understanding you will find landfill is cheaper and better for the environment. I know that's counterintuitive for someone, but it all has to do with carbon sequestration. You burn something, you release the carbon immediately, you bury it, you're sequestering that carbon. That's what we need to be doing moving forward. In my opinion, and those of many of my colleagues, this is simply another attempt to get incineration back into the city of Toronto. And as I stand here, and I'm going to stand here for the rest of the days of my life, it is not going to happen. Landfill is cheaper, it is better for the environment. And I'll thank you very, very much for your time and attention this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much. And Rod, any questions for Rod? Is there any questions? No, I don't see any, Rod. Next up is Emily Alfred from the Toronto Environmental Alliance, T. Welcome, Emily. Oh, somebody fall?
That's the kickover thing we were supposed to do earlier.
Is this is the right one? Okay.
Yeah, you're good. All right.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Emily Alford, the waste campaigner for the Toronto Environmental Alliance, or T. We're a nonprofit environmental organization with more than 50,000 supporters across Toronto. So I share some of Rod's ideas, but I'm hopefully a lot more positive than he is about this. I haven't been doing it as long as he has. So I think the long-term waste strategy is a really great opportunity for us to think about how we as a city want to develop over the next 50 years. We have the opportunity to reduce and eliminate waste, to move towards a circular economy which conserves natural resources, protects our health, saves energy and water, and creates green jobs. And I believe we can do it. What we need is a shift in attitude and a commitment to using and improving the tools we have right now. I want to share with you our newest infographic, which is here. Sorry, the projector's over here. Does that, do I need to turn this on?
I'll just hold your time, except I don't know. I'll just give you extra time. I'll give you extra time, Emily. I just don't know how to do this computer stuff. I like the old buttons.
We're not in our regular room.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, there it is. So what we did is we looked at numbers from the city and the latest waste audits, and we found, similar to what we found in the past, most of what's going out in Toronto's garbage doesn't belong there. So 71% of what the average household puts out in the garbage is organics, recyclables, hazardous waste, or reusable goods, things that could be diverted very easily in existing Toronto systems. The number goes up for apartments and condos. So I think the real fact of the matter is we need a diversion strategy. Diversion should be driving this, not landfill capacity, but really that's only a small part of the problem. This is just the garbage bag. When you look at all of the materials a household creates, we know that 86% of what goes out of the average house could be diverted in existing Toronto programs. And if we add a few other programs or recycle what some other municipalities do, that number could get higher. The other great news is we don't need to look too far for some great examples. This building, City Hall, has a 90% diversion rate. I saw the sign when I was coming up the stairs. That's fantastic. But many city facilities don't even have green bins. So we should learn from the buildings that are doing well and share that with the buildings that aren't. I've also talked with some of you about an amazing example right here in Scarborough, and you'll hear from them just after me, I think. It's a high-rise building that is diverting more waste than almost any single-family home. They're defying waste experts and researchers around the world that say getting high-rise buildings to recycle more is almost impossible. They're proving that working together, high-rise buildings may be part of our solution. It would be irresponsible to not look at maximizing a system we've already invested in. We've got great systems, we just need to use them, and we need to look at how to use them better. We've been saying this from day one, diversion needs to come first. If we can get to 85% diversion with our existing programs, look at the gaps, start adding more materials, I think we should be aiming for zero waste at least by 2030 or in the next 30-year timeline or 50 years. I think we need to develop a strong, effective, and clear waste diversion strategy first to have a better idea of what's in our residual waste, to figure out what to do with that. I think I'm over my time, so I'll stop there.
Well, you can take a little bit more because you had to stop for your overhead issues.
Okay. I also cut down my deputation from 5 minutes before, so I wasn't quite sure how much longer I had. Also, I wanted to say a comment on the public consultation. While it wasn't perfect, I think it would have been great to have a lot more people out to these events, and I think there was a lot of information for people to take in and comment on. I'm really happy and not surprised to see that overwhelmingly the public thinks the environment is the top priority and that social issues are the next highest priority. I think that's very clear, and that's what we see talking with residents across Toronto every day.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Question from Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Emily. One of the things that the consultation, I think, identified as well was that there was also a desire for a more strategic approach to enforcement at the end of the day, along with education.
I noticed that in Appendix 3, which is where the staff actually outlined a lot of the feedback received from the public, enforcement and the use of bylaws and actually following through on the laws that the city already has was really a repeating theme. And I think it's a common misconception that people don't want to enforce the rules we have, but I think people do want to see that we have these rules, let's use them, let's use the systems we have, and let's level the playing field.
Yeah, so if every week I can put that out, 71% that should be diverted, and nobody really knows, and there's no consequence to that, then, I mean, I sort of think there's got to be some way that we can know more about what people are doing and find ways to encourage them. So the other thing that is in here, and I fully support, is about regulatory changes that we might use to, for instance, approach extended producer responsibility, or other ways that we might regulate private haulers, or ways that we could actually enforce the mandatory recycling requirements of the provincial government, let alone our bylaws. Would you agree that that would be a good approach too?
I think that is. I know it's listed as one of the options in the Appendix 1 to look at more regulations, but I think this is definitely something that there is an appetite for. The city has regulations. There's a lot of room to look at other extended producer responsibility rules. Like the City of San Francisco has a fee on every pack of cigarettes sold, and it's 20 cents, and it goes to the city's litter reduction and litter management fund, because cigarette butts are a big source of litter and they're quite toxic pollution. So things like that, or bag bans that have been looked at the city before, or ways to regulate coffee cups, so we have recyclable coffee cups instead of a mix of different types of coffee cups. Those are things the city can look at, and I think it would be a really great way to move forward.
The other thing is, so the main point you made was that we should be looking at diversion first, and a really enhanced diversion strategy to achieve what we've got, to do more diversion first, then look at disposal options.
Yes, I think that's the best way to get the public really thinking about diversion and getting really creative and focused on the issue of diversion, not getting distracted with discussions about landfills or incineration. Just really focus on a diversion strategy first, because then I think when we really put our minds to it, we can get really far.
I had one other question, but it's gone out of my head.
Okay, all right. So we have another question from Councillor Layton and then Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. On the diversion first, do you know any other municipalities that are pursuing this in their waste diversion objectives, or would this be a place where Toronto could take some leadership?
I can't say. I do know that a lot of municipalities make long-term waste strategies. Some of them focus just on disposal. I think it's a mix. Sometimes cities in the U.S. have focused on a diversion strategy first and then a disposal strategy after, because then they'll have a more clear picture of what would be left to dispose of.
Similarly to how we look to conservation first and to solve our energy concerns, it's getting what is sort of the low-hanging fruit and then looking towards what work would need to be done later.
And it's more cost-effective to reduce and divert first, especially with potential changes in the provincial regulations that would have producers cover the cost of recycling. Recycling may eventually be almost free for the city. So that's, a really good financial incentive to focus on recycling as much as we can.
Now, I've heard that in calculations around, and this is to the criteria, the environmental impact benefit criteria, around how we look at the greenhouse gas calculations, that there's a couple different ways one can evaluate these things. And there's a preferred way, and there's not a preferred way that tends to be the way some consultants and companies present data and the way that it actually is in the end. Can you explain how that works
I can try to explain
a minute and 20 seconds?
I'll try to explain it as quick as I can. There is some debate in the world of waste management analysis and life cycle analysis onto how you should measure greenhouse gas emissions from waste, whether you include the upstream benefits from conserving resources. So if you recycle a paper, you don't just count the cost and the energy used to recycle that paper or truck it to the recycling plant. You also count the benefit of avoiding cutting down another tree. So there's looking at upstream benefits. There's also looking at whether you count biogenic sources of emission. So if you burn a tree, do you count those emissions or not? And then also carbon storage, as Rod mentioned, that when you're putting organics into a landfill, they're actually stored there for a long period of time. So there's different opinions on how to do this, but a lot of approaches taken to how greenhouse gas emissions are measured are based on a carbon accounting approach, not on an environmental systems perspective, which is more...
They're actually stored in much the same way that the calls recently to halt fossil fuel production globally is to keep carbon in the ground. That's rather than burn those fossil fuels and release carbon to the atmosphere. That's essentially the thinking behind.
It's both. So you would be storing the fossil-based carbon, so plastics, if they were in a landfill, they're being stored instead of being burnt and released. And also if you had wood furniture, it doesn't break down in 100 years in a landfill. So that's also effectively being sequestered.
And if you were recycling the plastic, it would be sequestered in whatever item.
A new piece of
was
plastic.
Correct. Was being recycled. Thank you. Are we at 3 minutes or are we 5 on this?
5.
Wow.
You're 5.
I'll go easy on
It was
that.
kind of a boo-boo. We should have been, we wanted to match it, but somehow we made a mistake. Okay, who is next? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, Emily. It's always great to hear from you, and I love your graphic.
Thanks.
And first of all, does every councillor have that graphic, or would you be able to send it to them before?
I'm happy to send it around.
Before council? That's great. So you teach us an immense amount of community engagement and outreach. And so if we want the focus to be on diversion, and people seem to be really keen on diverting, but I know even with my eco buddies, you get confused, where does a throwaway paper coffee cup go? There's some things that people are confused about. And even, I'm surprised that you say we have 90% waste diversion here, because I've seen creamers and stir sticks in the compost bins on the second floor. But all that to say, what is your out-of-box thinking on how to outreach to people and get them to understand that it's easier than they think to divert?
Well, one of the things I found talking with people across the city is that there's never enough education. You just have to keep teaching people, especially in a city like Toronto where people may live somewhere else and work somewhere else, or they're new to the city. Constant education, and never underestimate the importance of signs and more education. I was working with a group in Scarborough, and we were looking at city libraries, and they were saying there's a recycling bin, but I don't know what to put in it. And I thought, well, the same is at home, but they lived in an apartment building that didn't have city service. So they didn't know what to put in a city recycling bin. But the library staff just assumed everyone knows what a recycling symbol means. And it's a simple oversight, but just by talking to people and seeing where the gaps of knowledge are, I think we can improve things quite quickly. People just need help, and they want to make it as easy as possible. And as I mentioned, there's an example in Scarborough of a high-rise where just feedback and talking with people really changes things. I think it can have a big impact.
Can you elaborate on, I remember you telling me that story about it was organics in the apartment building, right?
Yes, the residents from the building are here, and they're going to talk as one of the deputies. You can ask them lots
so you don't want to give away the secret?
No, I can tell you, but they'll probably tell it better.
Okay. All right, that's great. So just education and maybe a bit of more enforcement.
Yeah, I think just another comment on that, like the city has a 3 Hours Ambassador program, and I've talked with people who don't live, so that's an ambassador program that pairs up volunteers who live in apartment buildings that get city service, and they get trained to help educate other residents of their building. I've met people who live in single-family homes and say, could I be a 3 Hours Ambassador for my community center, or could I be a block captain on the 3 Hours? And I know this is a thing that's done in other cities, so I think it would be really awesome to expand the 3 Hours program and look at other ways to engage more volunteers, possibly included in a green job training program.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Emily. And our next speaker is Donovan Ruddock. Ruddock? I don't know if I said that right. Maybe you can correct me. Welcome. You've got 3 minutes, and I won't turn your thing on until you've got your mic ready. Are there two of you? Are two of you? Okay. All right, away you go.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Donovan Ruddick is a well-known sports person. He may not be a boxing fan, Madam Chair, but a lot of Torontonians has been. He's asked me to help him guide through the process today. It's his first deputation that he's making down at City Hall. So I wanted to assist him with just a lead-in. He'll take it. He has been a very successful boxer. He's fought Mike Tyson twice. He's knocked out 4 former world champions. He attended Westview and Emory as well. He's lived in North York. What he has today is an idea to present to Mr. Livy and staff through the committee about a diversion on volume. And that would be in terms of creating a mechanism, household mechanism, which he wanted to have the committee and staff look at, that would reduce the amount of trucks being sent out, that would reduce, he'll take it as 50%, and ask that Mr. Livy's staff have a look at this before January 2016, before the committee returns with some recommendations. So I'll take it from there.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I have an idea. My father always told me that the simplest idea, common sense wise, usually work, okay? And I'm talking about it from the grassroots, from the beginning, from the root. The consumers, they should know, they should be the one who help out first. So if we teach them how to compact their garbage, I mean, it's simple. You come, instead of taking out 4 bags to the curb, you take out 2 bags to the curb. Because usually when you have your garbage bag in your kitchen or your home and you throw your garbage in there, it does not situate itself in there, it does not pack itself in there. Usually the consumer have to push their hand in it to compact it or use their foot, and usually they don't need that, they don't want to do that, so they tend to go for a brand new bag. That's going to be cutting down on how many bags going in the landfill, and the garbage man, when they go to pick up the garbage, if they were picking up 4 bags per week, they'll be picking up 2 bags per week. It's a simple
30 seconds.
It's a simple process. I want to demonstrate this. This is a compactor. This is a manual trash compactor. It's very simple. You take the lid off. I have a garbage bag in here. You put it over here. Then you open it, you throw your garbage in. When it's halfway up full, you pull back on the lever, it compacts it, so you'll be utilizing most of the garbage, most of the space in the bag. Because right now, when you do throw the garbage in the garbage bag, it does not situate in there, and you have to compact it. Most people don't want to do that, so you give them the option to be able to compact the garbage with a plate. We have a tailor-made bag for the garbage, for the compactor. So the simplest idea is to just compact it. You, instead of taking out 4 bags, you take out 2 bags. Yeah, and we recommend a motion that the city staff consult
Yeah.
with me.
We can see it.
Okay.
You have a question from Councillor Lee.
Okay, go ahead.
This is simple compaction, right? It's
Yeah.
not. Are you aware that all our city trucks are compactors?
Yeah.
That we compact, we pick it up?
I understand that.
So what value does your system add to it? I mean, we are compacting it already.
From a observer standpoint, you're talking about from a consumer, from a household.
Right.
And you know as well as many of the councillors that when we see our containers, the city containers, some are brimming over and things. So what it does is it adds a reduction of volume before it goes into the truck. And depending on the size that it falls in, it will be more conducive to fill space.
And okay, and you're aware that even on the multi-residential, we charge different rates for compacted and uncompacted, right?
Well, what I was saying that the benefit of this compactor, it is much better than the alternative, not compacting at all, just throwing out the waste in a bag, and when it's not full, it's full with empty space in here, and they take it out. So you'll be bringing out 3 or 4 bags instead of. So the alternative, this is better than the alternative for now.
Okay.
It's to
All right,
give them the
Eileen,
ability.
staff can look at it, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee and Councillor Holliday. Questions of the deputants?
So, thank you for the demonstration.
Okay.
It's a neat product. Have you brought that to market so far? And I'll sort of say, I'm a cheap guy, and I want to have the smallest, because in Toronto, we pay for our bins, right? You pay for
Yeah.
the small ones, the big ones. If there's something there that can let me squeeze more into my little bin, I'm all for it. And it may not necessarily be a big splash for the plan that we're looking at, but surely you got a market for this already.
Yeah.
Can I answer something?
Yeah,
first?
go ahead.
Councillor, I just wanted to add before Donovan adds, is that it's the technology that he's created and has the brand for, and as you can see, it pushes down 50%, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's very cost affordable. It's not expensive at all. You can get it just as compatible as a regular trash can. That's what we are competing against, a regular trash can. So you don't have any additive to it. It's just as what it does, it gives you the benefit of compacting your garbage in a regular trash can.
I think what I'm saying is, notwithstanding anything that we do at the committee here, you've probably got a market for that right now, just because, the larger of a container you have at your house, the more you pay. So, never mind the future, just today, this is a good thing. I want to know where I can buy one.
Thank you.
3 kids, you can imagine.
Thank you very much. Pretty soon.
I think what he was asking for, Councillor, is he's got great respect, I do, for Mr. Livy and staff, and there's a process here that talks about bringing it back for January, and it would be an opportunity for the staff to review the concept, as they are with everybody else. I think there's 68 different options that they're looking at, too, at this point, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? All right, thank you very much. So our next deputant is Julie Beddoes. Is Julie in the room? Calling Julie once. Julie Beddoes. Anyone? Julie? All right. Next up is Karen Buck, wonderful Ward 32 resident. Come on down, Karen.
Hey.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Karen Buck, and I do live in Ward 32, and I've been working on waste issues in the East End of Toronto since 1987, and we made a huge amount of progress during the 1980s, 1990s, in putting in place the blue box and promoting composting. What I want you to think about, councillors and chair, is does this waste strategy vision statement, this guiding principles, the evaluation criteria, and also the options, do they actually cover the goals, the policies, and the targets that you've already adopted and approved that can actually be applied to the waste strategy? If they don't, you should be looking for opportunities to put those goals, policies, and targets into this framework. I would like to just go to page 8, which is the recommended waste strategy guiding principles, and say that guiding principle number 2 could be a place where you put the target that you want to divert, if you already have a council-approved target. In number 3, I'm suggesting that economy be a part of the priorities. Our communities, health and environment and economy is a guiding principle, and that it also include jobs. 4, embrace social equity, create an easy-to-use system. I learned at the council for compost. They had a conference in Gatineau that an easy-to-use system may not be the right system. We have to get the right systems in place and not just the easy-to-use systems. Otherwise, we're looking at ruining an opportunity to do the best. In guiding principle number 5, lead the change. Is the government, like Markham, leading the change within its own government structures? Because that is very critical to actually the long-term waste strategy. And number 8 is support development of community partnerships. I would say that working together with local community groups and organizations actually doesn't cover other governments, universities that could be doing studies on the waste diversion and the waste strategy, the stewards, the producers, and the first importers. And I think there's an opportunity to put those in those guiding principles. When you're looking at the recommended final evaluation criteria, there's under environmental and impact and benefit, there is a potential to increase diversion, but there's a huge potential to redesign products and packaging for resource recovery or putting it back into the circular economy or the cyclical system rather than the linear system. And under that same criteria, the guiding principle the collaboration, there's the opportunity again to add the universities, the stewards, the producers, the first importers, and other governments. We need large collaboration, not only within the community, but within the larger community. And under the final list of options, I'm going to suggest that, like Councillor Davis, she is questioning the lack of references to extended producer responsibility and the opportunities that would actually give you.
Okay, one final thought, Karen.
Okay. Under waste disposal capacity, under the overall system considerations, we should have in place today, and we need it in the future, continuous improvement of the system that is adopted and a ban of products, packaging, and materials that don't fit in with the system. And that's where redesign comes in and extended producer responsibility.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant from visiting councillors, from members of the committee? All right, thank you very much for coming down, Karen. And next up, we have Princely. Sundranayagam. How's that?
Yes, you're right.
How would you say it?
Sundranayagam.
Okay, close, I guess.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Have you been here before, Princely?
No, this is my
Okay.
first time.
So welcome, and you already have your mic on, which is great, and I'm gonna reset the time, and it will be up here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, let me thank you for considering our thoughts and ideas to improve the waste management, one of the growing problem in the city. And actually, we have 283 units. Is from a condo high-rise. And in 2004, 2008, we were generating about 20 bins per month. And since May this year, we are producing one bin waste. And we have been recognized as one of the greenest bin condo in Toronto. And my friend Dave will explain you the numbers, and he's here now.
I'm the next speaker.
Why don't you just both sit together and kind of do a little shtick routine, bragging about your fantastic place and initiative.
So I'm just going to put something up on the display here. Just some of the numbers for our building. There is a mistake on here I forgot to change. So my name is David Mugford. I'm the president of MTCC 996 in Scarborough. And I'm here to talk to you today about the recycling program that was introduced in 2008. MTCC 996 is a multicultural condominium in the Malvern community that has 282 units. It was built in 1990. Our building has the old style of waste management with a garbage chute and a trash compactor on the main floor. Prior to the launch of our recycling program, we produced 7 4 cubic yard bins per week of mixed trash. Okay, so basically one a day, equating to 1,460 cubic yards of compacted waste annually. That's about 700 tons per year, 40 garbage truckloads. Okay. When the superintendent came up with the idea for the recycling program, management and the board of directors at the time said it could not be done effectively due to time restraints during the day and, more importantly, the language barriers. Being a multicultural and multilingual building, it's extremely difficult to get information across to residents. However, through the long process of educating the residents and supplying them with the tools needed to participate in the program, management, the board, and staff worked together as a team and pushed forward and successfully got the program underway. The reality is that most people don't think twice about the environment or the consequences we face with climate change. However, when residents were informed about the rising costs of waste disposal and the potential for cost savings, people listened and began paying attention. When the recycling program began, the condo corporation provided each unit with a large, clear plastic recycling bag once a week. Residents were told that recyclables were to be put in the bag, brought down to our moving room. The bags are placed on the floor, and the building staff sorts the recycling and removes anything that is not recyclable and puts them into the trash. All other waste was to be thrown down our chute, mechanically compacted, and disposed of. Recently, we also started our composting program. The City of Toronto provided us with composting buckets for all our residents. Again, through education and providing the residents with the necessary tools, our program is working. Residents are now required to bring all their trash, along with recyclables, to the moving room, which is also our garbage room, along with their recyclables, and compost to be thrown down the garbage chute. This is a very unique and efficient idea, as residents are not required to bring compost into the elevators and through the lobby to dispose of this. Since the recycling and composting program began, we now produce 10 4-yard bins of recycling per week, 1 bin of compost per week, and 1 bin of non-compacted garbage per month, equating to 48 cubic yards non-compacted annually, 5.45 tons of garbage annually, meaning we send less than 1 garbage truck per month. That's the mistake on there. 1 truck that's not full to the landfill. That's a 99% reduction in tonnage. We also have a cooking oil recycling program, battery disposal, and we call a free cycling program, where products that are still okay, that you may not want anymore, a vase, coffee cups, whatever it is, we have a shelf in the moving room. People could put it there. When people come down, they'll say, hey, I could use that, grab it, and use it for themselves. Like I said in the beginning, our building has the old system of waste removal, a simple chute and a compactor. Mechanical tri-sorters do not work as well as the program that we have through manpower and resident participation. We are not here to bash the tri-sorter industry. We are simply here to tell you about our system and how it works. Our success did not involve any large investments or infrastructure changes or modifications. It was education, breaking people of their routine, and the hard work of one superintendent and 2 part-time cleaning staffs. I would like to personally invite any of you or any other city councilors to come to our building and see how we do things there. That's all.
Wow. Let's have a round of applause for these guys. Gotta clone you for sure. Questions from visiting councillor? Councillor Davis.
How long did it take to get, what level of participation is there? Is there virtually 100% on composting?
Oh, yes, right now, 95%. And there are about 2-3% of residents, because they are old.
Yes.
Or sometimes they are with small babies and pregnant, so we have to give them a hand. Otherwise, 95%, 97%, they bring them down.
So
and
when
do.
you started the program and you changed the use of the chute
Yes.
to becoming a compost
Actually, when
chute,
city introduced the compost system, we went and asked the residents. 80% they refused. They said, no, we are not going to bring it because it's a lot of work and the smell, and we don't want to spoil that. So the next week we decided we'll go and tell them this way and see how. 90% said yes, we are agreeing. We will bring all our other stuff except the compost. So we said, okay, we'll make a garbage chute, a compost chute. Then the problem was solved.
are there any problems operationally?
No, nothing. The only thing we had a small problem because pickup is only once a week. But if you allow the compactor to compact fully, it's very hard to remove the bin from the compactor. So we request the city, they said only once we can pick up combos. So what we did, we are using 2 bins, half-half. So that's moving that is easy.
Oh, I see.
That's the only problem, otherwise it's fine.
Okay. Very interesting. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of members of council? So we'll go Council Holiday and we'll come around this side. Thanks.
So you're a condominium corporation. How much did this cost you to implement?
Virtually nothing, because city helped us to get all these flyers.
Yep.
And they gave us these bins, under the sink bins. So it's just distribution, and it takes just a few hours for us.
Fantastic. And how much do you think you're saving? Because
Oh, that's a lot. You have
I don't have the numbers with me, but I know it's a lot. However much it costs to, you guys can do the math, you guys would know better than me, however much it would be to dispose of 700 tons
Fair enough.
versus
Right.
5.4 tons, it's a massive
Is it
savings.
safe to say, as a condo, though, that money goes back into the pockets of the residents?
Oh, yes.
Well, yeah, that way we don't have to raise condo fees, which
Sure.
everyone is always up in arms about when
This
things like
costs
that
you
happen.
nothing and puts money back in your pocket.
In
So
their
if-
pocket.
If you had one piece of advice for other condominiums in the city, what would it be?
Just get active.
Active, yes.
Just get off your butts and
do some work.
do some work. Yeah.
You're happy to talk to, if somebody wanted some advice?
So we have had calls from the complex we live in. It's in Malvern. It's at Nielsen McLevin by the Malvern Town Center. There's 4 buildings in that complex, and the other 3 buildings have come and spoken to see, okay, what are you guys doing? How are you doing this?
Fantastic.
And again, Raymond Cho, Councillor Cho visited us, and he saw the program in action as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. And then we're coming on this side. I think Councillor Moser, you had some questions?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Congratulations, a wonderful story.
Thank you.
We did this same thing at Dean Park, but not the success that you have. They were very successful as far as amounts, but Was a lot of that peer pressure from the residents, like once it started, it got its own momentum? Because what I found on Dean Park, there was a lot of peer pressure from different, they realized the potential savings, and they were able to put that forward through part of their notices and so forth. So what put it over the top for you? Do you think it was peer pressure, or was it just the idea itself?
Probably just the idea itself. And knowing that it would be money back in residents' pockets to spend on other things, their own way of life, not paying condo fees.
The savings were fairly obvious then, and you were able to get that message out as part of that, as far as incentive goes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moser. Councillor Perrotts, I guess I'll entertain your questions.
So when you say the city came along and gave you this and helped you with that, who do you mean? Who? What city?
The City of Toronto.
No, but who at the City of Toronto?
We call the city waste collection department, and they send guys from there, these voices, and they give all these.
So our city's waste collection folks came out and basically guided you and gave you some equipment and
brochures and
languages and help you set it up and help you do the consultation and all the rest of it. Who now takes your waste away?
City.
The city still does the collection there?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's working out for you?
Oh, yes.
Would you think that a private guy would have done the same thing?
Well, if they are...
Probably not, right? Because they want to take away lots of waste and charge you lots of money, no?
Yeah.
They don't want to see that reduction, right?
They won't.
Yeah. Very unlikely that you would have found a private guy to come there and say,
Okay,
we want
let's
to help
stay
you
on
cut it
topic.
down, right?
Let's stay on topic, Councillor
Thanks.
Perrotts.
Good.
Thank you very much. Anyone
Make a good
else?
point. That's
All
it.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I have some definitely because very impressed, very impressed. So you, this was all prompted basically when you ended up having to pay for your garbage.
Garbage, yes.
So that was the incentive, financial
Incentive,
incentive.
yes.
And then you really were able to do it just through education and making
People
composting
understand.
easier, more
Yes.
And
convenient.
providing people with the tools they
need.
like the composting bins. Again, we provide people with large recycling bags so that they can participate.
And how did you overcome the language barrier?
Well,
Any language barriers?
We distributed flyers and translated into 8 languages.
8, okay.
Languages. So that helped us a lot.
So you just got them translated on your own and
Oh, yes.
photocopied them on your own and
Correct.
impressive, impressive. And who is your local councillor? Is it Councillor Raymond Cho?
Raymond Cho.
Yes.
And he's been out, great. Well, I am sure that we all would love a tour too, so we'll be at your doorstep soon. Very impressive, and just want to say that you should win the Order of Toronto, or at least be awarded a key to the city. It's fantastic. And you do go around to other places, or you mentor or offer advice for other condos or high-rises?
Others have come to us so that they can see us going somewhere and just talking about it isn't as good as someone coming to see
Right.
a plan in action and
Right.
actually things happening.
Okay. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much for coming in. Great
Thank
news
you.
story. All right, now top that. Next deputant is Louise. Is it Vinegar or Weniger? I was wondering if it was German. From the Repair Cafe. And have you been here, Louise, before? All right, welcome. And we'll reset your time, and feel free to start when you're ready.
My name is Louise Weniger. I'm with Repair Cafe Toronto, a nonprofit volunteer organization that promotes waste reduction by offering public events in community hubs. Our main event is a monthly repair cafe where our volunteers help members of the public repair broken household items for free. During a typical 4-hour event, visitors will bring in 80 to 120 items total, and we've repaired a great variety of household items, including blenders and toasters, lamps, humidifiers, clock radios, audio equipment, computers, phones, clothing, jewelry, bookbinding, furniture, luggage, toys, bicycles, and all sorts of other strange and wonderful things. We're here today to address the vision of the long-term waste strategy. Repair Cafe supports the principles recommended in the strategy, including, of course, the pillars of waste management: reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, that are embodied by that strategy. However, we'd like to add repair as an official tactic to reduce waste. We ask that City Council provide support for the promotion of repair as a key strategy in the effort to reduce needless waste in our city. Repair Cafe Toronto is a program that has already helped achieve this shared goal. So we've diverted products from landfill by extending their working life, and we've seen firsthand how excited people across Toronto are to keep a favorite item and use it again, to save money, to learn repair skills and gain confidence in their own abilities. And our volunteer fixers are proud to put their abilities to good use in service of their community. So the people of Toronto are already on board with this, and I think it's time for City Council to make repair an official waste reduction strategy. Since our first event in May of 2013, Repair Cafe Toronto has held 30 community events in 9 neighborhoods, collaborated with 8 neighborhood organizations, recruited over 100 active fixers and event volunteers, diverted thousands of items from landfill. And today, we'd like to submit our 4 suggestions to expand and integrate repair into existing and potential city initiatives. So first of all, promote repair as a key waste reduction strategy. The city could include repair in all of its waste reduction campaigns and communications, and the city could ensure its staff and networks are aware of repair initiatives and that the staff understand the benefits of promoting those initiatives. Secondly, hold a repair cafe at each ward environment day. This will provide residents with an on-site repair alternative to tossing out their broken household items. Thirdly, support community groups to establish repair cafes in local neighborhoods across the city. This will provide a creative option to address our inundated landfills. And lastly, create public policy that places the onus on manufacturers and retailers to take responsibility for the entire life cycle of their products. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you. That was very interesting. Any questions of the deputants, from visiting councillors, from local council Lee? No? Okay. Yeah, Councillor Lee.
I heard that you're willing to come out to environmental days to provide workshops. So I would like to get your contacts for next year. Be invited to mine.
We'd love to. That'd be great.
Great, so if you can maybe...
Just a quick question.
Oh, okay, we have another question. Great, Councillor Perruzza.
So, that's okay. All right.
It's okay. You can always look us up at repaircafetoronto.ca. Connect with us later if you like.
Okay, and then if you don't mind sending maybe all the councillors your contact information, because I think that's a fantastic idea to come to Environment Day. Are you connected at all with Transition Toronto?
No.
Okay, and in any way with what's it called, the tool library or the kitchen library?
Yeah, we communicated with them a lot when we were starting out. They helped us kind of, especially the tool library. And we actually had an event in one of their spaces.
Great. And do you actually have a home base, or you're rotating around to different venues and whatnot?
We rotate to different venues. We've
Okay.
been lucky to partner up with Skills for Change. We use their space a fair amount, but we move around. We're at different libraries, up north, east, west, all over the place. And it makes us, stretch a little thin because of that. And we'd love to see just a replication of Repair Cafe committees throughout Toronto, because we're all volunteers, and there's such demand for this,
So do you ever go out to residents association meetings or neighborhood association meetings and talk to them about this so they can emulate your idea, or?
We haven't done that. We end up being in, for example, Agent Court Library or
Yeah.
a different community center to run a cafe, and local people see us there, including community leaders, and so we end up liaising that way, but we're just stretched so thin trying to run our own cafes,
Right.
unfortunately. So we would love to help
right.
Set things up in other
Well,
areas.
there's a challenge to councillors to get you out to their wards and their community groups. Thank you. We do have another question from Councillor Holiday now.
All the questions starts. You got me intrigued. How does it work for the citizen experience? Do they come see you with a broken thing, and is there a fee? Do they drop it off, come back, or they wait?
They wait. So,
Okay.
they come with, say their clock radio, and however the order of people who arrive is, they're put in that order, and they sit with their own clock radio, and they're sit across the table from the fixer, and the fixer shows them what they're doing. They might even, if the person is receptive to that, hand them the screwdriver and show them how to open it up and what to look for. So they'll instruct as much as the member of the public is interested in being instructed. And then if they have a second item, they have to line up again within that 4-hour period, or they have to wait for the next cafe or whatever. But we try to convince people that they should start their own cafe to make it faster. But yeah, they do have to sit with their item. They don't drop it off with us, and it's free or by donation.
Okay, and then where do you get the supplies and the tools and wires and parts and things?
I mean, we have some commercial sponsors, like just really small businesses that we partner up with, but basically the fixers provide a lot of their own, soldering and tools and sewing. When women bring their own sewing machines, happens to be all women right now, they bring their own sewing machines and equipment, and we have very little shared resources at all because we move around.
And the fixers, I guess, are skilled in their area of expertise for whatever experience they've got. And you're able to recruit these people without any trouble?
Without any trouble?
Yeah, we've had a lot of response to getting volunteer fixers. There's people out there who love to fix stuff and have skills that they want to share with people. So we have quite a big base of.
Yeah, and that would be my last question is there a dimension to the volunteership of being a fixer? So can you get, high school kids that are looking to fulfill their volunteer hours and you give them credit for that? Or people that are maybe trying to break into a trade and there's some opportunity to learn or gain experience for a resume? Is there a dimension to the work that you do that you can sort of work that side of the equation as well?
We'd love to integrate all that. We're kind of new-ish still.
Okay.
So, and as I say, kind of stretched thin. But yes, we would love to integrate all of that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is an incredible initiative, and we would like to see it all across the city and work together with you. Thank you for coming in. All right, that brings us to the end of our interesting deputant list. So now we will ask questions of staff from visiting councillors. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much.
And so faithful.
I have a meeting sitting in my office, so I'm going to rush off and then come back if I can. Thank you very much for the deputations and for the presentation earlier. I know that I have struggled each time there's been a report to really understand how the criteria work and how the options are going to be evaluated and all of that. And I think I have a general understanding, but how are the criteria actually going to be, or the indicators going to be used, and the criteria used in a way that puts the 3 R's first? How are we putting diversion first? How is it going to work? Because that is the main thrust. That was the position we took earlier. And the consultation confirmed it, that residents wanted to look at giving priority to the environment and diversion first.
Through you, Madam Chair, first and foremost, the evaluation criteria has a specific criteria under environmental impacts and benefits on the waste hierarchy. So something that would reduce waste would be rated higher in that specific sample. So it's built right into the evaluation criteria. It's also covered off in the guiding principles and the vision statement. Core to that is looking at reduction, reuse before the recycling and the other aspects of the hierarchy.
Even though there's no weighting system, there is somehow inherent in here a weighting system that gives priority to those options.
Through you, Madam Chair, so when you're looking at evaluating an option, for example, the waste hierarchy would be one of the criteria that you would consider, and that would lend overall to how well that option fares in terms of the environmental impact or benefit. We look at is it high, medium, low? So reduction option would be a high in this area, and you would consider all of these other criteria as well to figure out whether it's high, medium, or low in environment. We combine all of the criteria together, so all the three triple bottom line areas, that gets the overall ranking of that option. And only if there's a tie, then do we go to the environment as the tiebreaker.
I think I won't ask any more about that. One of the things that I know that has been raised, I've raised it, others have in the past, it's about two things really. Using a broader regulatory approach. So are we looking at the potential for using new bylaws or looking for changes under the City of Toronto Act, for instance, to develop a regulatory framework in the City of Toronto, since we know that the province has not been particularly effective in enforcing their mandatory recycling rules. Is that something we're looking at?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, that those are important aspects, and they're covered off under option 9.7, deals with exploring mechanisms for additional controls over waste under the bans, bylaws, and acts. And 9.10 deals with advocacy, recognizing that Toronto is a leader and works with other organizations, so we need to continue there. It's included in a few others underlying, but those are the two main option areas.
And maybe to Mr. Deputy City Manager on the City of Toronto Act changes. There's a separate report coming. Would it be appropriate to look at amendments related to giving the city more regulatory teeth around solid waste in your report, as opposed to this report now?
Yes, there is a separate report, Madam Chair, coming, and these comments and any further discussions we will have with staff in CMO's, the City Manager's Office, around better enforcement and taking advantage of some of the regulations that are actually in place that are not enforced yet by the province would be helpful.
It would be helpful to have a motion here, or
no, we
to
could
put it, because we've had some preliminary discussion, and just to give you a heads up, I think that staff would prefer that those changes come to the City of Toronto Act report. Or would you prefer we could have a motion here asking for these to be added into the City of Toronto Act?
I would prefer it in a separate report. If we can deal with it offline.
Okay.
Potential motions that might be needed for council.
Okay. And
last question, Councillor
last question. I just would say then, to wrap up, there are a couple of motions that I've prepared that Councillor, I want to say MMM.
Works.
Yes.
Not McConnell.
No, that Councillor McMahon is going to move on my behalf, and you've seen them and you're supportive of these amendments?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. Thank you for staying all day for this topic and many others. Councillor Layton is up next.
Thank you very much. And maybe I should ask online to get clarity from one of the questions that Councillor Davis asked about the hierarchy and how it gets judged, and somehow then the tiebreaker is the environment. I'm not entirely sure I got that. But on this notion of the GHG calculations that will be used, it was raised in the presentation, there's a couple different methodologies behind this. Do we have a preferred methodology? Do we know what methodology we're using in this case?
Through you, Madam Chair, it will depend on the option. So where there is data and we can quantify that, we'll use that in the evaluation. In some cases, it's not developed yet, so we'll have to use more qualitative examples.
So in the case where we're calculating the greenhouse gas emissions that come from diversion, will we be calculating in the upstream savings in GHGs that you get from recycling rather than producing or processing virgin material?
Through you, Madam Chair, if that body of knowledge is available, we'll utilize that. And otherwise, we can talk about the relative benefits. For example, that if we're not producing something in the first place, then that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So that would be a qualitative way to say that there would be less. But if there's no body of knowledge, we wouldn't be able to quantify that.
But we'll be looking for that body of knowledge to quantify it.
Yes, that's correct.
And who will be doing that analysis?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's the responsibility of our consultant on the project to do that work and research.
And will they be going outside of their own internal expertise to ensure that we're in fact examining the wealth of body of knowledge that exists globally, or are we going to be at the mercy of this particular consultant and their capabilities?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be within the resources of the company. Obviously, they'd be doing their research, and they have experience in other analysis as well. So I'm confident that they're bringing forward the right expertise to the job.
So will it be pointed out in the report where this type of data wasn't available?
Yes, that it will, through Madam Chair, that we want to make sure it's an open and transparent process so you can see how the evaluation was derived.
Great, thank you. Just a question about construction waste. Do you have any idea how much construction and demolition waste is being put into Green Lane now? Do we have any notion of what that number might be? I've seen some numbers from the US, and I'm just curious if we're anywhere close.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have specific numbers, but it's a fairly minimal amount. We don't accept that as a material, so it's going to other private sites.
And where does it go?
There are a number of private landfill sites in Ontario and also sites in United States, Michigan, and New York State.
And you probably can't answer this because I see we likely don't track it, but as on a whole, do we know how much of that is represented, how much construction and demolition waste is part of the total amount of waste that's being produced from the City of Toronto? Is that even possible to know?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that information at present. I think that's something that we could get for you in a general breakdown. Construction and demolition waste obviously forms part of the waste that is non-residential, and typically if the city's generating about 1 million tons of material every year, there's another 2/3 of that being generated by other sources. and construction demolition waste would form part of that.
If I remember correctly, we discussed the use of construction and demolition waste facilities, depots, at a previous Public Works meeting, and the notion that it would be rolled into the discussion on the waste, long-term waste strategy. Is there any recommendation or option that deals specifically with construction waste?
Through Madam Chair, it's covered off in the drop-off depots, recognizing that residents have some of those materials, so could we have collection systems put in place to capture that?
And you're aware that in some jurisdictions in Europe, they do in fact have mandatory construction and demolition waste depots and diversions from landfill.
Yes, that's correct. Other jurisdictions have that.
Okay, thank you.
Great, great questions. Now bringing it into committee, questions of our members. Councillor Moser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is my mic on? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. Okay. The Green Lane, could you give me an update of whether we're selling capacity there now?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have a tipping fee to receive waste at Green Lane, but it's present. We don't receive that much private sector waste from non-City of Toronto sources right now. Our tipping fees are a little high compared to the surrounding market.
Given that we're going to actively look for another landfill site, and that we're projecting Green Lane to 2025, depending how much sludge we put into it, why would we even consider selling capacity?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is contemplated as an option should we completely get out of the industrial commercial business or other business and save that capacity for ourselves. So that's an option being considered.
But at what point would we have to consider that in order to make sure that Green Lane serves us for a certain number of years? What is it, pardon the pun, tipping point? When do we have to make that decision?
Through you, Madam Chair, through the evaluation, looking at the options, we'll be able to quantify some of that as to the specific timeframes, but we aren't receiving that much material right now, so it's not an imminent matter to consider.
So when do we have to address it?
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll get some estimates on that when we evaluate the options.
Okay. The presentation by Toronto Environmentalist Alliance, it seems simple enough to get to 81% or better. Why aren't we doing it?
Through you, Madam Chair, our system, Toronto has an excellent integrated solid waste management system, and we're maxing out about 54% diversion right now. So some of the things that Ms. Alford is suggesting really rely on changing people's behavior. So the waste strategy looks at options for that and how can we help with that? How do we encourage? What are the other tools? So it's influencing people's behavior is really the next steps on increasing diversion beyond what we already have.
Is that a matter of us, the council taking the initiative to, is it a matter of policing? Give me an idea of how we get there.
Through you, Madam Chair, unfortunately, with the diversion rate we have now, there's no silver bullet to say it's one thing. So it's really all of the things that we've been hearing about today. So our star example of the condo corporation and them taking leadership by example and personal actions, by the Repair Cafe and encouraging community partnerships. Can we do more on our bylaws? So all of those things together are going to be influencing the changes, and each one of them will have small impacts, but collectively will get us beyond that 53 up to the 80 and what's possible. So we'll see coming out of the options, all of these things, how do they fit together, and what does our diversion rate look like if we implemented them?
Our fleet, I think, given the report, the other one that we just received, our fleet is worth about $52 million. How up to date are they? It seems like we have a 6-year hit, for truck. Seems to be the life of the vehicles. We're going into the new green bin program. So what are we doing as far as purchasing equipment? How up to date is it? Do we have to make additional investments to meet some of the goals that we're looking at?
Through you, Madam Chair, our current system, we have mechanisms in place to ensure that we're replacing vehicles, et cetera. So the current collection system wasn't identified specifically as a gap or challenge in this waste strategy. So that is being covered off as part of our regular operations.
So we're phasing in so many new vehicles every year. Has the new green bin put additional pressure on that?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say no. We have a scheduled replacement program for those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moser. Anyone else with questions? Councillor Perruzza?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to get a better understanding of this. So these principles, and as someone who hasn't perhaps thought as profoundly about these matters as you folks have, and as I read them, I don't know what they do and what they don't do. I don't know how they expand or narrow the field. For example, we adopt these principles. Is anything taken off the table right from the get-go? For example, as was mentioned, incineration. So is incineration here or is it not here as part of these principles?
Through you, Madam Chair, the principles provide a higher level check to see are we approaching it's the philosophy of how we're.
No, I understand. We're going to, in essence, you're saying we're going to apply some intelligence to this, some smarts, right?
And it provides a scope of
some collective experience we've all had, and as we go forward and as we decide what to do on a go-forward basis, right? So,
that's correct.
So my high-level question is, does that take anything off the table?
I would say no. It's the evaluation criteria that's going to be application of the evaluation criteria that then begins to screen out what we wouldn't do as part of the plan.
So then, so the philosophical approach is then everything's on the table, but then we're going to apply a social, economic, environmental filter, and within those filters, there are going to be sub-filters, and at the end of the day, whatever makes the best sense based on those applications of those filters, that's what we go forward with.
That's correct. And I think the only thing I would add is that we've identified gaps and challenges in our current system, so we're not trying to solve things that we don't need to solve. So those are not being put forward as options.
No, and there's a good analysis in here of what we're doing. So how do, for example, as the folks were talking about repair, and I didn't know how to fit it into there, and I didn't want to be ruled out of order by the chair, fit it into their, into what they do. But for example, I have found, and I live in a neighborhood where it's quite interesting this way, I have found that, for example, you take out a broken TV, you put it by the curb, not 2 hours go by and the TV is gone, right? So somebody has picked it up and they're reusing it somehow. I don't think they can take it anywhere and get anything for it, right? So they take it for a reason, and I'm assuming the reason is a broken couch, dare I say it, even in some cases, I've seen even mattresses in the neighborhood that have gone out on the curb and then people have taken away. So, then you hear the story of the condo here in Scarborough, where they have, for example, taken their garbage and reduced it to almost next to nothing. How do all of those things fit into that strategy, into that mix, or do they?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely they do, and that's what these types of ideas are captured in the options and would be evaluated. And I think that's something new that we found in the consultation is how do you capture and include formally in a strategy some of these very informal things that are happening across the community. So one of the ideas, the options that we introduced was the idea of how to harness that energy of the community and make people aware of those options. So there's different ways and different roles that government can play and the city can play in encouraging this outside of the system type of diversion.
Okay. Yeah, so on how to do it. But you're never ever going to say to people, look, we're going to give you a 5-hour window where you can bring your TV to the curbside, and if nobody picks it up, then you have to bring it back and you have to deal with it in the normal way that you would deal with it. I mean, we're never going to say that, right? We're never going to allow people to do that, I don't think.
I think that would be a little risky to do.
Yeah, so I guess the last question is...
No, that was your last question. I'm
Oh, that
sorry.
was
We
my
have to
last
move on. We're really running a tight
The
on
good
time.
thing is I'll get another opportunity to ask my last question over and over again many other times, so I'm good.
Okay, yeah. All right, so any other questions? If not, we'll move to, Councillor McMahon.
Sorry, yep. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to staff for this. It's really chock full of great ideas. I'm very excited about it. So I just want to speak about our sharing libraries. So do we have a number of how many we have across the city right now, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't have a formal inventory of that right now. We just know of the two.
You just know of, sorry? I didn't hear.
We're just aware of two at the present time.
Okay, so I know, for example, in my ward, we have the tool library, and the kitchen library was in the tool library. It's now moved. I know of the seed library, and I love this repair cafe, wherever they're still here. So I'm just wondering about how, that's in our list, and what kind of support we could provide for those and to promote them and get them copied all over the city.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is contemplated in the options, and that's around the community partnership unit. So what kind of supports do these groups need? Does it help if we offered space to them? So for example, New York City, they provide a warehouse for reuse of craft materials. So those are the kinds of things that we would look at. How do you grow that as a particular network to encourage this?
Okay, and we're focusing, there was some concern that maybe we're not doing this, but I believe we are. Our goal is diversion over disposal. Diversion first, and then deal with disposal for anything else that's left over, but really pushing for diversion.
Through you, Madam Chair, actually reduction and reuse first.
Okay.
And that, I guess, is diversion, but number one is reduce the amount of waste that you're generating in the first place.
And then we're also working on enforcement and education. And with education, I think and it was mentioned today about the 3 Rs, the 3 Rs ambassadors, I think it's called, also an animator. We used to have them with Live Green. And are we really looking at that, like someone who's knowledgeable going out and empowering people and really encouraging them, like our condo building guys did, MTCC. Are we looking at that?
Yes, there are specific options around that, just in general, in the education outreach, and also in assisting small business, or assisting businesses to reduce waste too.
Sure. And then enforcement, I remember seeing the chart, and there were lots of warnings and not too many fines. And I don't know if that's you or someone else who's, unless it's assigning the fine, but I'm just wondering, you know, how many warnings we do before we give a fine?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. John DeCourse from Bylaw Enforcement, who enforces bylaw. The first strategy is education, followed by a notice of violation, which is basically a written notice, followed by a ticket, which is issued. So we have 3 levels of education.
Okay, so I guess that's a good thing that there aren't that many fines, because if you've educated and given the warning then, and not the fine, then presumably they have complied and learned.
Yes.
It's great. Yes, that's a good carrot. And then the other comment that was given today was, I heard from a deputant that they thought that the report was maybe an attempt to, I don't know, promote incineration or geared towards incineration. I just heard that in a deputation. I just want to get your stance on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely not. It's the full range of options that we're putting forward. Incineration, energy from waste, thermal technologies are on the list, but they're all just there. There's no evaluation of any of them at this present time.
Great, that's what I thought. And the last one is, can you take us on a tour of lovely MTCC, the condo?
I think that would be a great idea, and I know, Councillor, you had asked about the model building. That is the model building that we have in the city, so congratulations to them.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll move to speakers. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to use the overhead to illustrate something that I've only actually just learned. I'm just going to slide it to the right there a little bit because it's got to get some more info in. First of all, I just wanted to thank staff for the work on this. I think that for the most part, what we've done is put a lot of different options on the table, and I think that's a good place to start as we go through this process. I think the one thing that we're getting a little ahead of ourselves is we're determining what to do with a bunch of additional waste that we don't know how much it will be yet. And I think it would be much better to do it in a 2-stage approach, where we, in a similar way that we deal with energy, that we look to the lowest hanging fruit. So we do the conservation first approach, and once we determine how much we can squeeze out of that lemon, we go on to the next bit, which would be looking at what we can't deal with through a 3R approach. I think that's the most responsible approach from all the sides, considering that they're now looking at technology to mine landfills to get resources. We are in a world of finite resources. Wouldn't it be a shame if 50 years from now, when we invest all this money in one technology or another, and then we didn't say, oh, by the way, grandkids, we didn't take the approach that ensures the long-term economic success of this country and all around the world. So too bad you're not going to have any more of, and then we can enter pretty much any resource in that line, and that's where we're going to be, unless we start looking to putting reuse and recycling of these incredibly important products and inputs into our economy. That being said, and I think there's a motion that'll be in front of you from Councillor Davis about that, and I think that's the approach we should take. On the evaluation criteria, something struck me, and I do hope I'm wrong about this. Seeing what the community was putting their focus on, it seemed to me like they were lending towards making sure that the environment was playing a key role in our decision-making on this. I think there's generally an understanding we only have one environment, we need to keep it clean and beautiful, we need clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and we need to make responsible decisions about how we use our resources. It seemed to me that was the direction. And so in a scenario where you have two different options that are balanced in that they both score 20 points in the end, the tie goes to the environment. I think that that's what we heard. The problem is when you get to something like an option 3, where something can score more overall points but perform terribly on the environmental measure and still be the one adopted. And then you look at what we're comparing in those things. I'm sorry you can't read it, but under the environment, we're talking about things like air quality and water quality, a clean environment, public health. We're talking about greenhouse gases, we know, likely to be the largest single global problem that we'll have to face over the next several decades. And then the potential for diversion, all the things people want to see. And then under social, we have the approval complexity, land use conflicts, the convenience of the system, and potential litter increases. And finally, on financial, the expected ones around cost and risk. But they're evenly balanced. So we could end up in a scenario where, despite a terrible performance on every environmental indicator, it's actually the one that's approved by staff. Because rather than listening to the community and saying we need or we demand that the environment take a more central role, what we're doing is let's put them all on an even stage, but if there's a tie, that's how we're going to preference the environment. And I'm not sure that that's the right approach. I certainly think that our communities demand better. On one particular thing that I've learned a little bit about, and I believe Public Works got a presentation from an individual, actually a resident of my ward, on construction and demolition recycling and depots in Europe. And I don't know if you remember, but I at that point in time said, mark this down, we've got to get this into the long-term waste strategy. So I've prepared a motion. There are places that have mandatory construction and demolition waste recycling, that have municipally sponsored depots where you go with your construction waste, it's sorted with bricks here, steel here, that there, this there, and what happens is other people can go in and use those materials and circulate them back into use in the industry. I think that's something that we should investigate, in particular around construction waste, despite the fact that it makes up such a small portion of our municipal waste. I actually think that it would help us all if we had those facilities help reduce our global waste, just not what we're responsible for.
Thank you. And we've got next Councillor Davis, and you, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. I am moving two motions that Councillor McMahon is going to move on my behalf. One of them is to amend recommendation 3 of the report. Maybe you can put them on the screen, by adding under an additional evaluation criteria, which looks at something that I've worked with staff to characterize in words, and that is under the section of social impact, the social impact category, a criteria that evaluates the likelihood of behavioral change. It's not really under this section on social environment. What is the potential for actually creating behavioral change in people? Because what we really want is to ensure that we are supporting efforts that are sustainable, changes in the culture, the norm of what people do with their garbage. And it really isn't spoken to that in this report. So we've got to be looking at those kinds of behaviors that we think just become instinctual almost. How do we encourage people to and use different approaches to make people change their behaviors? The last is to look at including in an additional option under the section overall system consideration, that we look at enforcement strategies and best practices around waste diversion, because it's not really explicit as well in the options section. So I have to say I was just struck by listening to Councillor Layton, and I have to say I struggled to understand the answer to my question as well. There are two issues that concern me. I want to first of all congratulate staff for doing, a very comprehensive approach and outreach for consultation. I have to say I went to 2 of the sessions. There were a lot of lobbyists there and technology promoters, but there were also regular residents, but not as many as I really had hoped, and I'm sure you would have hoped to participate in it, but it is a challenge when you're consulting in the summer or at a time when there was just so much consultation going on all over the city. But I have to say that I'm still struggling with 2 things. One, to understand the whole system of how the criterion options are going to be used because there isn't a weighting system to it. And we're trying to compare things like public education, social and environmental objectives versus technologies. And they're very qualitatively different. So I'm struggling on 2 levels. One, to understand how it is we evaluate using the same criteria, technologies versus other more qualitative kinds of options. And secondly, how the results are then tabulated. I'm really struggling to understand that. And we are sending them off to do it, and I think maybe the results should come back to us once that has been completed so that we understand before the final recommendations come forward. The other thing is, I really don't know the scope of our problem that we're trying to solve. How much are we looking at for disposal? Are we going to why are we not looking at a diversion strategy as our first priority? And then we'll know how successful those strategies are and the amount of disposal and the kinds of strategies for disposal that we will have to be looking at. We're doing them at the same time. There are also 2 other reports that we haven't seen coming out of this, which is the consultants were hired to produce 2 products, or what are they called? 2 things. One of them was a study of our current system, and secondly, a projected need or some projections for the future, what our demands are going to be in the future. And we haven't seen those either. So I'm struggling to understand, until we understand what our current snapshot is, what the projected needs are for the future, how are we going to be putting together a master plan? We already have at this point, provincial legislation that's impending on extended producer responsibility. We don't know where that's at. So I think that it may be useful to look at this in a more sequential way. What are our objectives in terms of diversion? Look what this one apartment building did. If we could replicate what that one apartment building did, we could actually address and reduce the amount of disposal at the end of the day so significantly. So we should be looking at how to improve our diversion strategy, really, really look at high-rise apartments, look at enforcement, look at regulatory changes, all of those things that we should be doing to prevent and divert garbage before we start looking at disposal options.
All right, thank you. Members of the committee, Councillor Holliday.
Madam Chair, let me ask questions on this. Somebody else has to take the carriage of the...
Oh, I see.
So how do I ask questions on this?
I think you can direct it to Councillor McMahon, and if she can't answer it, she'll refer it.
Okay.
So, Councillor Moser?
Do my best.
Time's ticking.
Applying behavior consistent with cost of doing this?
I think we're asking to look into it. I don't think we have a concrete budget item or a line item for in the budget defined to exactly how many brochures, and if we're using brochures or if we're using posters or animators in buildings. It's just to look at the whole concept of how to better change behavior by better outreach and education and empowerment.
This is evaluation criteria, so it says recommendation 3 in staff report be amended by adding. So if we add this, it's going to be part of our process, and isn't that a direction? And shouldn't we know how much we're spending on this?
Could I answer?
We don't have dollar values on everything yet, Councillor Moser, right?
I don't know what it means then.
Well, it means trying to educate people to do better and to divert more and empower them to change behavior. Once we change behavior, as you see what happened in the MTCC condo, it's phenomenal what you can do.
Shouldn't we know how much things cost? Isn't that part of what we have?
Well, we don't know what specifically initiatives we're doing to change the behavior. It's all a good thing because in the end, we save on by diverting our waste. So it's a good thing. This is where we want to get to.
Is staff reporting back on this, or is this a direction?
To report back.
Yes.
How many, item 2, how many bylaw officers are we talking in, for number 2?
Well, we'll find out when they report back.
Cost is one of the criteria. These
Yeah.
are all the criteria.
Do you want to say?
Okay, is that all right? Councillor Lee,
It's actually a good thing.
did you want to make a comment? No. Let's roll. Okay, so let's go back to Councillor Holiday. Thanks, Councillor Holiday, for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no light here, so I have to...
That's okay,
test it.
but it does work.
It is working.
Yes.
You can hear me. So I just wanted to congratulate and thank the Solid Waste Management Services team for such a comprehensive and horizontal report, horizontal in scope. And why that's important to me is my own R that I want to add to the mix, and that's risk. And I think of waste services as risk. And how I can explain that very quickly is if anyone's ever played Sim City, it's a computer game where a little metropolis develops before you, and you place inputs and you feed resources and people and development, and you watch the city grow, and there are outputs. And one of the outputs is waste and trash. And it's a very good microcosm of our city. Every day, every minute, every second, we produce more and more waste, and it builds and it grows in our city. And it is very much a liability that our government is charged with looking after. And I think that we have to continue to look at our fragile waste system. And it is fragile because there are people that run the system, there are processes in the system, there are assets and physical plant, and there's even customers and their behavior. So if anything goes off track on any of those things, we're in a real trouble because the waste continues to pile up and we have to deal with it. I think this report is excellent because it looks at many, many facets of the waste management system and many, many strings of hope on how we can improve things. And I'm very happy that it's wide in scope. What I do also want to look at is the evaluation criteria, and there's a point in there, and I see risk is included, and I'm thrilled with that. But I also want to remind members of the committee and anyone listening is cost is extremely important. Councillor Layton was very good with his analogy. He talked about conservation in the energy sector as being low-hanging fruit in the way that you treat, saving energy. Well, there's also a point, conservation is also the cheapest thing on a unit rate to produce electricity, so it makes sense. So if there are elements that are equivalent to conservation, and maybe that is reduction, it's maybe cheaper to reduce than it is to deal with additional waste, so that's good. But I also want to make sure that I point out that cost is a criteria that stands on its own, and it is absolute. We cannot always afford to do things, and we have to keep that in mind. And what's most important to remember is that this is a rate-based service. So every decision we make is passed on to the customer, which are the citizens of the city. And we went through this in budget time when we increased the bin rates. And we talked a lot about how hard it was for certain individuals in this city to continue to pay increasing fees. So I always don't want us to forget that dimension, that ultimately any choice that we make in here comes with a cost. And yes, we have to look at the environment and the social impacts, but we also have to make sure that this city remains affordable and livable. And cost is one of those important factors that I know is near and dear to the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much. I actually have a motion to receive all the deputations and forward it to staff for consideration. And I think everybody has spoken in terms of the environment, cost, and so on. And even the MTCC 996, they were able to divert a lot. But even diversion, it does cost money to go and pick up the blue bin stuff as well, and the green bin stuff. So you may have diverted it, but the cost avoidance is not really there, because it still costs the city to send the trucks to pick them up. So now, who is paying for it? The residual base, the residual waste, where you pay the fees, is actually paying for it, right? So I'm just, looking at it and saying that our world economy is based on encouraging consumption. And the consumption comes with a byproduct of creating waste. So reduction is one of the best ways of doing this. And, and mining the urban forest, I would say, is something that we need to do because, again, these are all scarce resources that we're dealing with. So it's very important. I mean, when you talk about waste, when I was talking to Emily, I say, I find it hard to even fill up my smallest waste bin every couple of weeks because I've reduced a lot. Okay, and I use that philosophy in life that if I don't have to use something, I try to reduce it. I'm not adding to the economy, by the way. I'm not helping to, increase the economy. In fact, we have to start looking at ways of, a new economy, which is mining the urban forest, try to help with the reducing our consumption of waste, and it's a new economy. And we have to do it, or else we are going to be suffering from issues that we ourselves create. So I think we need to do this and continue on this long-term waste strategy. And there are many technologies that can be used that's coming down the pipeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Holiday has his, her fourth R is risk, and my fifth R is refuse. Refuse to buy things we don't need, refuse to buy things that are overpackaged, refuse to buy things that are broken that you can repair at the Repair Cafe. So we really want to be focusing on that first, and diversion over disposal, which I understand is the case. And I think we should focus on animation and empowerment for education and outreach, as we've seen today, what two guys can do at a condo in Councillor Cho's ward and MTCC. It's just phenomenal what they've accomplished, and that could be just rolled out right across the city easily if we support them and promote that. So I do encourage councillors to join the field trip out there and to look for that and promoting that in your neighborhoods. I think with our education, we need to get innovative, and I'm always talking about better signage in the city. I won't say funky, this time I'll say catchy signage, catchy ads, catchy posters. You don't want to bore people to tears with all of our verbiage, but if we can have some things that just jump out at people, they're more apt to read them and understand them, and then turn that into action. But I think this is great first a start, and it's been a tremendous amount of work, I am sure, with Beth and her team, and there's lots of fantastic ideas in there, and so I'm happy to support it going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And
sorry, I have motions.
Oh, yeah.
I just forgot that. So you know that Councillor Davis's motion you've already seen, and you maybe have not seen Councillor Layton's motion, which I'm taking carriage of. And he spoke to this about, it's about construction and demolition waste. And I know this is a thing in Vancouver where they, there's an expedited, I think, building permit process if you actually even recycle or reuse your waste. But here it is, just asking to report back as part of the long-term waste management strategy on mandatory recycling policy for construction and demolition waste and on the use of construction demolition recycling facility. So I would love your support on those two from Councillor Layton and Councillor Davis. Great ideas. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the motion that was suggested by Donovan Ruddock to refer his bin to staff for them to look at and have a chat with him about as they move forward. Anybody who's been in the ring with Mike Tyson deserves his idea to be looked at by our staff, all right? So I'm hoping that folks will support that.
So Councillor Perruzza, just to be clear, are you going to refer that to staff? Is that okay?
Correct, yeah.
Okay,
I'm
thank
moving
you.
that motion as they presented it to refer to staff.
Refer to staff.
Perfect. And since I have the floor, I would like to contribute meekly to this debate as well. As someone who really has thought about this sort of on the periphery, I have lived through some moments in this debate, which I'd like to share with folks. There is an economy that has developed both at the consumption end of the waste stream, and we've been reacting to it by developing an economy at the back end of waste production and consumption. I remember being in the legislature with a great deal of fanfare when the government of the day was trying to make some decisions about landfill and waste and developing waste strategies and so on. And one of those was I remember with great fanfare the Environmental Bill of Rights being passed in the Ontario legislature in the early 1990s to a great hurrah from everyone. And then I remember as government members us going out and chatting to folks, and I remember our brothers and sisters punching the daylights out of us for even suggesting that packages should have minimum sizes or minimum standards. Because there's a whole industry, there's a whole lot of jobs of people producing little packages, non-recyclable packages, packages that never ever get destroyed. They can live forever and ever. But there's a big economy there, an economy which is almost immovable. In fact, as I take these few minutes here to speak, there are people out there thinking about producing new products that you're going to absolutely need to preserve things, to carry things in, to do things with, that probably will never be destroyed at the end of the day when they come out the other end of it, when you no longer have need for it and you decide to throw it out. That economy is always growing and moving and figuring out how to sell it to you. So we, as meek little players in the middle of all of that, sort of have to come in and say, okay, how do we deal with it? And then we begin to develop all these like grandiose concepts of what goes number one, what goes number two, what goes number three, or what goes number four, or what goes number five. But I think what you also need to do as part of that grand strategy is have that economy always in front of you. That's what you should, that's the filter that you need to apply to this as you go forward. As the economy that's growing, that continues to grow at the front end, and then all those economies that are cut up in between. Because I'm reminded, I was born in Italy, and I'm reminded as I sit here of my mother asking me with a little plate, a little bowl, to walk those 25, 30 meters, careful not to drop it, and go get tomato paste.
Okay, 5 seconds.
Right? And I remember I'd go to Biagio's, a little bottega, and he'd put little tomato paste in the bowl, and I'd take it home, and that's the tomato paste she'd put in the pan to cook whatever she was making. Right? There was no waste at the end of it. Just a small
Yep,
trip of mine from the house to the store, back home again. Well, it's not like that anymore, right?
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a number of motions.
what I have to say
Councillor
on that.
Moser would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no doubt that outreach is important. I've had a couple of positive experiences and a couple that were somewhat disappointing. I know staff play a large role in that. At Dean Park, where there's three substantial buildings, with staff and about 2 or 3 meetings, we were able to have a huge impact. But the condominium corporation was so engaged in this. And what got to be disappointing when one individual moved who was driving this particular process, it made a huge difference. So sometimes it's somebody who takes, engages, they look at peer pressure. There's many different aspects to this. They made a huge difference in that particular complex. And it showed both financially and in amount of recycling and so forth. So those things do work. And staff did a terrific job in far as education. There was 3 meetings in the buildings where we participated, and we got a huge participation rate. Across the road, we tried the same thing, a very substantial building. It worked for 9 months, and unfortunately after that, even though we tried to rejuvenate the process, unfortunately that didn't work. So there is merit in engaging people, with staff who are very good at this outreach when in these particular buildings. So it's always nice to see the successes. It's when one individual moves, it sometimes makes a huge difference as far as the process, because they have the passion to lead these particular initiatives. So I've had experience both ways. I'd just like to make a comment on Green Lane. I think it's something we're going to, according to staff, we're going to start looking for a new site for waste, and that process is long. It's very very extensive. I remember the NDP government spent $80 million looking for a site, and then when Harris came into office, they canceled it, which I think was really disappointing. But that's the kind of outreach and the expense of looking for it, because if it's coming to your community, people really get passionate. So I think what we have to do is make sure that with Green Lane is that we look at extending the life as long as possible. Because I remember it was very controversial when we bought Green Lane. I think it was $220 million, if I remember correctly. I wasn't on council at the time. But to me, it was a good investment. So there's a lot of elements to this, and staff did a terrific job putting this report together. So any initiatives that we can encourage through education or otherwise, certainly I think we should be looking at them. So I'd like, as far as the motions, I'd like to see a report back on them to see what exactly involves. If we're going to have extra bylaw officer, let's see how many and what does it mean? In extra education, how much and how many people? Is it going to be citywide? Is it, are we going to target certain areas? How do we handle apartment buildings? Different languages? All of those things are always something we consider when we do these things. So I want to thank staff for the comprehensive report and look forward to next phase.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of our speakers. I'm not going to speak just because of time, but I want to thank staff for their excellent work on this.
Madam Chair, just want to amend the motion. Briefly. I was just brought to my attention that the appropriate place for the motion that I moved on behalf of the deputants should be referred to the Office of what's called Office of Partnership.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Good. So we'll type that up.
Sure.
And put that before a committee. So maybe we can start with Councillor McMahon's motions. And I think Councillor Lee said that he would move the item as amended. So if we can have the motions up.
I just want to understand the report's back though, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We're going to bring them up on the screen for you though as well. So we've got Councillor McMahon's. There's the first. So all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next one for the other one for Councillor McMahon. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then Councillor Pruitt's motion that's been amended now, referencing the Office of Partnerships is before you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That's a wrap. Thank you, everyone. So we've got still many items before us. Oh, I'm sorry. Item as amended, moved by Councillor Lee. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Yeah, so we've got a lot left. I'm not going to list them all, it would take too long, but I do want to say that Councillor Holyday wanted to release 7.8.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That's the red light cameras. I'm happy to report that I got my questions answered, and I'm pleased to support that motion.
I'll ask my questions offline. I haven't had a few questions myself. I'll ask them offline.
Thank you, that's great. So all those in favor? That carries.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
7.9, staff reports me that it's time sensitive.
It is.
That won't be,
Very.
So I'm going to meet with staff before the council meeting.
Good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moser. All those in favor for PW 7.9? That carries. The other one that's urgent is PW 7.10, Councillor Holyday. I just wanted to bring that, that's time sensitive, so I don't know if you're prepared to deal with that, but it has to be dealt with today, and we're an hour away from wrapping up here.
I'll ask some questions on that as well.
Well, the problem is I'm not sure we're going to, because I don't think we can hold up our cyclists anymore.
Maybe real quick questions. Otherwise, let's go.
Also, just I want to bring to your attention, Councillor Moser, you're holding PW 7.16, support for east-west cycling connections east of Sherbourne, but staff have advised me that's only a receipt for information because council referred it. Council referred it to Public Works. I'm not actually clear on why, but it's just really a receipt for information. So could we release that?
I'll follow up on that, the background on that.
Okay.
I don't understand that.
I don't either, but that's, it's a motion to receive. All those in favor? That is, carries, PW 7.16. So that narrows our list a bit.
Okay.
So Councillor Holyday would like to clear his, so that is PW 7.10. He's going to release it. But it's time sensitive, we have to deal with it today. Do you want to ask a quick question? Would you like to ask a quick question, Councillor Moser?
You can ask them between now and council.
Yeah, that's the other option, is between now and council. Yeah, okay. All right. So Councillor The problem is that this one's time sensitive, so should we deal with it now then?
I'll allow 7:10 to go.
You'll release it?
With the provision that I can ask the questions between now and council.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Can do the same.
Councillor Moser, are you okay with that strategy as well, considering it's time sensitive?
I'm concerned that we're not doing what we're supposed to do here. We shouldn't have workloads like this if we can't do them. I understand we have to do business, but our job here is to look at detailed questions, and this is where we're supposed to do it, not council.
You could also do it offline or have staff come into your office, since when the agenda came out.
Well, questions here sometimes prompt other questions. We're supposed to do business here. That's what we're here for.
We have an hour to do how many items?
A lot, like 7, 8, 9, 10. And one of them is the cycling network, and we have many deputations, at least 6
All
or
right.
7.
Look, I'll meet with staff before council, but I'm just concerned that we're put in this position. It's not the way we should do business. Somehow we've got to look at timing, and it's up to the chair to be part of that.
Well, everybody's doing their best. I think Councillor Levy, I've just elected you as well. You and Stephen Buckley are now councillors today. Maybe you could speak to the heavy report load. Is it simply a case of the break, or there's so much activity happening in your divisions?
It's a lot to do with the timing, Madam Chair.
Okay. So,
Madam Chair, we have a meeting in early October. Could not this been on that agenda as well?
This one is very, very time sensitive, as you've heard from staff. So it's deemed urgent.
Okay.
So PW 7.10, the contract award, all those in favor? Against? Opposed? Okay, sorry, so we have I guess we had 3 to 2. I don't know what Councillor Perruzza did on that. How did you vote on that? I want to see if it passed. Yeah, I saw that you were opposed. That's why I'm asking Councillor Perruzza. Okay, so there was 3 votes anyway for it, so it's 7.10?
It's okay.
He must vote. The motion loses if he's deemed in the negative, and it's a 3-3, and that's a tie, and the motion loses. So you have to find out what his vote is.
Okay, so I'm being told I have to know what your vote is, Councillor Perruzza? We're voting on it.
Yeah, okay.
It's
great.
been, okay, so that passes.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess we're going to head back up. I just want to apologize to all the people who've been waiting to do deputations. I feel very grateful that you've waited around all day. But this is, like I said, a very heavy agenda today. So we're going to go back up to PW 7.5, which is the 10-year cycling network plan, project update, and 2016 implementation program. We've got a number of speakers. Hamish Wilson is our first. So welcome, Hamish, again. And you've got 3 minutes.
It is a bit annoying to have 3 minutes at the end of the day. The waiting system, yes. Let's hope we get some good out of this. Specifically, I sent around suggestions for motions during the course of last week. The one that I'll take the time to read now. As the Bloor-Danforth subway transit corridor carries around 500,000 daily riders, and as a bikeway parallel to this corridor would be a cheap relief measure, transportation services shall promptly begin installation of bike lanes and other bike safety measures on Bloor Street West between Dundas Street West and Ossington, with connecting bike lanes along Ossington to the existing Harbour Street bike lanes. Bike safety changes, including bike lanes on Bloor Street West from St. George to Avenue Road, and painted bike lanes on Bloor Street East from Church Street to Sherburne Street. So basically the intent is subway relief for the price of paint. It's no longer so much about bike safety, but bike safety has been lacking in this corridor for about 30 years. And I'll show you the stats and then go back to this. But this is the 1983 version. At the top there, that's Bloor in the west. The 1990, 2 years worth, there's Bloor. The dots there is significant in terms of crashes. And the more recent stats, 4 years worth, again, you can see the corridors of the major east-west streets in the city, core especially. These do not include the harms from the streetcar tracks. Bloor does not have streetcar tracks. That is why it is the better situation, and that was part of why it became the #1 place for a bike lane back in the 1992 study. And let's see. These are the first phase of a 3-part plan that could eventually put bike lanes along Bloor Street and Danforth Avenue, all the way from the Kingsway to the west to Victoria Park in the east by 1995. Oh my goodness. Is that what it is? Yeah, 1995. Oh my goodness. Wouldn't want to move too quickly on this. Going back to this idea for a transit bikeway relief, you see that there are some orange marked spots. The pavement there is horrible. It is dangerous. The Places to Grow Act should apply, I believe, in that when you repave, you should actually do something for bikes. And it is a transit corridor that should trump any sense of needing a corridor study. So the transit corridor being 500,000 people each day in very stressed situations, I understand. Surely, do we need a report on that? Well, why don't you just try taking the subway? My sense is it is so overloaded, so overdue for doing something not just for the bike safety. You should just do this fall. I don't think there's any more excuse now. And actually, there's a model from London. The Transportation for London indicated T4L. They actually figured out, oh yes, it could increase effective capacity of their underground, the tube. They were suggesting 10%. If we could shed 5% of the subway load, hey, for paint, that's free. Why not? It's disappointing to only have 3 minutes to fulminate when lives are at stake.
Quality over quantity, right, Hamish?
Well,
Got your
where
Greek
are
graphs.
the bike lanes? Come on, quality of Bloor. It's about
Great.
time.
All right. Thank you, Hamish. Any questions of our deputant? Okay, great. And so next up is James Choi, Palmerston Area Residents Association. Is James still here? Okay. Albert Cole, Annex Residents Association.
Sadly, our resident associations.
Couldn't wait. I'm sorry to, yes, very sorry for them. But I do see Jared Kolb in the house from Cycle Toronto. Come on down. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the committee, James and Albert were here from 2 of the resident associations who are supportive of the pilot project for bike lanes on Bloor Street in the annex. They were here with us for the morning and had to leave at lunchtime. But I just wanted to say that, note that they were here to speak on behalf of support for that project. Of course, I'm here from Cycle Toronto, and I, first of all, really want to commend staff for their work on this report. I think this is a really important piece that will bridge into the future of Toronto's bikeway network, and there's a lot of really important work that's been done here. We were down on Richmond Street for a ribbon cutting for the opening of the Richmond Street cycle track just yesterday morning, and it was amazing to see already at every light phase cyclists moving through the intersection, and this is a cycle track that has just been installed. The latent demand in this city for high quality cycling infrastructure is enormous, and we've seen on Richmond and Adelaide, the pilot project that was installed last year, we've seen a remarkable uptake and increase in the numbers of people that have chosen to use a bicycle for their daily mode of transportation. And I think the answer when we ask the question why is because our streets are congested, our transit platforms are congested, subways are congested. What people are recognizing is that cycling is the faster way in many cases to move, especially in the downtown core. But this also extends right across the city for trips that are less than 5 kilometers. Cycling is the faster way. The thing we have to recognize, though, here with the report that is in front of us is that we're seeing the build-out of Toronto's network. on streets like Lakeshore Boulevard West, completing the Waterfront Trail, which has been a major gap for a number of years, seeing Woodbine included in the plan, and a variety of other streets. What we've got to pay a lot of attention to as we do our bikeway network planning going forward is the linkage with transit. Folks that live in Scarborough, folks that live in Etobicoke, and perhaps work downtown are not going to jump on a bicycle to do, that 20-kilometer trip each way. But they would take a trip to, a local Metrolinx, GO train station or to a, TTC stop if there's high-quality infrastructure that will enable them to do that safely, which means protected bike lanes. It means low-speed residential roadways. And so I think what's really encouraging about this is that we are increasing cycling's budget. We've increased it over, for next year, the proposal is to take it north of 13 million on the capital side. Cycle Toronto, we really want to see that move up to 20 million. And we do need to continue to invest in our infrastructure right across the city. So with that, I'll leave it there.
Short and sweet and power pack, thanks. Any questions for our deputant? All right, great. Next up is Franz Hartman from T. Nope, no Franz. Tom Worrell. Calling Tom. Nope. And last one, and I apologize if I butcher it, Suhal Barot, Sewell. All right. Okay. Well, that comes to the end of our list of deputies.
Madam Speaker, you may want to call out to see if there are any other members of the public wish to speak. I saw someone just about to stand up when you hit last name.
Oh. Okay, sure. Okay, great. Sure, if you're registered at 10, sure. And you're here? You can hop in for one of the three that weren't here. And sorry, what was your name?
Hi, my name is Sylvia Slaughter.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of PWIC. I speak to you today urging you to support Transportation Division's 2016 Cycling Network and Implementation Program. I first want to take a moment to thank you for your support in improving cycling infrastructure to date, especially your recent approval of the extension of the Richmond-Adelaide cycle tracks, which I rode today to get to City Hall. I'm thrilled to see improvements to cycling coming in 2016. The proposed Woodbine bike lanes are especially exciting to me as someone living in the East End and Riverdale. The Woodbine bike lanes will finally fill that scary gap in the on-street route to the beaches. And I love our beaches, and I'm thrilled that biking to them will become so much safer. Bloor Street is also a very exciting route to finally happen, and I really look forward to the day when we can finally see the Danforth on the list. But I was not always comfortable riding my bike in Toronto. 10 years ago, in 2005, when I lived in a condo at Richmond and Spadina, I did not dare cycle in Toronto. In 2005, there were a total of 35 kilometers of bike lanes in the entire city. In 2005, those 35 kilometers of bike lanes did not form a connected network whatsoever, and the concept of a protected bike lanes did not exist. In 2005, my husband and I were car owners, and we rode the congested TTC. I was too scared to even consider cycling. Fast forward to today, where 10 years later, there are over 200 kilometers of bike lanes of varying types. We don't own a car, even though we have 2 kids. We make the majority of our trips around the city via bike, and the remainder on TTC or with a car sharing program. And we do this most days of the year, cold winter weather and all. Taking my kids to school is by bike. Weekly swimming and piano lessons, by bike. I do my shopping along the Danforth by bike, and yes, it is possible and in fact easy to bring diapers home on a bike. Because of the improvements in cycling you have made to date, I am one less car on the road driving my kids to school. I am one less passenger on the overcrowded King streetcar, and I am one less car queuing up to get on the DVP. Will every Torontonian become car-free like me? Absolutely not. I fully acknowledge that there are some people who do need to take cars in transit to where they're going, and that for them, cycling is often not possible. But 73% of Torontonians say a lack of cycling infrastructure is holding them back from riding more often. These are people like me who can and want to if there is a safe, connected network. You've seen the numbers on Richmond and Adelaide. You built the lanes and the cycling numbers tripled. For every person like me who wants to get out of their car, get off the TTC, and instead ride a bike, we make room on the roads for those that must drive. We ride our bikes and congestion is reduced. So I urge you, please support the 2016 program presented to you today, and please consider increasing the overall budget. Thank you for your time.
That's fantastic, and thank you, Sylvia. You were on the list. I just didn't have it on mine, so it does work. Thank you for waiting. Questions from visiting councilors, Councillor Layton.
It's really one grouping of questions, and this is when you're biking around with your family, the lane types that you can prefer. What's your preferred routes around town?
I'd say my comfort when I have children with me is definitely the highest form of security, so protected bike lanes, and I prefer to stick to things like the Wellesley cycle track, the Richmond, Sherburne lanes. Without kids, I'd probably have a bit more comfort where like a painted line is not as scary.
When you're biking with your kids, you cargo bike fan or are you kids on the back?
I had kids in the back in a trailer for a year and a half, and 3 weeks ago we bought a cargo bike that has the kids in the front.
Nice. So a three-wheeler or a two-wheeler?
A two-wheeler.
Really? Like taking those turns fast. All right. I'm in the market for one, so everyone knows.
I figured that much.
Thank you very much. I'd love to see that. Any other questions of our deputy? Okay, thank you very much and thank you for your patience. All right, and so that is the last of our deputants. So now we will enter into questions of staff, from visiting councillors. Any questions of staff? No? From our members of committee, questions of staff? Wow. Great. Oh, sorry, you want to speak? Questions?
Move recommendation.
Okay, move recommend. Okay, let's see if we have speakers from our interloping councillors.
Interloping, point of personal privilege. Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for putting together this plan. I know a lot of work's gone into it. I was at several, I had several meetings about various aspects of it. In particular, helped just try to get the word out on at every stage. And I know that that a lot of consultation has gone into it. We have a great program for 2016. We've been trying to fill in gaps for a lot of years. And I was at an event last night and had a long chat with a couple of people about the Shaw Street contraflow lane, and just how a couple of years ago there wasn't these north-south connections connecting some of the more prominent east-west routes. And we were talking about just how incredible the new volume of traffic, of bike traffic, was on it. A street that was once sort of a cut-through for cars to get from DuPont or Davenport down to Dundas and sometimes Queen and King has been turned into literally a bike superhighway. It is constant. Just the stream of bikes. I can stand there at a corner and see 20 or 30 bikes go by with every car. When they're lining up and queuing up at that stop sign at Bloor and again down at Harvard, it's just absolutely incredible, the number of bikes. And if you haven't seen the bikes as they go down Richmond going west and hitting Bathurst and then continuing straight through, like we actually have, and now with the continuation east, it's unbelievable the level of cycling infrastructure we've been able to put in the last couple of years, and a huge thanks to staff for fast tracking a lot of that work. One area where I hope they can do a little fast tracking is along Bloor Street. There have been petitions of one sort or another for a decade, maybe two. I think I have the big roll one. I should have brought it in. I'll bring it to council, but a giant petition that's on a scroll that's been around for years. And we're actually making progress. The BIAs are coming on board. The residents associations are coming on board. Sure, it'll likely end up a bit smaller at first and probably won't have the beautiful planters right away. We hope they'll start coming. But this is going to dramatically change the face of that street for the better and turn it into something we can be so incredibly proud of. And if you look at how easily and well Adelaide and Richmond have integrated into the street, I think that it's beyond this point that it should just be we're against them, and we should be jumping in where we can and where those populations exist, and then looking out as to what we can build in other communities so that we can increase that. I certainly think that better connections at transit points are a positive step forward as well. With that, you'll have to build a little spider web of networks of bike lanes on those streets, and hopefully where the street widths are a little bit more generous as we go through, we'll be able to get these bike lanes put on easier. One spot, if I could say that there was one spot in my daily commute and in the commute of a lot of cyclists from the West End, just one little spot that I would love to see included, at least considered in this, the 10-year plan, not next year, but in the 10-year plan, would be us to look at University Avenue again. I'm told that we can add a painted lane without taking away a lane of traffic. I'm told, and I would like that to be considered. We have very few north-south connecting streets. The ones we do in the West End have streetcar tracks. It makes it very difficult to navigate and get around. We should be looking to where we don't have streetcar tracks to put cycling infrastructure. So I've prepared a motion. I understand that our deputy or our vice chair will take carriage of, that the general manager of transportation services be requested to consider. You can't get. We're just asking to look at it. To get University Avenue for inclusion in the 10-year cycling network plan. I don't want to direct it because there are some other north-south streets that are being considered, but certainly University deserves consideration. If it's possible to put a lane without taking away a lane of traffic, I think that's a no-brainer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. And Councillor Cressy. Sorry.
Thank you, and to the members of the committee, thank you for indulging me as you've sat here all day long and I swoop in at the last minute as a Johnny-come-lately, but it's an important issue and I wanted to be here. First of all, a tremendous thank you to our city staff and transportation staff who worked hard over many months on this, but also, and importantly, members of the public and the community, the level of consultation and input and active input from not just the cycling community, the wider residential community has been remarkable. I will just add my voice as a councillor along University Avenue in the downtown in support of the motion that Councillor Layton has asked our Vice Chair to take carriage of. Just a couple brief words on this. First of all, our city is growing tremendously. We're going to add 1 million new residents to the City of Toronto in the next 25 years, and 6 million new residents to the Greater Horseshoe region in the next 25 years. And the reality is we don't have space to build or expand our road network in many parts of the city. And as a result, we need to look at the mode share and the split and to encourage and incentivize people to cycle and to walk and to take public transit and all those other avenues, but cycling is a critical component. And it's a critical component not just because of the healthy active living benefits, but also there are economic benefits that we will see, as well as sustainable benefits. If we're going to effectively encourage that mode share and to encourage people to move to cycling, two things are critical, and I think this report starts to address those for the next 10 years. One is we need to have protected lanes. I ride my bike. I ride throughout downtown Toronto, but I fall into the demographic of people who tend to ride whether there's a protected lane or not, and that tends to be younger men. And what we know is when there's a protected lane, it makes it safer for the driver and the cyclist, and that encourages people of all ages to ride bikes. And so we need protected lanes, and we need that minimum grid. If you're going to be able to ride to and from work, then you need a minimum grid, a protected grid that's going to get you there. And what I think is important and really thoughtful about the report that's come forward is it recognizes that not everybody can cycle to and from work because it takes you a long time. Right? If you're coming from Ward 41, Councillor Holliday, what's your ward again? 3. Ward 3. I don't expect that everybody in your community is going to ride if they work downtown. nor should they, unless they have really nice showers at their workplaces. But what this plan recognizes is that part of creating a minimum grid is having the cycling network that connects to the public transit options. It's about looking at that grid creatively and understanding that that grid connects with public transit and cycling and walking. And so I think this is a strong approach. And I would just mention, because Bloor is talked about in here, an example of how you do this well. Bloor Street, there is a pilot project that will be voted on here at PWIC next year, and it's mentioned in this report. Here's how you do cycling lanes really well. We have a working group that meets every 2 weeks on the Bloor pilot. It involves local residents, local cycling advocates, local businesses. We've been working, Councillor Layton and myself and the working group, and members of them are here, we've been working with the 2 local BIAs to commission an economic study, an analysis of the actual proposal for a pilot. Because what we find, and this was done on Eglinton, is that when you have good cycling infrastructure, it's good for local business. And so I think it's an example of not just how you design a network, but also how you look at it on a very local level to make sure that it works for healthy, active living, for the environment, and for business. And so I think today's report is a win for everybody, and I'm pleased to be here to speak in support of it. And thank you to all the advocates and the members of the public who've been out to speak to it as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. And Councillor Holiday is next.
I did. I just want to say thank you for the report. I am going to support its receipt, I guess, but I do want to make mention that I do harbor some doubts, some head scratchers. I'm looking at things like the Bloor-Dupont corridor, the Yonge Street study area. And I know that there are parallel routes nearby. And I guess the point I want to make is not, I'm going to be patient and hear what these studies have to say. But I want to make the point of equity across the city, about different parts of the city getting their fair share. So you've got a couple of parallel routes that could potentially be a few hundred meters apart. And I'm fighting for dollars in Ward 3 just to keep some trails from crumbling. And I'm really happy that there's some bikeway trails being addressed in this report. I mean, I was on one on Sunday, and I know that it needs care, and I know that a lot of people in the west end of town and probably the peripheries of the city would really like to see some dollars sent their way. So I guess what I'm saying is that there is a story to tell if we go ahead and we do intensify the minimum grid that's in the downtown core. But if there's redundancy starting to be built and we're beginning to ignore other parts of the city, I feel it's very important that those areas get their fair share. And that's what I want to say, and that's what I want to keep my eye on over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Holiday. Anyone else? Councillor Lee, thank you.
Yes, I said earlier, thank you to staff for the report, and we need all forms of transportation, including bikes. And we all actually dependent on advocates like Hamish and Garrett here. And in my area, I depended on one person, unfortunately he moved. So I no longer have that advocate to help me, define what needs to be done in the area.
Outside of Toronto.
So anyways, I support all forms of transit, and in my area, that advocate, Ahad, helped create a green loop up in North Scarborough, and we want to expand that further. And you're right, we need to connect it to the transit and so on. And I was looking actually the GO train corridor for cycling all the way downtown. But one of the things that we need to do also is to move some of the jobs to where people live. So not only just to create the grid for transportation, but we need to look at overall city planning to bring the jobs up there. And even when we do it, City of Toronto, okay, many of the jobs are located outside of the boundaries of Toronto as well. So we need to include that into our city planning. So I think we need forms of every mode of transportation and good city planning to help us accommodate the 1 million people that's going to be coming in the next 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Peruzza?
Yeah, just simply to reinforce what Councillor Lee and Councillor Holliday have already said. We need to have a better connection in and around the city and the suburbs as well. I know that the bulk of cycling or cyclists are here in the downtown, and that's where the groups are well organized and know how to make their pitch to us far better. But I've had an opportunity now on a couple of occasions to ride in that city ride where, to raise funds. I forget what the name of the day is. It's in September. And it's basically a circuit that runs about 100 kilometers, and it goes through all the different 6 municipalities. I've done that a couple of times now, and I have to tell you, when you get in the suburbs, especially out in Scarborough and places like that, it's really, really scary out in the middle, on the street on your bicycle. When you're on these big thoroughfares, and lots of trucks and lots of fast-moving vehicles and so on. So we need to better integrate that because if you do that, then you'll have more and more people out on their bikes and so on, and that's a good direction for us to be moving in. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perruzza. All right, and I have a motion to move. I'm taking carriage of Councillor Layton's, which, as you know, is be requested to consider University Avenue for inclusion in the 10-year plan. And then mine is be requested to consider the entire Woodbine Avenue corridor. And that is because it's very exciting. The whole plan is very exciting. I'm tickled pink, love it. And Woodbine is on there. Woodbine, north of the Danny in Councillor Davis's ward up to O'Connor, I believe. And then south of the Danny, Woodbine, Kingston Road to Queen. So then you have this gap. And Kingston Road to Gerrard is still quite wide. And I understand that Gerrard to the Danny on Woodbine is a little tighter. You go under the railway bridge there, so something will have to be looked at differently, obviously, because it's a different beast there. It was quite narrow. But I would just ask that it's all considered so that we don't have this break on Woodbine as you're cycling along the Danny going east. And then you know there's a lane north, but you don't know there's a lane south because it doesn't start till Kingston Road. So I'd really like it considered so there's great continuity there. And the next for this east north-south lane that we have is on Greenwood, which is quite a few subway stops further west. And as we heard from Councillor Layton, all these great bike lanes separated and whatnot in the west end, we want to bring it east, please bring it east. We're open to it, and there's a big crusade going on right now, almost as big as Bloor, not quite, to get bike lanes on the Danny, which we want to. It's wide enough. I take it every morning. It would be perfect there, and there are lots of cyclists on there already. Kudos to staff. I know you work long and hard. It's fantastic. We love it. We love the increase in the finances, and also to Cycle Toronto, all the ward groups, and everyone for waiting around today to give you a deputation and all the great work you do. Thank you. So I love support on those motions. All right.
Is there any other motions?
Oh no, the chair's back. Sorry, the fun's over.
Did you tear down the Gardiner while I was gone?
Made a bike lane.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we've got some motions. I was actually going to put a motion forward about, but I don't think I will because I think that our fabulous bike staff are already on top of this. About just had a meeting with some cyclists the other day, and just about where there's signage saying this is a cycle path or lane, that putting in sharrows, but my understanding is that's something you're looking at. Is that correct for the issue? So I won't bother putting that motion forward, but that was a suggestion that came out of that meeting, and I thought it seemed like a good one. Okay, any other motions outside of our speakers? Okay, let's move along because we've got lots to do. So if we get the motions on the screens, please. So the first motion is before you. And I'll ask that you, I don't know if we can take these as a package, can we? Is everybody, no? Okay, we don't. No, we've got separate. So the first one is the request about University Avenue. All those in favor?
Woodbine up. Woodbine up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Woodbine's on the screen, so let's do that first. So consider the entire Woodbine Avenue corridor in the scope of the work. All those in favor, opposed? Recorded vote. All those in favor?
Okay, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, all those opposed? Councillor Holliday, Councillor Moser, Councillor Perusa. How do you vote on motion 1? Okay, he's in favor. Okay, so Councillor Perusa in favor, that's carried.
That's carried in the other motion.
On motion 2?
Yeah, on motion 2. Do you want it recorded or no?
Sure.
Okay.
All those in favor? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee, and Councillor Peruzza. All those opposed? Councillor Holliday and Councillor Moser. That's carried. Sorry.
Okay, so that is that item. Oh, item, thank you, Councillor Holliday. Item as amended?
No.
All those in favor?
We don't need that.
Oh, we're saying we don't need it, okay. We don't know why we don't need it, but we don't need it apparently.
Yeah, the staff recommendation is to receive it, that's all.
Okay.
It's redundant.
Okay, let's try to get this done, folks. So PW 7.6, Drinking Water Licensing Program Update and Standard of Care Training Courses for members of City Council. Councillor Moser held it.
The question as far as liability, I don't know if anybody is here from our legal department.
Yes, right behind you, Council.
Pardon?
Behind you.
Okay. Is there any possibility of any, if we take this particular course, I don't know what liability do we have now as far as water issues?
I'm not sure if this microphone. But is that working?
Yes.
If you look in the report, I just have to find the right page. There's actually a reference that if you in making a decision rely on a certain expert information that you get from staff, that it protects you. I have to just find the right page. It's actually in the report. It's also in the section. Let me just put this microphone down and find it.
Through Madam Chair, the specific issue that's addressed in the training report deals with the provision in the Safe Drinking Water Act, which talks about the statutory standard of care that's supposed to be exercised by all people that are providing oversight to drinking water systems in the province of Ontario, and that captures politicians and officials and operators. Each have different roles to play, and each have to be informed of what their responsibilities and roles are. So this course would outline all of the various procedures that are in place, as well as the questions that should be asked and the reports that should be presented to councillors to deal with that standard of care provision, and therefore the responsibilities we have as officials running the drinking water system.
But I don't have the expertise or input to understand exactly what we're doing at a grassroots level. If I approve something, like your phosphorus, and later on we find phosphorus is not good for the process, you're saying people could sue the councillors individually?
Well, I can tell you, I found the reference in the report that I was looking for, which is on page 6 of the report. The Act...
Talk up a little bit or closer.
Sorry, the microphone's kind of broken. The Act specifically says that a councillor is not considered to have failed to carry out your duty, so you wouldn't be responsible if you rely in good faith on a report of an engineer, lawyer, accountant, or other person whose professional qualifications lend credibility to the report. So if you have a report from engineer, professional staff that tell you that everything's fine and you rely on that report, that does protect you.
So if I don't take this particular course, for some reason I can't make it, or I'm in the hospital, or which happens, are you saying that there's a liability if I don't take the course now that it's provided?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll answer that question. The short answer would be no. It is a best management practice, though, that is recommended by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and the Waterfront Clean Water Centre, who have tailor-made this program for municipal councillors across the province. If you don't take it, you're relying then still on the expert advice being provided to you by myself as the general manager and any consultants or engineers or professionals that we engage in and we put forward in reports here. So you're still protected in that manner. It's just good due diligence to take the course and be aware of the responsibilities that we each have under the Safe Drinking Water Act.
But I still don't understand when we're liable.
Basically what he said, if you get sick, you're a dum-dum, you have to listen to them and do what they say.
Through you, Madam Speaker,
Well, I don't need that kind of
if I address
comment.
it specifically, the only situation that I can think of is if you had explicit instructions to proceed down a certain path by staff, and that was documented in a report to take certain actions, and council chose to go in a different course of action without backup or certification, then the council itself has changed the direction, changed the advice, and then potentially could be liable.
So when will we know that?
I believe, through you, Madam
This thing
Chair.
is so wide open, I'm really concerned about this.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is the laws of the province, and we cannot change that. What we suggest to councillors is whenever there is a change, particularly as affects the Safe Drinking Water Act, and we're on council floor, that councillors ask for legal advice and perhaps go in camera and get direction on what are the liabilities and implications, not only for the corporation, because the corporation as a city is liable, but as individuals potentially as well. That would be the advice I'd give you at that time.
You know if all the MPPs have taken this course?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the course is specifically designed for municipal councillors, so I doubt that any
Well, if
members
you
of
say
Parliament.
there's liability on different levels, do you know if there's a different course for provincial representatives?
They don't make decisions on.
So, Councillor, let me just say one thing. Your liability is always there. Your liability is increased when you don't rely on the professional advice, and your liability will be increased by not taking the course.
That's not what I was told by the solicitor.
That's exactly what he told you.
That's what I heard.
Okay, that's what we've heard, and your time's up. So, Councillor Holiday.
So I guess I'm going to look at the price. Can we deliver this in-house between our solicitor and professional staff in the city that know this information? Maybe they don't know the information. I don't know. Let me know.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe our staff, along with our legal staff, could put together a presentation that would speak to it, but it would be tied to the specific liabilities as the city. The reason that we recommended the program as delivered by the Waterfront Clean Water Centre is because that was a program that was built by a provincial Crown agency. They run that centre. It's designed to talk about the legislation, why it was created, and how municipal councils across the province engage within their activities. It's a third-party opportunity to learn how to ask questions of Toronto Water. So I have no problem recommending an external training provider to give you some advice of what questions ask your general manager when I'm in front of you, rather than staff providing that training. We could do it. It's a cross-check, essentially.
Okay, would it be fair to say that, I guess there's internal costs of putting this together. Would they be somewhat comparable?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there might be some costs with preparation, but most of the costs would be absorbed by staff. We have very competent lawyers that advise Toronto Water. They're experts that deal with environmental legislation. We also have compliance staff that know our role. So we could put it together. We just don't have the package built already. Okay. So it would take us some time to put a training package together versus getting one already in use and accessible.
So time. So I guess, would it be fair to say that it is cost-effective to pay $3,500 to an outside firm to do this? Or an outside agency?
I think it's a wise investment. That's the way I would put forward. There's a cost to education, and that's an investment to me. It educates everyone. and we become better for it as a municipality running our system.
And last question, I guess the chance of making it to 44 councillors with a session is, in my experiences thus far, very unlikely. Do we dilute the effectiveness of the program if we don't reach everybody and we only reach a few?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it would be wonderful to get all 44 to take it, and we plan to offer it in 2 separate sessions to increase that chance. We did run this program a few years back, about 4 years back, and we got about 20, 25 councillors participate. I'll be blunt, I'll take whoever I can get, but in particular, I would love this committee to take that course so they become more knowledgeable. But I welcome every councillor to attend.
Okay, and so we did this in the past, and I guess we did the same, we got the agency to come in and do this the same way?
Yes, we did. It was actually delivered by, at that time, the president of the Ontario Clean Water Centre. He's retired now, but we had their president come here and do the training.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Toronto Public Health went in and did a super screening job in the schools on kids' teeth. And this shows you what our fluoridation program actually is not addressing. And here, the following chart shows the percentage of students suspected of having tooth decay in Toronto Public and Catholic schools. And the red line shows, it's black in this case, the 14% high-risk threshold for schools in the city of Toronto. And there's quite a number of them. The photographs of students' mouths taken during the dental screening portrays a startling picture of a public health problem in Toronto that has flown under the radar for years. Broken teeth, bubbling abscesses, and dark pods of leathery decay.
Can I just clarify, the item is lead pipes, not fluoridation?
Exactly.
Okay.
And the connection here is that when you add fluoridating agents to your drinking water, you increase the lead leaching in lead pipes and also in the brass lead fixtures within buildings in the city. And so what you have happening is with the fluoridation program, you have is that you've got the lead leaching actually exacerbated, which may be causing the need for a lot more phosphoric acid to buffer so that there is less lead in the drinking water for the City of Toronto residents. And if you're adding phosphate or phosphoric acid, you're also putting in something that at the end of the process, the sewage treatment plants must remove, and that's the phosphate before it goes out into Lake Ontario. And so I'm just wondering if there has been a full look at the fact that the fluoridating agent, hydrofluorosilicic acid, is actually causing this increased demand for phosphoric acid. And if it is, if you're all concerned about costs in programs and effectiveness of programs and the chemicals that you're adding to your drinking water that are supposed to be effective, then I'm questioning whether there's really a full analysis of this and a full costing, and if there are actual savings that could be made. In Scotland, they now have a
Karen, you have
Child
to wrap up.
Smile program that looks after kids' teeth and is effective. They do not fluoridate there.
Okay, Karen, thanks very much. And I actually didn't start the clock right away, so you got extra time. Any questions? Seeing none, any questions for staff? Councillor Moser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it Lou?
Yes.
Yeah. 34,000 homes. How many a year can we do reasonably? I think I've asked you this before, but I'd like to ask it again. So, you know, with the contractors that are available, how many can we reasonably do a year?
Through you, Madam Chair, the estimate on the change out of lead services is between 4,000 to 5,000 services per year, and we're doing that through 3 separate programs. First one is through our rehabilitation replacement program. So whenever we're changing out a water main or rehabilitating water main, we're doing approximately 3,500 services per year on that. We're doing 1,500 services on a priority basis. So if someone wants to change out their lead service on private, we will change out the public side. And then we do about 500 a year on an emergency basis. Those are the ones that are leaking, et cetera. So that's been the average number over the course of the last few years.
Do we do any background checks, due diligence, like if we're going to promote this program, and I do support it, you know, I support your report. Do we have to do any due diligence, you know, history, payment history for the background checks?
Through you, Madam Chair, the program is designed to do 2 parts. One, Toronto Water would do the intake of the application, because we're already doing that on the priority lead service agreement. With respect to the loan application, we would then refer that over to Revenue Services and our finance staff. They would check to see if the homeowner has any outstanding taxes, for example. So that's going to be a requirement for them to get the loan application or the loan amount. They actually have to pay for it in advance and submit the invoice as well. So the administration of the loan will be handled by our Revenue Services staff, and they will know payment history based on property taxes.
So how many do you estimate will take advantage of this? What would the estimate be?
Through you, Madam Chair, we believe it would be about 500 to about 1,500 that would take advantage of the program.
Okay.
And that's total. That's based on what has occurred in other municipalities that have run similar programs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just have a couple questions. The General Manager of Toronto Water. My understanding is prior to this, there's been 2 reports, maybe 2.5 reports, turning down the concept of a loan program. Can you?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And why is that?
At the time, there were some issues originally about how do you secure the loan. Very, very similar to the questions raised about payments, because this would be an unsecured loan. If you get into trying to secure the loan, then you get into complications of getting mortgagees and lenders to sign separate agreements. The administration then becomes a lot more expensive in comparison to the actual loan amount. So those were the big issues at the beginning. In addition, when the committee deliberated, they looked at the magnitude and the investment that would be required. It's usually about $2,000 to $3,000 to $4,000, depending on how far your house is set back on the private side. And the committee members felt that that was a reasonable investment for homeowners to make to upgrade their infrastructure, because it is a pipe they own anyhow, in comparison to the value of their homes. So those were the discussions that I recall in the last 2 sessions that we had at Public Works considering this item.
And what are we spending on corrosion control and service line replacement and the faucet filtration program where people get free filters and particularly low-income families get free rebates, $100 rebates on that, and the public education, all the free testing, all the testing in Toronto is free. Can you give me a number on what we're spending on that? It's
Sure.
really a big emphasis for you, isn't it?
Sure, Madam Chair. With respect to corrosion control, we've invested over the last couple of years over $10 million at our 4 treatment plants, and we're spending about $3 million a year to run the new corrosion control systems. And that's the phosphoric acid dosing system. In addition, that the cost of testing for that system is in the $3 million per year, and that will be ongoing until we see the results show that we can reduce the dosage, and we think we can save money in about 2 or 3 years, but we're still going to spend $2 million a year.
So we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on this strategy.
On the services side, we're spending anywhere from $12 to $15 million a year to implement the lead service replacement program that I just described in Councillor Moser's earlier question about how many services, the 5,000 services we change out a year. So we're spending 12 to 15 every year to replace those services.
And when we had the frozen pipes this past winter, a very difficult winter in Toronto, frozen pipes all over the city, people suffering without water, was there criticism from the second floor of City Hall because things weren't happening quick enough? And was that a resource issue to some extent?
The big criticism we heard from not only second floor, but mainly from our customers who were complaining to us and the second floor. It was about communications, about getting information to them. And yes, that was tied to resources. Having enough people mobilize quickly enough to communicate with thousands of people at once during a winter event that hit the city all at once. So yes, it's tied to resources, but it was strictly communicating, letting people know time frames of how long it would take us to service them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to speak on this issue and move a motion. I've put a lot of, I think, effort into this and research and talked to staff extensively. I'd like to move that we defer this item indefinitely as a committee. Our job here is oversight for Toronto Water, and these staff are very taxed. They're very busy. They've got a lot on their plate. And as you heard from our general manager, we have got a very comprehensive lead water mitigation strategy in play, where we're making sure people have filters for free, and we're also making sure low-income families are taken care of. Extensive public education is being rolled out, as well as free testing to any household that asks for it in this city. Gets free testing. So we're doing a lot. Staff have written 2 negative reports on this loan program. We are not a bank. We're City Hall. And I think it's the responsibility of this committee to defer this item indefinitely, given the complexity of now making City Hall take out loans, lines of credits, all these very complex things that are eating up staff resources when we're doing an excellent job. Staff are doing an excellent job rolling out this strategy and really working very hard to make sure the infrastructure is renewed and that we're getting emergency replacements are being prioritized. So I hope the committee will support me on this.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Davis. We've moved into speaking.
I've been running around trying to get to meetings and come here.
Yeah.
And I was just in a meeting. This is a very important issue to me. I've worked on this for many years, and I'd like an opportunity to speak.
Councillor Davis, we've got 7 minutes left. We've gone through questions. We've gone through speaking. You're not on the committee, So we have to proceed. We've run out of time, and we still
Maybe a
have
member of
7
the
or 8
committee
items
would be
left.
kind enough to allow me to speak on this item and move a motion.
Okay, Councillor Moser and Councillor McMahon have agreed to let you speak, so you've got 5 minutes.
Council has already approved
Oh, no,
that
it's
we
5.
proceed
It's 5.
with a loan program. Council has considered this and said yes. They asked staff to come back with a proposed program, and that is what is before us. For those of the neighborhoods, and I was just last night at a meeting for a water project where residents were going to have their lead services replaced. And the number one item of concern was the cost. We have done extensive consultation through surveys and other means to find out why are residents in the City of Toronto not replacing their lead pipes. And the 2 main reasons that we found in our survey that Ipsos Reid did was that it was cost, it was knowledge of the impact, the health impacts of lead in water, were the 2 main reasons why they did not proceed to get their lead service replaced. We have close to 40,000 houses left in the City of Toronto that have lead pipes, and those pipes contribute to health, very real health impacts on children and pregnant women. The public health findings are clear, and part of what we need to do is to put in place all of the mechanisms that would help encourage residents to replace their lead pipes. The City of Hamilton has a program, London has a program, Brantford has a program, Kitchener-Waterloo has a program to provide financial assistance. Some are grants, some are loans. There are other examples in jurisdictions where they take the lead water pipe issue very seriously, such as Saskatoon, where they replace the pipe from the main to the meter and put that cost onto people's water bills. Now, I think that would have been better to have done it on the water bills, but we had to find ways to secure it. And our staff have come back with a very realistic revolving loan proposal that is manageable and is being recommended by them. So why we would turn around and say to the people of Toronto who can't afford to get their lead pipes replaced that we don't want to help you when we have a positive staff report before us? I would be embarrassed and very disappointed if we did not accept our staff recommendations that reflect the decision of council. At this point, we are only replacing about 20% of the pipes when we go in to replace lead substandard water services between the water main and a house. Only 20% of families are doing it. And we need to find ways to both encourage and support them to replace these pipes. That is the position of public health, and if I'd had an opportunity to ask questions of public health, they would have made it absolutely clear that the City of Toronto priority has got to be doing all we can to replace lead pipes in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. And if there's, okay, we've got another speaker. And we're, just to caution you, we have 4 minutes, Councillor Moser.
Okay. I'm going to move the staff recommendations. If this were a subsidy, I would not support this. Absolutely not. This is a hand up. And if you look at 34,000 homes and the number of people that lead is an issue. So I think this is a well-written report. They do the credit checks, and that's a question I ask. So I think we should be approving this. I have concerns about payback. The last resort is always we put it on the taxes. And that's always the last resort issue. But that our ability to do that is there. So I'm going to support this report.
Okay, is that all the speakers? All right, so we've got a motion before us to defer this item indefinitely. All those in favor? Against? Are you abstaining? Okay. Okay, so it loses on a tie. So we're going to move on quickly because we only have a couple of minutes to go.
Councilor Moser has a motion on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry, right. Motion to, good point, thank you. Motion to adopt the item before us. In favor? Against? So that will go to council. So I'm being advised by clerks that will go to council without recommendation. Okay, so we quickly have to do this, folks. What we're going to defer to the next meeting is 7.7, 7.11, 7.14, 7.17. So that's an automatic deferral. What's really critical is 7.12. If we could release that and vote on it, it will cost substantial amounts of money. If we can't move that today. So that's the report on compliance activities. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's the increase to the parking ticket fines.
I'd like to move that to deferral.
We can't, it will cost a significant amount of money.
It's something that needs debate, it's raising fines.
Just vote against it.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Against? That carries. 7.12. No, we just moved it. We just moved the,
Moved a motion.
On my motion to defer goes first.
It always goes first.
okay. So Councillor Peruzza's, we're being advised by clerks, the Councillor Plutza, and please know it costs money to do this, to defer this. So your motion goes first, so all those in favor of deferral? One vote. Any opposed? And that does not carry. And to move the item? And
Are you moving the staff recommendations?
we're moving staff recommendations, just so everybody's crystal clear.
We've already done it. We've already approved it.
Okay, so there's a recorded vote. We've asked for a recorded vote.
We already voted.
Staff recommendations. All those in favor, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Duman, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Moser, Councillor Lee. All those opposed, Councillor Peruzza, that's carried.
Okay, that carries. Thank you, everyone, for a very there's a request to release 7.14, PW 7.14, solid waste collection across the City of Toronto.
Defer till next. I got questions on that.
Okay, so that's deferred. Again, everyone, thank you for a very productive meeting. That was excellent. We got a lot done. And thank you. We'll see you in a couple weeks. The next meeting is right around the corner.
Madam Chair, are we going to assess the workloads on this? Or is there any way we can look at this?
Councillor, we had the last meeting in June.
Done.